Round one is in the books. Rounds 2 and 3 coming in hot right now with the 2021 NFL Draft. We are here to break down all the DFS, betting, and season-long implications of this draft. And there will be plenty to come down the pipe for today with a lot of big-name players still to come off the board. My name is Jim Sonis. I am a senior writer and analyst for numberFire.com, joined here once again by our 3 analysts for this year's draft stream. Let's start things off here with JJ Zachariason, Editor-in-Chief of numberFire and FanDuel. And JJ, it was a big night in week 1, but looking at your rookie rankings, there are still a lot of dominoes left to fall. How are you feeling heading to night number 2?
A lot of wide receivers to get drafted tonight. One sort of blue chip running back, if you will, in Javonte Williams, who I think might go in the first 5 picks of the second round, just the way that things are sort of lined up. We can get to that while these teams are on the clock. But a lot of good wide receivers that are still on the board. I mean, you're looking at Elijah Moore. You're looking at Rondell Moore. You have Terrace Marshall. You have De'Ami Brown, Tylan Wallace, Amon-Ra St. Brown. I mean, there's a lot of solid fantasy assets here at wide receiver that will be drafted tonight. I mean, there's the guys that I just mentioned. I would be shocked if one of them, is not a day 2 pick.
Yeah, it's going to be fun, and there are a lot of teams that could have impactful landing spots for those guys too. We'll talk about those later on. Let's talk to Brandon Gdula now. He is on Twitter at Gdula13, the managing editor of numberFire. Brandon, I feel like we found some decent bets to make yesterday. We'll talk about those later on too. But how are you feeling heading into night number 2?
Good, yeah. I think day 2 is always a little more interesting, just because you can see some of these lower tier 2 prospects and where they go. And honestly, these guys will still be relevant for DFS, which is what I mostly am interested in. Obviously, there's going to be the dynasty implications, but we'll still see some of these guys. And you and I will talk, Jim, throughout the season on our Heat Check podcast about hey, this guy, like JJ said, Javonte Williams, if he goes to the right spot, we're going to be talking about him a lot. So we still have those guys in day 2, not quite so much day 3, unless the landing spot's perfect and everything falls their way. But pretty big night for those guys to make an impact this year still.
Yeah, a lot of DFS impact still left given the potential guys who come off the board. And speaking of DFS, let's talk to Ryan Williams, our new contributor here at numberFire and FanDuel. Find Ryan on Twitter at RyanAlexander_W. And Ryan, I'm shocked you came back because, you got the Justin Fields in Chicago. I feel like you should have just cashed out, man. I feel like we've used all the good vibes already getting Justin Fields to your Chicago Bears.
It was a consideration for sure. Believe that, but no, I'm back. Hopefully, we can get some more good action here today for the people, and let's get some good landing spots. Right, let's get some more implications that actually affect fantasy football from the forefront.
Now, I'd assume that Allen Robinson was just blasting music, partying the entire night, celebrating that he had an actual quarterback. Were you able to sleep at all in Illinois, given I'm assuming the noise coming from Soldier Field?
Of course not, Jim. I mean, it was party in the streets out here. This is probably the craziest it's been here in Chicago since 2016 when the Cubs won the World Series, and that only affected the north side of Chicago.
Yep.
No, it's been a crazy day just listening to local sports media and even national sports media to talk about it. This is very different than what we're used to here in Chicago, but we're here for it.
Oh, I'm happy. I'm happy Bears fans are happy. I know a lot of Bears fans, so I'm excited for them. Excited for you, and excited to have you on the broadcast here once again. Now, we gave away a free jersey of your choice yesterday, but we're doing it again here today. In order to get yourself entered for the drawing to win a jersey of your choice, go to the YouTube page. This is for the FanDuel YouTube page. Go there, check on the live broadcast. Go there, go to the description. Click enlarge description. There is a King Sumo link in the description. Go there, get yourself entered. Our winner yesterday, Bethany Peters, already checking in over on YouTube, said that she's getting a Justin Fields jersey. Love the choice. So that's fantastic. Loving that for sure. Greggles17 on YouTube is excited for day 2 as well. So should be a fun night in store. Let's talk about night number 1 first, though, and kind of recap things, because there was a lot of stuff that happened from a fantasy perspective and a betting perspective that was impactful. So JJ, looking at your rookie ranks as of right now, let's kind of set aside the guys who have not got a landing spot yet. So no Javonte Williams, no Elijah Moore and those guys. But how are things stacking up for you right now in Dynasty based on what we saw in night number 1?
Yeah, so I think, we mentioned it last night. We have Trevor Lawrence in his own tier at quarterback, and then I think that you're sort of lumping in Trey Lance with Justin Fields at this point. Trey Lance to me is the QB2, but you can make the argument either way. And then, after that, you get into Zach Wilson, and then after that, you get into Mac Jones. So I think that there's some pretty clear tiers at quarterback, and there's a lot of tiers, honestly. And every other quarterback that's going to be drafted in this draft, year one and beyond, and projecting. We're not going to project them to be, studs in the league necessarily. And so at wide receiver, though, I think there's a lot of movement just based on some of these landing spots. So, at wide receiver 1, you still have Jamar Chase. I liked Terrace Marshall, who I mentioned yesterday and earlier on this broadcast already. I liked him as my wide receiver 3. He had medical issues. I published my rankings before that came out. So I think he's going to drop in this draft. I could see him being like a late second, early third round pick at this point. And if that happens, it's kind of impossible for me to rank him above Devontae Smith or Jalen Waddle. So I did have Rashad Bateman in wide receiver 2, and he falls to Baltimore. And so, that's a rough landing spot for him as well. So he's going to drop. So to me, it's Jamar Chase, and then I have Devontae Smith, and then Jalen Waddle as my top 3 wide receivers thus far. And then I'd put Bateman in there at 4, and then Kadarius Toney at 5. Of the guys who have been drafted so far. But, look, we've seen a lot of success among wide receivers in the second and third round, especially the second round, over the last 5 or so years, where second round wide receivers have been just as good as first round wide receivers. And this class is strong. And the guys that I mentioned earlier, I think a lot of them could bring a lot of fantasy potential. So if they find the right spots, they can be similar / almost in the same tier as a Rashad Bateman type, and definitely a Kadarius Toney, who I mentioned yesterday. I don't think very highly of as a fantasy asset. So, I think that's why tonight is so intriguing, because a lot of these wide receivers can all of a sudden be legitimate back end first round picks in Superflex rookie drafts and middle of round 1 rookie picks in regular drafts.
And I was looking at some round 2 mocks. Several of them had the Chiefs taking wide receivers. So that could be pretty interesting for sure. I did my Dynasty Superflex rankings just to kind of get a feel of where things stand from a Superflex perspective. You see them up on the screen right now. I think that Trevor Lawrence is 1. Kyle Pitts depends on your need at quarterback. If you need a quarterback, you go with those top 4 quarterbacks, skipping over Mac Jones. You take them above Kyle Pitts. But let's say you have 2.5 guys you can justifiably use at your quarterback spot. Then I think you kind of go Kyle Pitts above Trey Lance. Don't know if he'll play year 1 right away. Same thing for Justin Fields. Zach Wilson doesn't have the rushing components. So I think you can take Kyle Pitts potentially above them if you're pretty set at quarterback. And then we get to the other skill guys: Jamar Chase, Travis Etienne, Najee Harris, before we get to the other wide receivers in there as well. But like JJ said, still a lot of things left to be decided with regards to how the rankings will shake out, and a lot of impactful players still left to go. Now, Ryan, I want to go to you. Which players do you think saw their stock increase from a best ball perspective most last night? We talked a bit about DeAndre Swift. I thought that your thoughts on him were good, because it's not the first person we think of, but he gets offensive line help. That can help out a lot of things with them. So when you're looking for guys who won week or round 1 from a best ball perspective, who stood out most to you there?
Yeah, DeAndre Swift I talked about last night, and if you guys want to hear that soliloquy, I guess, that I said on him, you can go back and watch that. I don't want to cheat and use him again. I'm going to go to quarterbacks, all quarterbacks this time around, and 2 specifically are sophomore quarterbacks in Justin Herbert and Jalen Hurts. With Justin Herbert, them shoring up the offensive line, we talked a little bit about him last night, and it kind of goes along with Keenan Allen too. I think both of these guys in best ball make sense to stack up. I mean, this offense seems like they're going all in on Herbert, right? And they don't have Anthony Lynn there anymore, but they do have this offensive mind in Joe Lombardi. I think he'll be a lot of fun coming over from the New Orleans Saints to do some fun things with Herbert. Now, Jalen Hurts is a guy who we really haven't heard about him, right? After the quarterback competition that we kind of alluded to that Sirianni was talking about with them. But with Jalen Hurts, you're talking about a guy who's a dynamic athlete at the position, rushing upside, which is something you always want from a fantasy perspective, DFS perspective especially. And the fact that they went out and got a wide receiver that is linked to him, I think says a lot about how they feel about him. I think we can read between the lines on that. So I love that. And then with Matt Ryan, as you're talking about Kyle Pitts there at number 2, I mean, his stock has to go way up. here. He's been going best balls drafted sometimes after even Trevor Lawrence. And I said last night, Matt Ryan is not a guy that I like to plant my flag on, but somehow I always end up doing it each year. But when you're looking at the weapons, like I said last night, if Julio Jones is staying there, Calvin Ridley, Kyle Pitts, and if they can get a running back here early, maybe a Javonte Williams, as JJ was kind of alluding to earlier, I think that'd be a fantastic fit with them in Atlanta. This offense has the chance to really be something special.
Well, I think that what you were saying there is key. Situation matters so much for quarterbacks, and those quarterbacks' situations improved. Therefore, their stock in fantasy should improve as well, especially Jalen Hurts, because he has the floor from rushing. To get a good ceiling, he needs to add something as a passer. And you give him the Heisman Trophy winner, the odds that he produces as a passer go up. So I think that was a great point there. I think that Jalen Hurts, a big winner with Devontae Smith and it not being a quarterback as well. So Brandon, let's talk some win totals on the teams that got quarterbacks here, because that's kind of the big mover potentially. We got the Jaguars, we got the Jets. I'm not going to care too much about the 49ers because I think that they're probably the ones most likely to use Jimmy Garoppolo as their starter. But what are you seeing from a win total perspective from the teams that did go quarterback on night one?
Yeah, so I'll just start with the Jaguars. FoxBet has their over-under at 6.5 wins. The under is minus 143. I think it actually shifted to minus 133. But, more likely to go under. That's what my simulations have. For them, 6.3 wins. They finished under 7 wins, 58% of the time over thousands of simulations. They got the 22nd ranked schedule, so top 12 easiest schedule. They're favored in 4 games according to my preseason rankings. They're touchdown underdogs in 8 of them though, so that's tough to overcome. I would lean the under there for the Jaguars. For sure. For the Jets, their win total is also 6.5, minus 162 on the under, so heavier on the under there, and that's kind of reflected a little bit in my simulations too. 6.1 wins, 61% likely to stay under. For them, they have a top 10 schedule difficulty. They have 10 games as being projected as touchdown underdogs at least. So that's tough. They're favored in 2 games for me. Again, kind of tough scene there. So once again, I'd like that under. For the Patriots, their win total is 9.5 on FoxBet, minus 143 on the under. So all these are more likely to go under based on the juice that we're seeing. My simulations have them 8.4 wins. It's about 70% likely. I mean, they got to get to 10 wins to hit that over. That's a pretty tall task. They got 3 games as being touchdown favorites, but 2 as touchdown underdogs. Again, not that fun, but I'd lean that under. Once more. And then for the Bears, I can't really tell you because FoxBet took down the win totals for the NFC North and also the Denver Broncos. And while we're at it, the Broncos went from 55-1 to 17-1 on FanDuel Sportsbook to win the Super Bowl. So
Teddy Bridgewater's that good, man.
That's what I'm thinking.
That's interesting. Okay, so potentially the Aaron Rodgers buzz continuing, and we'll see how that goes. And I think that Brandon, the more important thing here is you were talking about the Patriots win total. How much of that win total being low on them is a result of Mac Jones having just a terrible hat game? Like, is that 75% of your low projection on them? 55%? What's the number there?
It's not his hat game, so it's a rough scene. It's a tough look there, but the draft hats this year, I'm not a fan. I'm big into hats. It reminds me of used to watch a lot of Game Show Network growing up from the 70s. It looks like an old timey game show logo. I don't know. I mean, I'm cool with a lot of types of hats, even if they're not for me, but these draft hats this year are a little bit
like my dad hats.
Yeah.
Them, right?
Why is the bald guy on this broadcast the only one not wearing a hat? I didn't realize that wasn't planned very well. I can get my TVG hat, get some Kentucky Derby pub in for them tomorrow. I'll work on that. I think it's a good hat if I recall correctly, but the hat will be creased So Mac Jones and I, brethren, when it comes to hats, apparently.
This is an aggressive crease for me. So
yeah, I was gonna say. See, Ryan's got it right. I don't know about you.
Yeah.
You're flirting on the wrong side of things here. So let's talk about night 2 now. We got rounds 2 and 3 coming up here. And Brandon, I do want to stick with you. What are you looking for tonight? What's standing out to you? What are the big headlines you're keeping an eye on throughout rounds 2 and 3?
Which, if any, veteran quarterbacks might be on the move? We already teased the Aaron Rodgers thing. If I'm talking win simulations, I'm not going to make a whole lot of drastic swings for day 2 picks. We're not really even going to see many quarterbacks who are going to get picked and expect them to even play a relevant role. So even from that angle, it's going to be difficult. So if any veteran quarterbacks move, that would be one thing. But also applying this from a daily fantasy standpoint, I already talked about this a bit, but looking for those day 2 guys who can step into a role. And usually for me, that's just running backs who you can perform as a running back if you get touches and opportunities in the NFL. So 2 guys in particular, JJ's already mentioned him, Javonte Williams. I think Ryan talked about him already, but where he goes, but also Michael Carter, both out of North Carolina. Pro Football Focus had them 2nd and 1st in the most rushes of at least 15 yards this year, behind the 80th ranked or 80th graded run blocking line for them. So that's pretty fun. They both come out with some pretty solid comparisons in my model, some pretty good receiving shares. So those are the types of players that you think it's week 6 and someone's hurt. This, we're going to talk about this guy in DFS. So those are some, the running backs in particular, I'm kind of looking forward to.
All right. So it looks like they're about to announce the first pick here. It's the Jaguars. Sounds like they're probably going defense. Let's keep talking about day 2, and I'll come in here at the pick as an offensive player. But Ryan, I want to go to you. What are you keeping your eye on here in rounds 2 and 3?
Yeah, it's got to be the receivers, right? And JJ mentioned some of those big names at the top, but some of these other guys too, like a Tylan Wallace, Amon-Ra St. Brown. He's got some football pedigree to him. I'm really curious to see what happens on day 2 here as we get into the 2nd and 3rd rounds with some of these other guys, because there are so many teams that still have a need at the wide receiver position and could still come into some type of equity, even though we're not talking about a Jamar Chase or a Devonta Smith. These guys could find themselves into roles where they just, happen to come into a target share. What's Detroit going to do? Are they going to bring somebody in? That's automatically an excellent target share just because of the other people who are around. Yeah, the other names or lack thereof who are around. So it's going to be really interesting where these young talented guys go.
Yeah. Right now, DeAndre Swift is the best wide receiver on that team, which is concerning, given that he's not a wide receiver. JJ, what about for you? We got it was a defensive player for the Jags. They went Tyson Campbell, the cornerback out of Georgia, which means the Jets, the Falcons, and the Dolphins are next up. Those are all teams that could, in theory, take a running back. So what do you have your eye on here for rounds 2 and 3?
Yeah, I mean, look, if Javonte Williams doesn't go to the Jets here, then I would expect one of the next 2 teams to get Williams, whether that's Atlanta or Miami. I mean, this is the spot for Williams. This is where a lot of people thought that he would end up going, especially if he didn't go round 1. There are teams that like Javonte Williams the most, apparently, in this draft class, ahead of Najee Harris, ahead of Travis Etienne. Pro Football Focus, Brandon alluded to this a little bit, that PFF liked him, but Pro Football Focus charted Javonte Williams as having the most broken tackles per attempt in PFF history. That dates back to 2014 or something like that. But still, I mean, that's pretty impressive. Brandon mentioned that backfield too. I don't mind Michael Carter. I like Javonte more, mostly because, and I know Brandon would agree, mostly because the BMI is there, the size is there. He's more of a bruiser. He's more of an every down back. Michael Carter, my only hesitation really is that he sort of profiles like a Devin Singletary type after being smaller framed and then running that slow 40 or slower 40 at his pro day. So there's a little bit of concern there. I don't mind Carter though. Carter, my high end comp for Carter was Giovanni Bernard, actually from the same school. We're talking about a lot of North Carolina guys right now. Yeah. Giovanni Bernard from the same school, where he has that pass catching upside. Maybe he gets a game here or there where the starter's down and he sees 15 carries or something like that. But generally speaking, you're drafting Michael Carter to be more of a satellite back, whereas Javonte Williams, Javonte Williams has gotten comped to Alvin Kamara at times throughout this draft process by by very smart people. Like I think Mike Renner from PFF actually used that comp for Javonte. So that's how good, Javonte could be. And in my model, him, Najee, Etienne, very, very close to one another. And that is with Javonte sharing a backfield with the aforementioned Michael Carter. And Michael Carter actually had more production this past year from yards from scrimmage standpoint than Javonte Williams did. So, I'm bringing Javonte up because I do think in these next 3 picks, whether it's one of these 3 teams that get him, whether it's someone trading up to get him, I am expecting him to go. And these are probably the 3 most running back needy teams left in the draft going right now because, the Jets right now have Pirine, Tevin Coleman signed with them this offseason. There's really no proven, workhorse type there. And I could see a front office and a team, not that I agree with his logic, but I could see them being like, we need to take the pressure off of our rookie quarterback. Yeah. So therefore we need to get this bruising running back who can carry the load. I don't agree with that logic because I think there's a lot more that goes into something like that. But I could see Javonte being the pick here for the Jets.
So the Jets, it sounds like they're going to be sticking at pick 34, which I thought they might move down because they had traded those 2 third-rounders to move up with the Vikings, but it seems like they are going to stick at pick 34. So we'll talk about the implications of that pick once it does come in. But also I do want to remind you while we're here, if you have questions for us, talking about the draft, talking about season-long projections, talking about dynasty rankings, anything you've got, get those questions in. YouTube, and we'll mostly be taking questions from YouTube. So if you want to head over there, ask your questions there, we'll get them live on the show. And the first one is from Sarugi. What do you think about the Packers-Rodgers situation? What do you think the Packers will do today? No idea about the Packers-Rodgers situation. It's grim. I'll say that, Sarugi. It ain't great. It sounds like he's willing to retire, and apparently his agent was Carson Palmer's agent when he retired with the Bengals. So it's not great for sure. Someone with Rodgers and Dynasty, a little sweaty over this. But as far as who they might take, looking at some mock drafts around 2, there were a couple of wide receivers that may be trying to mend things up with Aaron Rodgers. Anthony Schwartz is one, Nico Collins another. But others were linebackers. So if they go linebacker, probably not going to help. Honestly, I don't know if you can repair it by taking a wide receiver at this point, but it's pretty tough. Brandon, I want to talk to you about the Packers stuff, given what we saw with the NFC North totals being taken off the board. Like, we can sometimes see this stuff when there's just uncertainty, and bookmakers don't want to deal with it. Are you reading anything into that, or is it just a situation where you feel like they're trying to safeguard themselves?
Probably just safeguarding themselves. You never know. We talked about this division last night being pretty soft overall.
Whoa, sorry. Elijah Moore just went to the Jets.
Woo!
So we were talking about a running back.
Oh, boy.
But instead, it's Elijah Moore going to the New York Jets. So Corey Davis, Denzel Mims, Elijah Moore, Jamison Crowder is still there. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of money on his contract. I wouldn't be shocked if he were not there for all that long. But Elijah Moore, JJ, we'll get back to Brandon in a bit. But Elijah Moore, JJ, goes to the New York Jets at pick 34. It's kind of fun.
Yeah, I mean, it's not necessarily the best or worst landing spot. I think it's more neutral than anything else, only because we have this ambiguity of what Zach Wilson is. But again, I mean, you could find way worse landing spots than going to, a fresh team, new coaching staff, new quarterback who has a good arm. And competition wise, this makes sense for what Elijah Moore does. You have 2 guys in Mims and Corey Davis who can play on the outside, and Elijah Moore, as I alluded to yesterday, and talking him up before the Titans didn't pick him. But Elijah Moore played a whole lot in the slot in college. He profiles to be that slot guy. He's like 178, 180 pounds. But I do think he can play on the outside too. I think that he can grow into that kind of role in the NFL, sort of like what we've seen out of Tyler Lockett. That's my main comp for Elijah Moore. But if you look at what they have right now, Corey Davis, Denzel Mims, Elijah Moore, those are 3 very, very strong weapons. I shouldn't say very, very, but they're very strong. I said it again. They're strong weapons for Zach Wilson. I like Mims. I mean, Mims was a great prospect coming out last year. I thought he's got great athleticism. Corey Davis, a great compliment. And then this is a great player to throw there in the slot. I mean, realistically, depending on what's going on with Jamison Crowder, Elijah Moore could surprise us all in his rookie year and get a lot more of a target share than we probably will project for. So he has a decent ceiling, but I'll work on this projection because I think the projection probably won't look amazing, but that doesn't mean that he lacks ceiling.
So, Ryan, the Jets have Zach Wilson now. They have Corey Davis. They have Elijah Moore. They have Elijah Vera Tucker, a couple of Elijahs spelled differently, but they're both going to the New York Jets. So I'm not going to say this team is fun for daily fantasy, but they have my interest. What are your thoughts on this Jets offense for DFS, given how different they now look?
Yeah, they're going to be fun just from the standpoint of if Zach Wilson, his arm can translate. Yeah. I mean, Elijah Moore, this guy was electrifying, running these like stop and go, slant and goes routes that he was at. So if he can be hit deep, I mean, that's what you look for in DFS. These guys, people want to make fun of Valdez-Scantling, but I mean, some of those catches, if he's able to come down with them, and he did a couple times, that just changes the whole dynamic of the lineup. And I can imagine that Elijah Moore being a rookie wide receiver, and with Denzel Mims and Corey Davis, what we think ahead of him right now, he'll be cheap to start the season. So you'll definitely want to find situations where you can exploit Zach Wilson targeting Elijah Moore deep. That's going to be fun to watch.
So the Falcons were on the clock, and we were talking about Javonte Williams, but the Falcons have apparently traded out. The Denver Broncos traded up with the Atlanta Falcons. So the Broncos will now pick at pick 35. We'll try to get the details on that pick once we do get there. The Broncos trading up, I would bet, is probably more so for like a cornerback or some sort of defensive player. But either way, at least interesting that the Broncos are there. We'll get the details on that once we have them. But Brandon, I did bump up the Jets' projected passing efficiency a bit. I know that you work things a little bit differently. How are you feeling about this offense in general, based on where your projections have them, now that they have Elijah Moore there?
Yeah, so I know JJ said if Elijah Moore went 22nd, he'd be like a 98th percentile prospect. It was the same for me. He's a top 15 prospect for me at pick 34 now. Corey Davis is, I think, top 3. So that's just a fun addition there. But for me, I mean, it's always hard to project rookie passers because there's such a wide range of outcomes.
Yeah.
On the high end, in general, we're looking at like a top 15 sort of season. Every now and then there's like a Justin Herbert outlier, but you're looking at still a big improvement from what the Jets were last year. So I mean, overall for me, I still have them as kind of like I just have about 5 tiers for teams in offensive efficiency. I have them in tier 4.
Okay.
I'm not going to put them in that. They're actually the bottom one's actually named the trash tier, but they're not in the trash tier.
It's good.
They were last year based on their efficiency. So they should move up, and just investing in that offense is going to help them be more DFS relevant. There's not enough necessarily to
there it is.
Make them a 7-win team.
Okay, so the Denver Broncos traded up to take Javonte Williams. He goes to the Denver Broncos at pick 35. So they trade up with the Falcons, leapfrog the Dolphins, and get Javonte Williams. They had released Philip Lindsay. I guess the Mike Boone contingent on Twitter. It's Friday night.
Rest in peace.
Start drinking. But Javonte Williams goes to Denver at pick 35. I want to talk about that in a second. But JJ, first, let's get your projection on Elijah Moore going to the New York Jets.
Yeah, I have him at 54 and a half catches, 636 yards, and 4.1 receiving touchdowns. He's wide receiver 67 right now, but that's with everything that's going on with the Jets. Jamison Crowder is still there, and we don't know how Zach Wilson's going to perform. It's fairly conservative, but at the same time, I don't think we should have insane expectations right away unless he really, really breaks out, which is definitely possible. I guess I'll talk about the Javonte Williams thing right now.
Sure.
Number one, I think what this does is Myles Gaskin just came through pretty much unscathed in a way through this draft because one of the big 3 running backs didn't go to Miami, which is huge for Gaskin. And then with Denver, with Javonte going to Denver, I thought this was a possibility for sure. They were one of the teams that I thought could go running back. Melvin Gordon is getting up there. They did get Mike Boone. Royce Freeman is, Royce Freeman. And they do have a good offensive environment. I think, when I build out this projection, Javonte is not going to come out as looking as good as what probably best ballers would have liked to see if they had been drafting throughout this offseason, because they were hoping that he would be a clear-cut RB1 on his own team, and that's not the case for year one. And I don't know the contract situations well enough off the top of my head with like a Melvin Gordon and stuff like that. So take this with a grain of salt. But, I think, as long as Melvin's there and as long as even Mike Boone to a degree is there, it's tough to really think that Javonte is going to be, and we'll see what the projection says, to be anything more than an RB3 this season to start. Right. And then from there, from a dynasty standpoint, you're really buying in the long term,
right?
Which long term, it's not bad. They have a good offensive line. They have good weapons around them. They just need that quarterback piece. So I don't mind it necessarily as a landing spot. I just wish that it would have been, honestly, let's be honest, we wish it would have been Atlanta. Atlanta would have been sweet. So now we're kind of hoping that like a guy like Trey Sermon falls to Atlanta, and then all of a sudden Sermon's sort of in that conversation, right? Where Javonte would be drafted in rookie drafts.
Yeah, David Wisniewski on YouTube had asked where was the best landing spot for Javonte Williams' floor and ceiling. This was not that. It's not a terrible landing spot, especially long term, but it's not the best, especially in the short term. So we'll let JJ work on that projection for Javonte Williams now. The Dolphins pick is in, so we're going to talk about Elijah Moore or Javonte Williams. Plenty of guys to talk about here already. So I was expecting more defensive guys to go at the top. We did get that with the Jaguars, but haven't had a lot of time to catch up here. But we'll see what the Dolphins pick is first, and then we'll go from there and talking more about Javonte Williams going to the Denver Broncos. All right, so the Dolphins, this is their first pick in the second round. This is the Texans pick because they had the Texans second round pick as well. And they went with Javon Holland, a safety out of Oregon. So the Dolphins allowing us to catch up here a bit and talk about Javonte Williams. Okay, Ryan, we've got Javonte Williams. We've got Cortland Sutton, Jerry Jeudy, KJ Hamler, Noah Fant, Albert Okwuegbunam. Does the quarterback situation kill the fun in Denver for DFS?
It would have been awesome. Listen, I try to take everything, with the outside looking in. People are going to come at me because I'm from Chicago, but it would have been awesome to see Fields here. Yeah. Like Fields in Denver with the way that this roster is constructed would be great. Now, Brandon at the top of the show was talking about the odds changing for Denver. Maybe there's something that's happening in Denver that we don't know about. But if that's the case, you have a young, talented team with weapons. I do think the Javonte pick here is interesting because you have Pat Shurmur, who got hired in 2020. Pat Shurmur coming from the Giants when they drafted Saquon Barkley in the first round. So now you're getting another running back, not in the first round necessarily, but high draft capital, so to speak, of the running backs in the second. That's interesting if they're committed to him and want to utilize him. And Philip Lindsay's not there anymore. We saw them try to run the ball and not let Locke throw as much if it is going to be Drew Lock, or maybe it's Teddy Bridgewater at quarterback. So I do think that because of the landing spot, it's not going to be it doesn't jump off the page as a good spot. But I think that from a dynasty perspective and maybe 2 or 3 years down the line, it could be interesting. And for DFS, I'm definitely interested the way this roster is currently constructed and getting to some Javonte Williams come football season.
Well, the good thing for DFS too is they had flashes of competency at Drew Lock is not going to be a consistent contributor. He's not going to be consistently good, but every now and then he can make it happen. So for DFS, fine. For season long, we're a little worried. I know. I'm trying to be I'm trying to be nice to my boy Drew. JJ, you got your projection done for Javonte Williams. What does it say about him with the Denver Broncos?
Yeah, so before I get to the projection, the other thing I want to note, this is something I talked about on my podcast because some of you guys listening to this, you guys I'm talking to know, I approach this game in a very probability-driven way. And I believe that there's a big gray area and that we should always embrace variance, right? And so I got a mailbag question like a month or two ago about Mike Davis. So Mike Davis signs with Atlanta and everyone just writes it off. Oh, it's Mike Davis. They're going to get a running back in the draft. Mike Davis is coming out looking pretty good too in this draft after the big three, got drafted, didn't go to one of to that spot, didn't go to the Jets also, but didn't go to Atlanta. That's one of those situations where it's not a bad idea to just throw darts at those guys. we'll see what happens. I mean, maybe they really like Ramondre Stevenson or Trey Sermon or something like that. Then all of a sudden Mike Davis is irrelevant. But I think that this is a good lesson in not assuming where certain players are going to land in these landing spots. And it's always the case with running backs where we overstate what we think we know about where these backs are going to go. And then Travis Etienne goes and screws up James Robinson. And then, Javonte Williams goes in 2021. I mean, he's in an RBBC, right? So it's one of those things to always embrace that variance and understand that, the way that things will not perfectly work themselves out the way that you think they will. So with that being said, I mentioned that Javonte Williams is probably going to be more of an RB3 in fantasy, and that's where he's being ranked in my projections. I have him at 828 rushing yards, 6.2 rushing touchdowns, 30.1 receptions, 191 receiving yards, about 1 touchdown through the air. That's RB29. So not terrible. I do think, though, again, these are the kinds of projections where if people draft off of projections, they're drafting, strictly off of that like end number, the amount of fantasy points that those players are going to score. But you have to tell yourself a little bit of a story when you get to the middle and the late rounds for these guys, because you're really shooting for ceiling. And realistically, there's a scenario where Denver says, you know what, Melvin Gordon, you're not going to be on the field nearly as much as you were last year, or that you think. And we're going to use Javonte Williams more than what these projections are saying. So the fact that, in a median projection standpoint, still RB29. I mean, there's still something there. You're not getting worthless production from him. And there's some room for growth there. My biggest thing, though, is that Denver as an offense, I know you love yourself some Drew Lock, but I just wish that they had a more competent quarterback situation than what they have, because then I just feel a lot better about literally everyone in that offense.
I mean, they're playing their quarterback room like I play my dynasty rosters. You try to find the most accessible trash quarterback you can get, and this is what happens when you do that. And I have both Drew Lock and Teddy Bridgewater on my dynasty rosters, so what up, Denver? David Wisniewski is apparently a Denver fan, so he says, sure, rub it in. Sorry, David. It's rough. Maybe Aaron Rodgers in your future. Who knows?
Hey, your team's 17-1 to win the Super Bowl. Just remember that.
Talk to Greggles. Right. Maybe you two can work out a trade, and we'll make this happen. But the pick is in for the Philadelphia Eagles at pick 37. Apparently, there's been a trade at 38. The Patriots trading up again, or I guess for a first time, they're trading up to pick 38 with Cincinnati. But we have the Eagles selection here first at pick 37. Oh, and Mike Golick is announcing it. That's cool. Didn't even recognize him with the beard.
How tilting is it going to be when New England takes a wide receiver with the next pick?
I mean, it'll help out Mac Jones. It's not the
it's just going to be another situation where you're waiting a little bit for a wide receiver to break out.
They went Landon Dickerson. Okay, so this is a long-term type thing, because Philadelphia's offensive line, they're old. They got a lot of dudes who broke down over the course of last year. Landon Dickerson has had injury concerns, but when he's been healthy, he's been a very, very good football player. So you add him to this offensive line. Jason Kelce, I know there were some rumblings about retirement in the offseason. Sounds like he will be back, but you can get Landon Dickerson in there, let him get healthy, let him be ready.
Learn from a GOAT?
Yeah, learn from, a couple of GOATs, because you got Brandon Brooks and Isaac Seumalo at guard as well. So a smart move by the Eagles, not one that we're going to necessarily care about for fantasy, but I do think it's a smart move for them to go at Landon Dickerson. He was during Mac Jones's pro day, he was in the background. He had just had ACL surgery, and he's doing cartwheels and stuff behind Mac Jones while he's doing interviews. So big Landon Dickerson fan. It's not a fantasy move for right now. Brandon, let's go to you here and talk a little bit about the Denver Broncos, because the quarterback situation is a big one for them, because for me, at least, when I'm trying to project offense, passing efficiency matters a lot. I can't reasonably project their passing efficiency to be that high, because I know Teddy is there. And if you told me right now Teddy is starting, I would up the projection on their passing efficiency. But given what everyone has said about the Broncos front office and how much they love Drew Lock, I can't project that. So I have a low grading of this Denver team, despite how good they are elsewhere. What do your win total projections say about Denver right now?
Yeah, so again, my win projections factor in a few things: preseason Super Bowl odds, preseason win totals, things like that, to give myself a bit of a check. I do my own projections for offensive and defensive efficiency based on what I assume. It's based really based in like natural regression, just because outlier teams aren't usually outlier teams year over year necessarily. But I did mention that, tier 5 units for me are considered trash, and that's what I have their offense as. Even like, I love their weapons, but Drew Lock, once you adjust for his opponents faced, was just, he was bad. We know that last year, but even if you adjust for the opponents he faced, he just rated out terribly. Teddy Bridgewater did rate out above average. Once you adjust for the opponents that he faced, I think we're probably all on the same page where, that's a big factor for us. So for me, Denver, not really a team that I am seeing a whole lot of interest in. Again, their win totals off the board. So
what do you have it at? Your actual project, like if you taking out the Super Bowl aspect of it, what's your number at?
I think so. I'm having a little bit of an adjustment issue, but they came out at 7.1.
Okay, I have 6.9.
So that's nice.
Yeah, so very nice. Not nice for your Broncos fans. Sorry again, David. We're just trashing your team. But the Patriots traded up to get Christian Barmore, the defensive tackle, out of Alabama. So it's just an Alabama run, which has been the whole draft effectively. But also another trade up at pick 39. The Bears traded up with the Panthers. The Bears didn't have a lot of picks to begin with and have now traded up for a second time. So Ryan, the Bears trade up to pick 39. We'll talk about the pick aspect of it later on, but what do you think they're going for here, trading up to pick 39 in the second round?
I hope offensive line, but there's a lot of other holes they can fill too. But offensive line, namely tackle, is really what they should be going for here, especially considering that they had 2 second-round picks, sent those to Carolina. So this is your only pick in the second round. Your only pick until the 5th round, and it's a dire need for you. So I think they're trying to just get a solid offensive lineman here. Protect your quarterback of the future, your franchise quarterback, and move it along. But maybe it's wide receiver. You never know with the Bears what they're doing. But all I know is that this would be an impactful player. I do imagine that it's some type of offensive player to go along with Fields.
You would hope.
You're right. You would hope.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. We got lucky. We got our pick yesterday. So that's all that we can.
Yeah.
Bank
You can't
on.
ask for anything anymore. You're good. You used up all your ask. You're manifesting already.
Exactly.
So the trade was Carolina trades 39 and 151 to Chicago, 52, 83 and 204 going to Carolina. So Chicago trading up to pick 39. You were talking about the offensive line. Let me pull up my offensive line stuff for them. They could definitely use help at right tackle and right guard. I think those are the primary spots where they could use some guys. And honestly, looking at the offensive lineman left, there were a lot of legit options. I was down on the Bengals for not taking an offensive lineman yesterday, but there actually were a good number of decent guys left on the board. And we'll see if the Bears take one of them here.
It's got to be Jenkins, right?
Tevin Jenkins. I was asking for this all yesterday. Apparently there was a medical issue with Tevin Jenkins that led to the drop, but that gets the Bears discount at pick 39. So let me scroll here.
Look, the Bears are getting, realistically, from a talent perspective, those 2 picks with Fields and Jenkins, that is a strong start to their draft. In a year where Pace and Nagy really need to come through.
Let's see here. If I wiggle around some things in their depth chart, and I don't know if Jermaine Ifedi can play right guard, but let's why not? Let's have some fun here. And we go to the Chicago Bears. Okay, so by doing all of this, some shoddy bookkeeping on my end, I moved the Chicago Bears from the 16th ranked offensive line to the 16th ranked offensive line. Big move there, but partly because this is based on the general production you get out of offensive linemen in certain spots in the draft. And a tackle going at pick 39 doesn't always play, stuff like that. So keep expectations in check of what Tevin Jenkins will do in year 1. However, very good player. As long as the medicals are okay, I would be very excited about him. So, Ryan, you got your wish. You got Justin Fields. You got offensive line help. I know it cost a lot, but at least you're getting good players out of
it. Cost what? These are not. We came. I hate saying we. The Bears came into the draft without any chances of having this happen, right? You're thinking, maybe an offensive lineman falls to you in the second round that you're happy about getting, just the fact that you're filling a position, and you're thinking hopefully there's a wide receiver there at 20, and somehow they parlayed this. Really, we need to start. Is it Freaky Friday going on with Ryan Pace? Like, what is happening here? Because this is not how the Bears have operated over the past couple of years, and like it took to be on the hot seat for you guys to finally start making smart decisions. I guess we'll take it, but it's really unbelievable that they found themselves in a position here to get one of the best offensive linemen to pair up with a generational talent at quarterback. It's truly something to see that happen. And so now we'll just let it ride out, and the rest of the draft in rounds 5, 6, and 7, they can do whatever. They definitely have earned a little bit of a break so far.
Desperation's a hell of a drug, man. It'll do a lot for you. And if desperation is what leads to my second or third favorite quarterback, along with a really good offensive tackle, I'll take it. I'll take it. So it may cost a lot, but worthwhile for sure. Okay, the Falcons pick is in at pick 40. Javonte Williams no longer on the board. So do we miss the Lions pick? Okay, the Lions went defensive tackle. They went with Levi Onwuzurike. So they didn't get a pass catcher, which to me is surprising, given the way that things set up there, especially given the guys who were available at pass catcher. There's some pretty good options there. But Detroit actually no, Detroit is not picked yet. I actually read a pick ahead. My bad.
Man, you are.
Spoiler
I don't even
alert.
know. I'm sitting here like, I don't even know who the Falcons got yet.
I thought they were 39.
I was like, was there a trade I didn't realize?
I thought they were 39. I can't read. I didn't turn the spoiler warnings off of my Twitter, which I should have. So my bad, everyone. But the Falcons pick is in. So let's see what they do here at pick 40. Before we get to Detroit, Gdula is announcing this pick. My bad.
I wonder who Detroit's going to get, guys.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so the Falcons went Richie Grant, the safety from USC. Okay, so the Falcons got Kyle Pitts, and I think that this is fun because the Falcons, if we're looking at reasons that I like them a lot from a win total projection perspective, the reason they're not higher is because of their pass defense. So when you add in a guy who could potentially help in that area, that's going to improve their standings. Let's actually plug him in there. And their win total is going to stay, I'd assume. Yeah, it's still 8.4. It actually gone down a small tick from where it was yesterday. But Brandon, we talked yesterday. We were on the over with the Falcons. It was 7.5 at Fox Bet. I have 8.4. I believe you were on the over as well. And I feel like what they're saying to us is they are trying to win this year. And I know there's been talk about Julio potentially being traded, but with the way they're acting, it gives me more confidence in going towards the over on this team, just because I feel like they're telling me they're going to actually give it a shot in 2021.
Yeah, so their win total 7.5 on Fox Bet. The under is actually -125, so the over's -105. So the juice is on the under, but you and I are both on the over. Now, I kind of rate them close to a 9-win team, which again, remember it's a 17-game season, so that's a little bit above 8.5 rather than a full win over 8, which is what we typically are looking at. I know that you're working on adjusting their passing defense based on a pick like this. I don't quite do that.
Yeah.
But
it's over replacement level. When the thing you're replacing is bad, I'm okay bumping it up a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why I just do some natural teams that are that bad defensively or that good defensively. Like we know this, I can study it. They come back a little bit to earth. So for me, I rate them close to a 9-win team. They're 7.8 for me. So a little bit of room there. A good number of close games, 4 3-point games for them projected for me. Not a whole lot of blowout wins or losses. So teams like that, I think, are going to be high variance. So I would definitely lean the over, especially with a team with a veteran quarterback with good weapons. Like that's generally the teams that I want to be relying on rather than teams that are defensive driven, which are those teams are probably naturally overrated year to year.
Right. I think the one exception is San Francisco, but like they also have a good offense, so they're not purely defense there. Okay,
right.
So Dave Gettleman,
yeah, he just did it again. He did it again.
He liked trading down so much, he did it again. So he has a first-round pick next year from the Bears. He now just got a third-round pick from the Miami Dolphins. Miami trading up from number 50 to number 42. And they're going to have 4 picks in the top 42 in this year's draft. Miami gave up that first next year that they got in the, I guess, the eventual Trey Lance trade. They are now going to get a third-round pick next year. They still have a third-round pick or an extra first-round pick in 2023, but kind of seems like they're going all in. My hope, I know, broken record, but like Dylan Radins, an offensive tackle, he's pretty fun. I could get on board with that. We'll see what they do wind up doing, but the Lions pick is in again. We know. I'm
just picturing Dave Gettleman like trading back last night and like looking at his war room and being like, that was awesome. That felt great. And then like today, he's like, I got to get more of that. And then
did you guys know you could do that?
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
He's like, I got to do that again.
He was watching Draft Day yesterday to prep. It's like, man, this movie's great. Like, look at all this trade. Look at all these trades happening.
Dave Gettleman just opening up his burner account, giving the double-barreled middle fingers to the entire timeline, and then closing. I guess I would say closing his laptop, but probably more realistically shutting down the desktop.
He's just closing a notebook.
The typewriter. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. The notebook. Yeah. Exactly. So. We're talking about offensive linemen. I think potentially getting that to the trade details here for the Miami pick. Looking at offensive linemen, there actually are a good number of guys who graded out well. So I have past data on offensive linemen, what they've done at the combine, and what you expect at certain workout metrics out of a first-round pick. And for offensive tackles, the number to look at are weight-adjusted 40, weight-adjusted 3-cone, and weight-adjusted shuttle. And if we look at guys who hit the first-round benchmark in all 3 of those, we do have Rashawn Slater and Penei Sewell, who came off the board yesterday. Tevin Jenkins didn't quite get there, but guys who are left, Brady Christensen, Spencer Brown, who is LeBron James playing offensive tackle, basically, and Samuel Cosme out of Texas. There were 3 guys who hit those benchmarks, didn't go in the first round. As far as the guards who hit the thresholds, this is for the broad jump, the 3-cone, and the shuttle. We had Quinn Miners, who hit all 3 of those and has not gone yet. So some really athletic, talented offensive linemen left on the board. So we'll see what Miami does at pick 42. The Lions pick is in. Anticipation is mounting because I definitely didn't spoil this pick earlier on.
How are they that far?
Wow.
It's obnoxious that they're like that far ahead.
Well, like I'm very stupid, so I was having a rough time looking at that. Okay, so there's another trade for pick 43. San Francisco is trading number 43 to Las Vegas. So Vegas, moving up to pick 43, it's got to be for a Clemson, Alabama player. I don't know, whichever one is left. I don't know if anyone's really left from those 2 teams. But
Vegas is going to go with another slot receiver, and it's from Clemson, and they're going to get Amari Rodgers after they got Hunter Renfrow a couple of years ago.
Is he a slot receiver or a running back? Because he kind of
that's perfect for Vegas, right? That's
right. Win Bowden.
That's exactly what they need. Yeah.
Apparently, Amari Rodgers actually did do like running back workouts at his pro day, and like when you're watching Trevor Lawrence tape, you kind of understand why.
Yeah.
I think that's the way I'd phrase that. Like, there's a reason they didn't exactly have the most vertical offense.
He's intriguing in a slot role, I think, but it's one of those things where you still have to like he has the intriguing size and like the Debo potential, but he's not Debo. Like I just don't think that you can project him that way. But it's funny because like he could play that Joker role that they signed Kenyon Drake basically to play. And I'm not. This is clearly not happening, but I'm just saying it's just hilarious that he literally fits the perfect mold to be a Las Vegas Raider.
Absolutely. So we'll see what they do. But first, we do have the Dolphins on the board. Their pick is in. Details of the 49ers trade back from 43 to 48. They pick up a 4th-round pick this year, pick 121, and they give up a 7th-round pick. So basically adding a 4th-rounder in return for the trade down. But first we have the Dolphins, pick 42, their second pick here in the second round. Already got Jalen Waddle, Jalen Phillips yesterday. They added a safety with their first pick here in the second round. And now their second pick in the second round is Liam Eichenberg, the tackle out of Notre Dame. So I was reading off the guys who hit the thresholds at each different one. Liam Eichenberg hit it in the shuttle, which is an important one to hit it at. So he hit the first round threshold there, did not hit it at the 40 or the 3 cone, but did hit it there. So let's pull up the numbers here for Eichenberg. This is pick 42. Okay, let's scroll down to Miami. We're doing this live on air because why plan ahead? Okay, so depends on the way they do things here. I'm guessing he'd be the starter at right tackle unless they decide to move Austin Jackson, but we'll plug him in at right tackle. And they're still like I have Miami last in my projections, mostly because I'm not very optimistic about their center position. And also Austin Jackson didn't have the best first year for them at left tackle. So my offensive line numbers, not thrilled with the Dolphins, but adding in another talented guy to that offensive line will certainly help them. So they go Liam Eichenberg with their third pick, and also they're helping out Tua because, they are giving him Will Fuller, giving him a healthy Devontae Parker, healthy Mike Gesicki, Jalen Waddle, Liam Eichenberg. You're trying to position your quarterback to have a fighting chance to succeed, and at least the Dolphins are doing that with Tua Tagovailoa. So the Raiders up next. We'll see what they decide to do there. Kind of a blitz there of a bunch of different ones. I didn't get a chance to plug in the Detroit Lions taking the defensive tackle because run defense matters a lot for these win total projections. Let me tell you.
Oh boy.
So I'm looking down the current draft order. Right now you have the Raiders, and then it's Dallas, Jacksonville, Cincinnati, and then the Chargers, who are 47th overall. If you look at, and I'm coming from a fantasy angle here, obviously, but if you look at it from a wide receiver perspective, Vegas probably not going to go wide receiver, I would assume. And then you have Dallas not going to go wide receiver. Jacksonville could, but I think they feel decent enough about what they have there after signing Marvin Jones. They seem pretty high on Marvin Jones. Cincinnati's not going to go wide receiver, which means the Chargers, who have a need at wide receiver, and they have Justin Herbert, they already got the offensive line help in round one. They realistically could go wide receiver and have their choice at the best wide receiver available, whoever they think that is. I think they can go in a lot of different directions. To me, you could go with a Terrace Marshall and get that true X, that high upside guy on the outside, which would actually pair up nicely with like Mike Williams and then Keenan Allen maybe playing a little bit even more in the slot. But they could still go in different. I mean, they could realistically go with a De'Ami Brown or a Tylan Wallace or Rondell Moore. I mean, they can go in a lot of different directions there, and it would fit. But I'm very intrigued by them potentially helping Justin Herbert at 47. That's what I'm looking forward to in these next few picks.
But more importantly, Ryan, our guy Myles Gaskin is like, okay, so this is a dumb question. What's the name of the dude in the Matrix? Keanu Reeves?
Neo.
There we go. I've seen it once. Don't at me, bro. He is like Neo dodging bullets because the Dolphins have used up all their 4 of their top 50 picks, traded a lot of draft capital. Well, not a lot, but they've traded some draft capital to get there. And Myles Gaskin, he's still standing, baby.
Yeah, man.
You love to see it. It's awesome. Jim, shout out to you for bringing up a reference on a movie you've only watched once. That takes a lot.
Well, I mean, like I know the GIF. I know the GIF better than the movie. If we're being
fair
honest here.
Fair enough. No, that's perfect. No, I mean, listen, my Myles Gaskin shares, I was holding on to them. Just because I love the guy. Yeah. Used him in DFS last year. He was won me some money. So we love Myles Gaskin over here in Chicago. This is great. I mean, this is, now he has to go out and prove it. I mean, this is what you want from your team to, pass up on these options and really just say, here you go. Here's the reins. We're changing up this offense, or not changing it up. We're investing in this offense, and you're a big part of that. And so, Myles Gaskin right now, I mean, if you have him, or if you've gotten him in early best balls, you've gotten him at a fantastic value, because he's going to be going off the board with none of these guys who are going to threaten him who are left. He's going to be going off as a running back too, and he wasn't going that way in best balls early on and at the end of February, early March. So this is really, really good to see for people who have him, and especially for dynasty people. If you have him in dynasty, I think you're good for a year or two.
Yeah, I have him in a couple, so I'm very happy about this. Brandon's apparently never seen The Matrix. He said in our chat.
Calling him out, man. Those are private DMs, bro.
I don't care. Yeah. I really don't care. We're in a safe space here.
Name a movie. I haven't seen it.
Okay. David on YouTube, and I don't know what this means, so someone else to TLDR.
Raiders are about to pick, by the way.
He says he obviously took the blue pill. Oh, the Raiders took Trayvon Merrick. The safety who was supposed to be the first safety taken, fell to pick 43. He was I think, let me check the number here, but as of yesterday, I think he was minus 550 to be the first safety taken, and fell all the way to here at pick 43. For the Raiders. He was minus 400 to be the first safety. His first safety taken, Javon Holland, who was the first safety taken, was plus 550. So what I need explained here is David saying he obviously took the blue pill. What does that mean?
It's part of the Matrix. It's the blue versus the red pill.
What does the blue one do?
The red pill puts you. The red pill puts you into, or takes you out of reality, and the blue pill is what puts you into reality and lets you, be sheltered, I guess, from what is really going on.
Give me the blue pill. That sounds great. I want to be sheltered. I'm all in favor of this. JJ, I want to go back to you. We were talking about Myles Gaskin, and he keeps on surviving throughout all these picks. And it's in line with what we saw last year too, where the Dolphins aren't going to take a low value position at a high spot in the draft. So what do your projections say as of now about Myles Gaskin for this year for the Dolphins?
Yeah, so right now I have him at 916 rushing yards, 6 touchdowns, 50 catches, 400 yards through the air, because he had a pretty good target share when he was active in the workhorse last season. 1.9 touchdowns through the air, and he is the RB20 right now. And again, I guess you could consider some room for growth there too, because that's not him being a full workhorse. I don't think he would be a full workhorse necessarily across the entire season, but right now, I do think that he's a pretty firm RB2 in that offense. If he can get through day 2 without a running back pick, because again, I do think there are, we have these big 3 running backs, right? With Travis Etienne, Najee Harris, and Javonte Williams. But I do think there are some running backs that, number one, can dig into the workload of some of these guys, like Kenneth Gainwell, probably the best receiving running back that's left. And he would obviously dig into Myles Gaskin's workload if he were to go there. But there are also still some, Dallas is on the clock. They're about to select. So whenever they select, I'll shut up. But if you look at some of the bigger bodied guys that could be true workhorses, 2 that pop into my brain are Trey Sermon, who I think is going to be the next running back who gets drafted, and then Ramondre Stevenson, who's a 230-pound back who didn't get a lot of run. He had some issues off the field too, but when he was active this past year, he balled out. I mean, he was strong, and he's got the size. So I do think there are some players who have that kind of upside, but they're not on the same level as the big 3. I think Sermon's sort of in his own tier next, and then you get into like the Stevenson types, and then really, really late, day 3 guys. I really like someone like Kylan Hill, just as like a dart. Yeah. But you're not going to bank on a dart to usurp someone like Myles Gaskin.
When you look at like the guys who have gone 3rd, 4th round in previous years, you have the successes, like Aaron Jones, the mid-round pick. You have the successes, but a lot of guys there just never really pan out. Yeah. So the success rate of a veteran fending off a rookie when they are a 3rd or 4th round pick is much higher than the success rate of a veteran fending off a rookie who's a 1st or 2nd round pick. So, and honestly, like Gaskin benefits a lot too from the offensive efficiency improving with Will Fuller, with Jalen Waddle, and with Eichenberg being there. The Cowboys go Kelvin Joseph, a cornerback out of Kentucky. So Dallas continuing to try to bolster the defense there. And it makes sense. Exactly what they should be doing, given how good that offense could be. I'd like to see them get some depth along the offensive line at some point, but I think it does make sense for them to continue peppering that defense. So let's plug in the Cowboys number here. Got that.
I'm excited for Urban Meyer to get another running back here in Trey Sermon.
Well, they got to get a first and second down guy for Travis Etienne for the third down back.
Yeah, and you got to get the Ohio State guy, of course.
Yeah. Oh, I guess Wyatt Davis, maybe. There's an Ohio State guy who's on the board.
I love the Ohio State ties with Urban Meyer when, like, why would Trey Sermon have anything to do? Like, why does that matter?
Well, yeah, because he wasn't even there. Yeah,
right. Like it doesn't matter. Like, it's irrelevant.
Urban Meyer watched a lot of Oklahoma back in the day. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I'll say so the Jaguars pick is in already, so we'll see what they wind up doing.
Oh, you know what?
There.
I bet you I wonder if this is Pat Freiermuth, because he has ties to, everyone's talking about this on Twitter. He has ties to the tight end coach in Jacksonville, and it's a need for them too.
I mean, they have. Did they re-sign Tyler Eifert?
I think Eifert is still on the roster. I believe. I believe he's the tight end that I've projected out. Yeah.
All right.
Things are dark in your life whenever you're projecting Tyler Eifert.
Just get a hobby.
Yeah.
Take up bowling. I don't know. Like, we'll find something here.
It seems fun.
Better than Saturday night's Tyler Eifert projections. Okay. So the Jaguars pick is in. Apparently the guy who was announcing the Cowboys pick was up there for a bit because that Jaguars pick got in real fast. Roger Goodell at the podium already for the Jaguars, and their pick is Walker Little, the tackle out of Stanford, a guy who has dealt with a lot of injuries. Got hurt first game back in 2019. Just a rough start to the year for Stanford and never really got fully healthy. So hard to know what to expect out of Walker Little, and obviously the Jaguars have, like we said yesterday, a competent offensive line. They have competent pieces at each place along the offensive line, but not a lot of guys necessarily long-term answers there. Cam Robinson's on the franchise tag at left tackle. Juwan Taylor played well as a rookie, but had some knee injuries, came out of college, didn't play as well in his sophomore year. They're pretty solid at the middle. So I wouldn't expect Walker Little to be a guy who's starting for them right away. So I'm not actually going to change anything from a win total projection perspective, but I do think it's at least it is interesting that they're looking at these guys. Little was one of the guys who got discussed as being a hyper talented player, just not someone who was able to stay healthy. You kind of wonder what would have happened had he been healthy for them. Okay, so the Bengals are on the clock now. Pick 46. We got to run an offensive line. So let me manifest one more thing here.
I was going to also say we have this run on offensive line, and Cincinnati traded back.
Oh, yeah, you're right. They traded back.
And then they lost all these potential offensive linemen. I mean, because that's the direction you would think they would be going. Yeah.
Okay, so I would expect probably interior. Quinn Miners is still on the board. And they're – oh, no, that's not Quinn Miners. That is, I believe, somebody else who they are showing. Quinn Miners, if it were to be him, I think would be pretty interesting just because he was the guy who always showed off like his belly during Senior Bowl practices. So that could be fun. But Walker Little does go to Jacksonville. I think Cincinnati has really no choice but to go with an offensive lineman here. The mock drafts, and these would have been based on where they were picking initially. I believe every single one had offensive line. It was Liam Eichenberg, Tevin Jenkins, Dylan Radens, and Tevin Jenkins for the four that I pulled there. So 4 offensive linemen, all 4 are now gone. So to your point, JJ, whoops, on the trade down part.
Yeah.
We'll see what they decide to do here at pick 46. Still some pretty good options on the board, and we'll see.
Is that Jamar Chase with Roger Goodell right there?
It's a cool jacket if it is. I don't know, but I'd like that jacket. I'll say that.
That is.
Good for him.
Yeah, I mean, we could sound off like just that we're completely wrong here and be wrong, but I'm also watching my TV from fairly far away, so.
All right, so let's see what we got here at pick 46 for the Cincinnati Bengals. I think Goodell just pulled the card up. Oh, they're doing the draft-a-thon thing, so they had the stalls before announcing the picks yesterday because they were talking about the draft-a-thon for pandemic relief. So, good cause for sure, but does lead to a delay in announcing the picks here. So Cincinnati, pick 46. They're applauding. Okay. All right. So we'll see what it winds up being. They traded back from, I believe it was pick 38 down to pick 46. There's a very cute child on the stage. Means Cameron. Okay. Inspire Change Initiative.
Man, the pandemic's messing me all up with masks and stuff. You can never tell who anyone is.
It is very cute to see Roger Goodell holding this kid's hand on the stage, though. I'll give him that. We give Goodell a lot of flack, but it is very cute to see him.
This is a very adorable pick. This is the most adorable pick of the draft.
And the pick is Jackson Carman, so a tackle out of Clemson. I'm curious what that means with the offensive line for the Bengals. Like, do they decide to move Riley Reif? They had Jonah Williams. They signed Riley Reif in free agency, and Reif is not a bad player. He's actually like a legitimate option to have. Jackson Carman goes at pick 46. We're going to project him as a tackle and update this live.
We got spoiled at the top of the draft, though, with it was just all skill players, and now.
Yep.
Well, here's the thing, though. If you look at the teams, I mean, there's been 6 trades. There's been a ton of trades this round. But if you looked at the top of the draft, there were the 3 teams that we thought could be potentially going running back. But then, before the round started, I was going through, and it's really the second half of round 2 where I think we're going to get a wide receiver run. That's just where the needy teams are. And I think it could start with the Chargers, who are on the clock right now, right? And the pick is already in. They also, by the way, the Chargers might go tight end here as well. No offense to your boy Jared Cook, Jim, but
there you. Whoa, what about the Donald Parham initiative too? That's not
true.
Just me.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair. Donald Parham's my dude. But you have the Chargers, you have the Cardinals in 2 picks. You have you have Washington coming up. The Panthers could even do it. Tennessee, Indianapolis. Literally, over
the
half of
49ers
the teams
were mocked a bunch of wide receivers in the second round mocks I looked at too. Got a lot of teams here.
There are a lot of teams. I'd say literally 75% of the teams remaining in the second round could go wide receiver. So it should be not very fun making projections, but a lot of fun to just see the chaos.
So we'll see what the Chargers do at pick 47. They did go with Rashawn Slater in the first round. I did look into a Rashawn Slater baby blue jersey just to see, why not? I was deciding between that and Justin Jackson. But I haven't bought it yet because I'm fairly stingy, but did look into it at least. I do want to mention once again, if you are watching over on YouTube, make sure you go to the description, click expand, click for more details, and go to the King Sumo link there. Enter your email, and we'll get you entered into a drawing to win a jersey of your choice. What you'll do is you'll win the drawing, and then you'll get to pick whatever jersey you want. We'll buy it for you over at FanDuel. So make sure you do that if you have not done so yet. King Sumo link in the description. Click that, enter your email, get yourself entered for that drawing for the jersey. We'll say, I actually didn't tell Cal when to set the timer. We'll say 9 p.m. Does that work? We'll go with that. 9 p.m. We'll draw for the jersey at 9 p.m. tonight to see who wins that for the King Sumo drawing for today. Now, Ryan, you talked about Justin Herbert being a winner as he gets improved offensive line, not just in the draft, but also in free agency. I agree. So what's a realistic expectation for you for Justin Herbert in year 2, based on those improvements, but also based on what he did in year number 1?
Yeah, I mean, if we can get more of those 300-yard explosive games going and a little bit of the scramble to go along with it, I mean, this guy's a quarterback 1. I really think that in a couple of years, depending on how things shake out with Patrick Mahomes, it's hard to think about anybody usurping him as MVP candidate. But I really do think that he has that in his range of outcomes. I mean, week 2, it started. Tyrod Taylor gets the punctured lung from his own staff, and he comes in fresh off the gate, no off season, none of that. Just comes in and starts balling out immediately. So surround him with weapons, surround him with offensive line, and I really do think it's wheels up for Justin Herbert here.
Now, Brandon, I want to talk to you about the Chargers because I think that they're very interesting from a win total perspective because you have Kansas City, and that's not 2 losses, but it's 2 very tough games baked into their schedule each and every year. But they didn't win a lot of games this year, which means that their schedule is a little bit easier based on the way the NFL dictates some things there. I have them graded pretty well from like a projected offensive efficiency perspective. Brandon Staley coming over a really good mind defensively, and they've got some talent there as well. I have the Chargers at 9.5 wins. Where do you have them?
I have them at 9.2.
Okay.
Fox Bet also has them as a 9.5 win team. So for me, they're about 55% likely to finish under that. The juice at Fox Bet is on the under at -143. When you asked me about the Broncos like 20 minutes ago, I paused a little bit and I realized it's because I updated the Super Bowl odds.
Oh yeah,
and so they got a big boost because
15 wins.
That's part of my process.
Yeah.
So depending on what happens with Denver, that's
Right.
going to affect things. So
Right.
like if I didn't simulate things and I was just betting based on what I believe for this team, I would bet the over because
Sure.
I like Justin Herbert was phenomenal once you adjust, just in general. But once you adjust for the opponents he faced, one of the best passers in the NFL as a rookie, which is incredibly rare. Like 20% of first-round rookie quarterbacks since 2000 perform even above the NFL average, and he was way above that. So just an outlier, great offense. So I would lean the over despite my projections currently. With the Denver situation skewing things a bit, I would lean the over, which is pretty hefty.
Yeah, I think that I wouldn't have enough to go over here, but I'm definitely not taking the under. I think it's either over or stay away from me.
I don't want to bet on the under against Justin Herbert and the Chargers.
Correct. No chance. Not right now. Not right now. JJ, the other implication of the Chargers getting Rashawn Slater, getting the improvements along the offensive line is outside Austin Eckler. They went with Asante Samuel Jr., a cornerback, with their pick here in the second round. But Austin Eckler got a lot of work last year. It was not a productive season by any means, but I guess for whatever it's worth, Kalen Ballage is gone. And now they have a full year of health, hopefully, for Eckler, a full year of Justin Herbert, an improved offensive line. Where do your projections have Austin Eckler right now?
Yeah, so, one of the things with Eckler is he only had like a couple of goal line carries last year, and that's really the issue with him. But the upside here is that there's a new regime. We don't know exactly how they're going to utilize Eckler. Maybe that means his target share goes down. I don't think there's going to be necessarily a problem with him maintaining a decent target share. So I'm not as concerned about that. And there's really some upside because what if they do unleash him a little bit more closer to the goal line, right? So projections wise, I still played it a little bit safe. I have him for 801 rushing yards, 3.5 rushing touchdowns. So, the rushing touchdown total isn't that high. 79 receptions, 643 yards through the air with almost 6 touchdowns through the air. So he's my RB11 projection wise right now. And I think that's around ADP. It's not, it's not drastically far off from ADP at least. But I think that I can make a case at least this year. So historically with Austin Eckler, he's been a guy who over the last couple of years has been able to match ADP. But it's been a tough sell to see him like truly exceed it and be like a full-blown workhorse RB1, high-end RB1. And if I'm drafting a low-end RB1, I want him to have some upside. I don't want him to just meet expectation. I want him to have that potential to be, in that Saquon, Dalvin Cook type tier. And so do I think Austin Eckler has that upside? Probably not, but I think he's a fairly safe option in PPR formats. If you're going that route, if that's the type of team build you want, if he's your RB2, it's a lot easier to create a team and formulate a team around that as opposed to him being your RB1. So nothing against Austin Eckler. Obviously he's great. He's really fun too. He's got a great presence and he likes fantasy and all that kind of stuff. So no shade towards Austin Eckler.
Right.
But I do think that the upside is probably a little bit capped. I can make an argument more though this year than previous years because of the new regime.
Well, I think the other thing too that's enticing is not just the new regime, which could lead to improvements in the red zone, potentially getting him more upside there. But also when we know that this offense is probably gonna be pretty good, that also changes the ceiling dynamic because volume gets you floor. Volume gets you a great floor. The way you turn that floor into a great ceiling is being on a great team that scores a lot of touchdowns. And we know that floor will be there for Eckler. The question is, can he capitalize on the good offense by getting that goal line work you were discussing? And that's an open question. I don't know. I think that if you're making projections, doing your job, you can't project him to get that because he hasn't gotten that. And we've seen that for a long time now. So I think from a projection perspective, you really can't go much higher than where you have him. But like if we're talking range of outcomes, it's within his range of outcomes to have a good ceiling too. Okay. 49ers pick is in here at pick 48. They did go Trey Lance in the first round. Second round, offense pretty good. So we'll see what they go. They go Aaron Banks, a guard out of Notre Dame, bolstering up the interior. And I'm not going to update their offensive line depth chart because they were already my number one offensive line in all of football before this draft. But they do have some guys who are a little bit older on the interior. They signed Alex Mack to play center. So, this is more of a long-term thing. Daniel Brunskill could be playing at right guard, but Aaron Banks comes in, adding to his strength, hoping to protect Trey Lance beyond just this year as well. And I think it's interesting. And Brandon, I think for me, I have a really hard time with San Francisco because we're talking about them from a win total perspective yesterday. And we were saying how much both of our win total projections like them. I just don't know what my level of confidence is in that, because right now my win total projection is based on Jimmy Garoppolo being their quarterback, and there are a lot of unknowns with Trey Lance, especially early on. So although I'm guessing I like the over on them, I think they're probably about even with them, I think, if I had to guess. It's really hard for me to actually feel confident in betting the over because of the uncertainty specifically on offense with them.
Yeah, that's just something that we can't really know. But one thing we can, whenever we're looking specifically at win totals, one thing we can look at, and we're going to get teams wrong, but over the long haul, like if you have a pretty solid process, you will have trouble figuring out which teams actually win games. But if you look at things from like a point differential standpoint and an expected win standpoint, bookmakers are usually pretty solid with that. So one thing that I am really looking at this year are the number of like close games projected, so within 3 points either way, and then also whenever you're a touchdown favorite or a touchdown underdog. Now, for context, Fox Bet has San Francisco at their win total at 10.5, but the under is minus 167, leaving the over at plus 125. But I have them projected 6 games out of 17. Favored by at least a touchdown, no games where they are 6-point underdogs or more, and then 6 games within 3 points either way, which is about like the league average, give or take. So a lot of those games that are, could be coin flips, but also kind of 6 easy-ish wins if teams play relative to how we would expect them to play. So
what you're saying is they're volatile, but volatility in the sense that they have upside.
Yes, because they should have one thing that I really want to look at is those easier projected wins. Because I used to look at just, are you favored or not? But I think that's probably not the right way to look at things. Looking at those easier wins, they should have some of those in the bank. And then there's coin flip games that are going to be difficult. Having an 11-win season, it's a tough task, but at plus 125, those are pretty solid numbers.
All right, so the Cardinals pick is in, pick 49. JJ had talked about a wide receiver here previously. We'll see what they decide to do here, trying to add to Kyler Murray's weapons.
I called it.
JJ did call it in chat. He said, read this. I'm predicting Rondale Moore next to Arizona. Gotta happen. It happens. JJ, talk to me about it.
Here's why I went through my brain, because number one, Rondale Moore is really good. Number two, they made a mistake. Now a mistake. At the time, I didn't even think it was a mistake with Andy Isabella a couple of years ago. You have a smaller, speedy wide receiver who is basically diet Rondale Moore. And now they get Rondale Moore, who had arguably the greatest freshman campaign from a production standpoint that's in my database. He balled out his freshman year. Sophomore and junior seasons, he gets hurt, so he doesn't play a whole lot. Undersized. He's 5'7", so it's definitely undersized at wide receiver. But he is thick. He is 2 C's thick.
He's also like half a foot taller than their quarterback, so that's good.
Yeah, right. Exactly. So I'm envisioning number one, Cliff Kingsbury is not nearly as fun and creative as we thought he was going to be. When they made that hire, but you can do so much with Rondale Moore on a football field. And this landing spot is is chef's kiss. It's beautiful, right? Yes. I mean, because you can right now that offense doesn't really have much. I mean, you have Chase Edmonds back there, but you don't have that much going on closer to the line of scrimmage like that, like what you're going to get with Rondale Moore. And then from a slot perspective, I mean, I think eventually we all thought that they would move Christian Kirk in there a little bit more and, Larry Fitzgerald gone, whatever. But, Rondale Moore can play that position. Year one, I don't know if we're going to see a ton from him, but I am extremely high on this selection. This is the type of landing spot you need for a player like him. Tie him to Kyler Murray. I'll build out his projection, but I am absolutely amped that Rondale Moore is an Arizona Cardinal.
Well, I think that one thing that was tough this year, Ryan, with Kyler Murray in daily fantasy was you knew the ceiling was there because of the rushing, and he was absurd from a rushing perspective, but there was something lacking because the passing, it was always tight to the line of scrimmage. They weren't attacking downfield, and part of that was because they didn't really have reliable field stretchers. And Rondale Moore, the past 2 years, has been a guy who's lived close to the line of scrimmage, but he's got speed. He's pretty fun. What does Rondale Moore to Arizona do for you for Kyler Murray from a DFS perspective and just this offense in general?
Yeah, I can't agree enough with JJ on the perfect spot for Rondale to go when you're talking about the offense that's going to scheme him touches. And that's kind of what you want, right? From a DFS standpoint, you want the guy on the field and you want scheme touches. And especially for not even DFS, but maybe from a best ball perspective, I think Rondale Moore is absolutely going to be a good steal because I think he is going to see the field early on as a rookie. They didn't have any help outside of DeAndre Hopkins. I mean, Christian Kirk you couldn't rely on him week in and week out. He had a couple boom weeks, but
we tried to rely on him in DFS. It didn't go well.
I relied on him. It just didn't go well.
Right.
No, listen, I tried to rely on him too, but now you get a guy and you're looking at the draft capital, so to speak, with him going here and them investing into him. This is going to be fun. This is going to be a fun offense, and it really does. I think Kyler, even more so from a DFS and best ball perspective, is just going to be so dynamic here. Again, in this offense now, he's got another year under his belt. I think they're coming in hungry and really want to do something in a division that, could potentially be wide open, so to speak.
So what's your read on Kyler from a best ball perspective? Because last year, the cost got very high and it was tough. And I think that he was worth that because of the rushing. But you weren't getting him without paying the piper by any means. For this year, looking at Kyler right now, going at pick. Looks like a pick. I'm on the wrong. There we go. Got this. I know how to work an ADP calculator. I'm an adult. Going to pick 61 right now. Again, it's not cheap, but it's not outrageous. So what's your read on Kyler there, Ryan?
No, it seems fair because in some best ball operating systems, you were seeing him go as high as the 53, on average. And listen, it feels high, but when you're talking about if he's healthy, I think the thing that happened with Kyler last year was he suffered that injury. I think it was a hip injury that limited his rushing ability, and you could see him towards the end of the season kind of getting that back and becoming dynamic again. If he is full on reign with the rushing upside, there's no reason to draft a guy like Lamar Jackson over him because of the weapons and the arm that he has is so much better from that standpoint. So when you're getting a guy who can go out and throw for 300 yards and then also rush for 100 yards, we love that from a DFS perspective. We love that from a best ball perspective. He really is he is the code. He is that guy that you want to invest in. And the best thing about the thing that I like to do in best ball, as I mentioned a couple of times, is stacking the quarterback with the wide receiver late. Well, you're going to invest high equity into DeAndre Hopkins. So maybe you take a Kyler and you don't stack him, or you take a Kyler and you go with one of these wide receivers late because of those weeks where DeAndre Hopkins isn't popping off, but Kyler's throwing for 300 yards. Who's that going to? It's going to go to Kirk. It's going to go to Rondale and somebody else on this team. And the best thing about best ball is you don't have to guess every week. You just have your players and you forget it. So I think that's fair. If it was 61 to say, Jim, I would be drafting him before that.
Yeah, I think that it's a fair number for sure. So Nick on YouTube says Rondale Moore will be fun this year. He was fun, as JJ said, as a true freshman. His very first game in college, 109 yards receiving and a touchdown, 79 yards rushing and a touchdown, 125 yards kick return. No touchdown there, but very fun. And JJ, we're going to get to the Giants pick here, but I do want to hear your Rondale Moore projection. Let's see what the Giants pick do. They traded down from 42 or 43. They're picking to pick 50 now. Creed Humphrey still on the board. They could use interior very badly. And they go Azeez Ojulari, okay, a guy who was often mocked inside the first round, pass rusher out of Georgia. So they get the pass rushing help. And they do bolster that up. So they go there. But, JJ, I want to go back to you. What do your projections say about Rondale Moore in Arizona?
Yeah, so I'm also looking at Washington, who's on the clock now, and I want them to get Terrace Marshall because I think that would be a really fun fit for what they could do with him and Terry McLaurin. Although they're going to utilize Curtis Samuel on the outside a lot, so maybe that's not the answer. Anyway, Rondale Moore. Almost 60 receptions. I think he's and by the way, I'm not projecting rushing yet. I do that more after the fact because it's not as easy for my brain to think that way as we're doing this live. So about almost 60 receptions, again, 17 game season, 682 yards, 4.1 touchdowns. That's a positional rank of 56, 9 PPR points per game.
Okay.
And to get there, if you look at the wide receiver depth chart for Arizona, I think that this does a few things. So number one, it knocks down more than likely the target share for some of the running backs on that team, namely Chase Edmonds. I think that he will hurt Chase Edmonds in some way as the main receiving back in that backfield because Rondale Moore will play closer to line of scrimmage, so his ADOT's a little bit lower. But it'll also ding. I mean, Andy Isabella is pretty much obsolete now.
Was he not previously?
I mean, I'm just saying, like Andy Isabella goes from like a 6% target share to like basically nothing. Yeah, and then there's AJ Green is there now. Don't forget about him. But I don't know if we can.
I forgot about AJ Green. Believe me.
I don't know if we can confidently project AJ Green to see anything significant this year. I have him at like a 9% target share at the time for the time being. So you have DeAndre Hopkins getting a 28.5% share. And then there's really like Christian Kirk and Rondale Moore. And I don't think it's that crazy to think that they're going to utilize more than Christian Kirk, just given where he's seeing the ball and the type of role they've used Christian Kirk in. And so I think that they're going to have comparable-ish profiles, but Rondale Moore might have the higher floor just because of the type of wide receiver he is.
Oh, Washington just made a really good pick. You guys won't care, but I care. They took Samuel Cosmi out of Texas, and there were two offensive linemen. For them. Oh yeah, Brandon's been grinding the tape, pulling up the YouTube clips on Cosmi. He's been doing it all day. I love this pick personally because there were two offensive linemen I had my eye on who were just like athletic specimen. This one was Cosmi, and the other one Spencer Brown out of Northern Illinois or Northern Iowa. Cosmi. Okay, so I have weight-adjusted workout numbers for offensive linemen at the Combine since 2010. So this is not at the Combine, so take it with a grain of salt because it's measured a bit differently. But among all offensive tackles at the Combine-ish since 2010, Samuel Cosmi ranks third in weight-adjusted shuttle time behind Nate Solder and Jake Fisher. Nate Solder was a first-round pick. Jake Fisher, pick number 53, Cosmi pick number 51. Other guys there, Andre Dillard, who's a first-round pick, Anthony Costanzo, who's a first-round pick. A lot of athletic guys graded out as well as Cosmi did in that department. He put in 36 reps on the bench, which is pretty sick. That ranks third, once you adjust for weight, among tackles at the Combine since 2010, behind Russell Okung, pretty good, and Simon Stepaniak. And overall, just a really fun player. And they had a pretty massive need at offensive line. Now, the problem here is when I'm trying to decide what to do with the offensive line for Washington, I'm not putting my own personal bias in there. If I were, I'd make it, make him an all-world left tackle because why not? I'm going based on the draft capital, and that's pick 51. So let's scroll down here.
By the way, Cleveland just traded up to jump Tennessee.
Are they going receiver?
So here's the thing. They've been mocked getting a receiver for a little bit throughout. There were a lot of mocks that gave him a wide receiver. I saw some. This could be the Terrace Marshall pick realistically, and they're jumping Tennessee, a team that's probably the second most wide receiver needy team right now in football.
Well, Indianapolis is also picking.
I could see this.
Yeah,
I could see this being a wide receiver. I didn't mean to interrupt you though, Jim.
No, you're good. I wouldn't be shocked, given how much they have done defensively, if they do decide to pivot towards the offense now. There is some man with a title belt on the stage, looking very strange. They're throwing up the best available, and it's a lot of pass catchers here, JJ. So according to Mel Kiper, the best available are Terrace Marshall, Dwayne Eskridge, older, obviously, but had a very good Senior Bowl. De'Ami Brown out of North Carolina, not old, pretty fun. What are you thinking here? What do you think what Cleveland does with pick 52 after the trade up?
I just think if you give it context that this really could be a wide receiver, I don't think it's the best landing spot in the world. We've seen the wide receiver 3 there, only emerge with injury. And we know they like to run a lot of 12 personnel, and they're not going to throw the ball a whole lot. I can understand it from a team building perspective if they go wide out. But I'm kind of hoping it's not my guy, Terrace Marshall, just because it'll take him a little bit to become fantasy relevant then.
I think they have to, so that they get Odell, Jarvis, and Marshall, and just have like every LSU receiver that they can get.
Yeah, it's true. That's a good point. Yeah.
Okay, so this dude is still on the stage with this weird title belt. He's now doing spins. I am very confused with what's going on here.
That's actually Dave Gettleman in disguise. He's just very pumped that he had those trade backs.
I secretly really hope they don't go wide receiver though, because I enjoyed last year having the Hollywood stacks where it was Hollywood Higgins, Hollywood Brown, and if they go wide receiver, Rashard Higgins just totally off the board. So
and like Donovan Peoples-Jones wasn't that bad.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I don't think it's as big of a need as some of the mocks said. The only reason I really am saying this is because
they jumped Tennessee.
They jumped Tennessee, and the mocks were saying what they were saying. I'm just trying to put these pieces together. I don't think they need to go that direction, but they just might.
Okay, so Cleveland finally going to pick. The dancing boy has sat down.
That's like a Randy Savage thing. I just turned on the stream.
Who is that?
Macho Man.
Wrestler,
Come on,
man.
Jim.
Come on, Jim.
Cal's going to kick me off the stream. What more bad takes can I throw out here that can get Cal to kick me off the stream?
You're just going to get dropped off. It's just going to be 3 panels in a second.
Okay, so they're talking about the draft-a-thon again. Permar is saying Rondale is a poor man's Isabella. What?
A poor man's? It's the opposite.
How dare you?
Rondale Moore
is a gem.
I
will
incredible.
defend him to the death.
They need to have races whenever they are in training camp and stuff. It'd be fun because Isabella was like a world-class sprinter.
Yeah, he was.
He's better at sprinting than he is football.
Rondale Moore's ADOT, according to PFF, was 2.6 yards.
Well, they didn't have good.
They utilize him behind. Right. I mean, he got passes behind the line of scrimmage.
They weren't allowed to throw downfield.
That's nuts.
That's why there's a lot of projecting with Moore to be like a TY, because people are like, oh, it could be T.Y. Hilton. It's like you don't know.
The true freshman year is so important because they had an actual quarterback there. So I think that's why it matters more. Okay, so pick is in for Cleveland at pick 52. Did they go offense or defense here? A couple of defensive picks already. And they go Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah.
I feel good. I honestly, I just took a big sigh of relief because I was.
That's awesome.
I don't think this is a good wide receiver land. I mean, longer term, it's probably not as bad, but short term, first 2 years probably would not be looking good for a wide out there. So again, I wasted my breath in your time talking about wide receivers going to a spot, but
I clearly don't need to talk based on. Again, I don't want to just drive Cal totally insane. He's spending his Friday keeping us on the air here, and I'm driving him insane. So I feel like this is for the benefit of Cal's sanity that you just keep talking. So,
this spot, though, guys, this next spot, Tennessee, is the spot that we have been waiting for a wide receiver. I really hope.
Well, who do you have your eye on here? Who are you? I mean, I know you love Terrace Marshall. The medical thing obviously is a factor there. Are you looking De'Ami Brown? Are you looking?
They can go in so many different directions. I mean, realistically, Elijah Moore was a great fit just because they could throw him in the slot and he could play there. But look, Terrace Marshall, the reason why I think he's so intriguing is because last season, he played the Justin Jefferson role in that LSU offense where the majority of his snaps were in the slot. But then throughout his collegiate career, well, the last 2 years of his collegiate career, so throughout his freshman year, which is largely irrelevant for wide receivers anyway. But Terrace Marshall, according to PFF, when lined up on the outside, his quarterback's at a perfect passer rating when throwing his way. So he's a perfect passer rating when lined up on the outside. This past year, he does pretty well production-wise from the slot. I mean, he can play anywhere. It's the only reason why he's dropping right now is because of medicals. And if you can get past that, and if you can buy into that, I mean, he has just as high of a ceiling as anyone not named Jamar Chase in this class. So I'm incredibly intrigued. Hope this is the pick. It would be lots of fun. It'd be a pants-off moment, the first real pants-off moment on this stream.
No. Trey Lance to San Francisco was great.
Yeah,
I would say Justin Fields.
Fields was pants off. I think
that was
good. Yeah, that was good. That was
Ryan
good.
never had pants on to begin with because it was more out of fear to begin with than it was excitement. So
I went and got a parka out whenever Rashad Bateman went to Baltimore. I had to get suited up and get warmer, put more clothing on with that.
So Brandon, while we wait for the Tennessee pick here, because it could take a bit given the way things have gone, Cleveland. I have seen people who I respect, who have an analytics focus, who are higher on Cleveland than I am, which is surprising to me because I love Baker Mayfield, my son Baker. I am shocked that people are higher on Cleveland than I am. I have them at 9.3 wins. Where do you have Cleveland as of now?
So they're a 9.5 win team on Fox Bet. They came out for me 8.9 wins. Despite a really easy schedule, so that's a little surprising. 62% likely to hit the under. The juice, though, is minus 143. Actually on the over. That's kind of rare. So maybe I need to adjust some things. I think that their schedule sets up well. They
have
should
them
be
projected to be an efficient passing offense, too. I think it's because, I have improved their pass defense in my numbers a decent amount from what they were last year, but because they were so bad last year, it's hard for me to move them up more than I have. The passing offense I'm expecting to stick because they get Odell Beckham back, and that's great. But the pass defense was so bad, it's tough. Okay, Tennessee pick is in. I do want to come back to Cleveland, though, to talk to you about that. But let's get the Tennessee pick here first.
Do it.
Kevin
Tennessee.
Dyson is announcing. I had a Kevin Dyson.
Come on. You got to get a wide receiver.
I had a Kevin Dyson
beanie
beanie baby growing up that I burned on a hairdryer because I dropped him in a mop bucket. But that's a conversation for a different time. They go Dylan Radins. Okay, so you're not happy, but I'm happy. Dylan Radins.
Oh, my gosh.
Out of North Dakota State goes to because Isaiah Wilson was a rough first pick last year, so they kind of
the roughest of rough,
Yeah, it was rough for sure. So Dylan Radins goes 53 overall to the Tennessee Titans. I believe he was one of the guys who hit the benchmarks and all the workout metrics for offensive tackles. Let's pull up the combine numbers here. I'm actually on the wrong sheet. Which sheet do I want? I want the Google sheet. There we go. Okay. Dylan Radins didn't hit the mark, actually. He hit the mark in the 3-cone, but not the shuttle in the 40. But a guy who was mocked pretty highly, played well at North Dakota State. So Dylan Radins going to Tennessee. I had concerns around them, given they had lost a lot of dudes. I still have concerns because of the lack of pass catchers, but maybe a little bit more firmness with Tennessee. JJ, I know you have rookie. You said is Tennessee the place you said you had a rookie projected in the target share?
Yeah,
already?
I mean they have to. Their wide receiver 2 right now, guys, is Josh Reynolds, and
they trade for Julio.
They could
Smith's new toy to his old place.
They could trade for Julio, but I mean, look, I'm looking at the teams that are just in the second round in general. I had a list of potential landing spots for wide receivers. Tennessee was at the top of the list. I think Green Bay at 62. I think they're at. They're in play. Kansas City has 2 second-round picks, so I think they're definitely in play. And whoever goes to Kansas City is likely gonna shoot up rookie draft boards. And then I had Arizona on there. They went Rondale Moore. The Saints could be in play at 60. And then I had the Lions, who ended up they didn't go wide receiver, did they? Or they did not.
Yeah, they went with a defensive tackle because I
right. I couldn't remember if they traded back or not. But I mean, there's teams left here. Green Bay, Kansas City has 2 picks. I would expect Kansas City to actually go wide receiver. And then Indy right here is in play too, and then New Orleans and maybe Carolina because they traded back. So we still have some possibilities, but I am a little surprised that we're not seeing more wideouts go off the board. Now, I do think that some people have pegged this class to be semi-comparable to last year's class, but as I said yesterday, this class is undersized and there's a lot of slot guys, and teams don't pay up for that. I mean, number one, they don't pay up for size for smaller wide receivers very often.
Outside of John Ross and Henry Ruggs.
Yeah. And number two, slot guys are generally more replaceable in the NFL than guys who can move all over the field. And we saw that to a degree in free agency, even with Juju Smith-Schuster, where he didn't get nearly the kind of offer. I know the market was a little bit funky this year, but even still, he didn't get the type of offer that a lot of us thought, especially 2 years ago, that he would have gotten. But a lot of that's because the Steelers over the last 2 years, since Antonio Brown's been gone, they shifted him to the slot. He was basically only a slot guy this past year. He led the NFL in slot targets. And again, that's a position that is a lot more replaceable. And then if you look at the wide receivers who have been drafted so far, they're guys who can play or you can project in some way to be either incredibly dynamic, close to the line of scrimmage, or have some sort of verticality to their game with their speed, with the 2 wide receivers that have been drafted in the second round. And then the guys who have gone in the first round, Kadarius Toney aside, they've all been throw them all over the line. Devontae Smith plays on the perimeter. Jalen Waddle can play everywhere. Jamar Chase obviously can play everywhere. Rashad Bateman can play everywhere. That's where the premium is. And with there being so many slot receivers, that's probably why some of these guys are dropping. And then again, the reason that Terrace Marshall, I think, hasn't been drafted is because of the medicals, which is just not related to any of that. So that's why I think we're seeing what we're seeing. I was hoping that this wouldn't happen, but I think teams are actually being kind of sharp with it.
One thing too is a late second round pick is still good investment if we're talking about the dynasty perspective. If we're looking at dynasty rookie drafts, you can still feel pretty good about the guys who go there depending on what happens with them. David Wisniewski over on YouTube is saying he's in the Superflex Dynasty League. He has the 1.01, Trevor Lawrence, he had the 1.03, the 1.04, and the 1.06. He has needs at quarterback and running back. His best running backs are Dobbins and Dillon. So go Trevor Lawrence at 101, 102. Right. I mean, I feel like, with the 103, depending on what it is, if you can get Trey Lance or Justin Fields, you would be able to get one of them. I'd probably actually go just double dip, get quarterback, and then 1.04. I might consider Kyle Pitts at 1.04 because you could still get Najee Harris, Travis Etienne at 1.06. I say hammer quarterback with the first 2, maybe get Kyle Pitts if he's still there, and then go running back at 1.06. Are we feeling kind of on the same page with that?
I like that. I was going to say, if you know what the situation is for 102 and what their quarterback needs are, because maybe somebody is high on Kyle Pitts and they go 102. But either way, that when you have the three of the first 4 picks in that draft, you're getting away with 2 stud quarterbacks and either Najee Harris or Kyle Pitts. And you're going to be fine. Yeah,
I think that I think that's probably the way that I'd play it. JJ, you in agreement where you'd hammer quarterback early with that one? The Colts pick is in, but
I want to see this pick real quick.
Pick 54 for the Colts. I think an outside contender to go with a wide receiver potentially, but they go Deo Adenubo, the defensive end out of Vanderbilt. So didn't they go defensive end in the first round too? Kwity Paye, I believe. So they're not really getting guys. They need a left tackle to help Carson Wentz. I've watched Carson Wentz play a lot. Based on that knowledge, I would be very nervous about trotting out Carson Wentz with no left tackle. So a little wary about that. But JJ, let's go back to David's Superflex question. Yeah. Are you on board with hammering quarterback early and then seeing how things fall later?
Yeah, I would get 2 quarterbacks for sure. And you're in a situation, he has the 103, right? So he's in a situation where he gets Lawrence, and then he can just see who's left over between Trey Lance and Justin Fields. And then, if you're not willing to risk it in terms of, waiting to see if you can get Etienne or Najee Harris, or if your running back situation is that dire, I'm not totally against going with I mean, I have Najee ahead of Kyle Pitts in my dynasty rankings, and that's only because of the position that he plays and the value that running backs bring versus the tight end position. I love Kyle Pitts. I think he's awesome. I think that, if you're looking for someone super long term, he's the guy. If you're looking for one of the safest prospects in this class, he's the guy. But if you're looking at someone who's going to give you that edge in fantasy football, that true edge no matter what, I think you can make the argument that you go with Najee and ETN if you really are not feeling good at the running back position. And if it's a deeper roster too, deeper starting lineup, and you're only starting one tight end, then it's also easier to go the running back route instead. Here's Franco Harris up on stage waving a
terrible towels are out.
a mini terrible towel. Yeah. I don't know what that is.
Mask? It's a terrible mask.
Oh, it's a terrible mask. Okay.
Okay,
that's good.
I was gonna say, did they run out of terrible towels?
I was like, does Franco Harris just like keep a mini terrible towel in his wallet at all times? Because they have to go offensive line here, right? If they don't go offensive line,
another running back, why not?
Jim.
Oh my gosh.
Creed Humphrey, make it Creed Humphrey. If you make it Creed Humphrey, I will. I won't bet the Steelers under. I will potentially still do it, but I'll be less emphatic about it. But things have fallen pretty well for them, I would say, given their needs along the offensive line, given that despite the fact there's been a run, there are still some pretty good options who are available to them. So we'll see what they do here at pick 55. And Pat Freiermuth. Okay.
What are they doing?
So Pat Freiermuth goes to stays in state.
Baby Gronk.
What are they doing?
Can he?
Wow.
Well, I mean, JJ, have you considered the possibility that Pat Freiermuth will play center?
Here's the problem, guys. Let me just give you the problem here. Round one, what they said with their actions was that they're trying to do this for Ben Roethlisberger, right? They're getting Najee Harris because there's no running back. That's a win now type move. Going with Pat Freiermuth is not a win now type move whatsoever. You have a tight end who, I mean, he can be good. Don't get me wrong. I don't mind Freiermuth as a player at all. That's not what this is about. It's about the fact that tight ends take time to develop. He's not going to see the field that much year one, right? Eric Ebron's still there. He's still under contract there. So you have Eric Ebron and you have three widers. You have Juju Smith-Schuster still there in the slot. Pat Freiermuth is probably going to be projected for like 21 targets this year, right? I don't understand what this move does for the Steelers. And it's even worse when you pair it with what they did in round one to get Najee Harris. I'm going to build out this projection and just hate myself while doing it. But
so the good thing, though, is I've had to update my win total projections after like every pick because a lot of the positions of importance, I haven't had to update for the Steelers all the time. So that's great for me personally. I think that's phenomenal. So thank you to Pittsburgh for making things easy on me and not making me change.
He's a good player, though.
Oh, yeah.
It's fun. Yeah.
It's not a.
Well, same thing with Najee Harris. Najee Harris is awesome.
Totally.
Like, if you ever watched a Najee Harris press conference, you're gonna love Najee Harris. He's tremendous. It's about what the team's doing.
If I were like a 13-year-old Steelers fan, I'd be like,
you'd be psyched.
Yeah, but as far as our win projections go, I'm with you. If like there are no adjustments, but Freiermuth's he's a really good tight end prospect who's getting overlooked because Kyle Pitts is here. He's just a generational prospect. I mean, his efficiency, his production, just everything is like green across the board for him. Yeah. He's nicknamed Baby Gronk, but I mean, I feel like other guys have been that. Travis Kelce. I mean,
there were like 16 actual Gronkowskis who may have been named that as well.
That's true. But yeah, I mean, he's a really good prospect overall. Like his top comp for me is Austin Seferian-Jenkins, which like again, is going to help you win football games. Like no, but could it be fantasy relevant? Like Hunter Henry's in there. Your boy Jason Morrow, Jim, is up there. Gronkowski's fourth. Mark Andrews. So like it's a good fantasy football tight end. And in a few years, because tight ends take some time, in a few years we're probably going to be talking about him being relevant.
Yeah.
But again, like as JJ just said, I don't know what this means for what they are thinking that they're trying to do.
Yeah, I have a projection that I just built out that I can shout out. I have him at 16 receptions, 160 yards, and 2.2 touchdowns. It looks like, and he's tight end 44.
I'll add about 2 wins to their sim.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is what we traditionally see from tight ends. I mean, maybe not to this degree, but you're also layering in an already established pass catching group that is unchanged. Like you cannot look at Pat Freiermuth and say we're going to give him all this love in this offense when we have Chase Claypool, we re-signed Juju Smith-Schuster for this year, and we have Deontay Johnson and Eric Ebron still on the team. Oh, we just drafted Najee Harris. I mean, he's literally, Pat Freiermuth is probably going to see the 8th most targets on the Steelers this year. Like it's just not a worthwhile thing to worry about from a projection standpoint.
Ryan, do you worry about Najee Harris and best ball given the offensive line, given Ben Roethlisberger's issues? Does that like like I do this a lot, like in terms of like DFS, I have like actual red flags, like they're like blinking lights in my head. I'm like, oh, that's interesting. That could be a path to failure. The path to failure is that they can't move the ball because the offensive line is so bad. Does that worry you with Najee Harris right now?
Yeah, I was actually just thinking about that as JJ was talking and how worried he was about Najee, because there's going to be a point in time where, I mean, look at the teams around them. Like Cincinnati's getting better. Cleveland, just boat raced you in the playoffs. Baltimore is always Baltimore. So they're really it's going to be a tough sell for me, at least when I'm looking at Steelers, I guess outside of maybe Deontay Johnson and Chase, where they go, as far as getting assets from this team, because they're going to be trailing in games. Like as they're currently structured, I don't see a way where they're not, where they're going to be going out and going to be the offensive when it was, Ben AB and Le'Veon Bell that people are clinging on to, thinking that still exists. It doesn't. And we saw that come to fruition at the end of last season. So it really is worrisome. I mean, for Najee, for dynasty perspective, like still go after him because he's in a good situation where the franchise takes care of their running backs. But from a season-long perspective, from best ball, from DFS, like this is not anything that we can get excited about, because they're in dire straits right now and they don't seem to care about addressing any of the needs that they have.
They don't care about my feelings.
Well, echoing what Ryan said about their status as underdogs, my projections would have them.
Oh my gosh, you kidding me?
Sorry, Brandon, we're cutting you off again.
Oh my gosh, what are you doing?
So is Dwayne Eskridge older than Russell Wilson?
Dwayne Eskridge is
he actually Russell Wilson's uncle?
He played 5 years in college. I mean, he is incredibly old. He is Brandon Whedon-esque from a prospecting standpoint. So Seattle just took Dwayne Eskridge.
Oh yeah, sorry, I should say that. My bad.
And
this is like a second screen viewing thing, so you've probably seen it, but like.
So look, he actually doesn't have a bad production profile in my model, because his numbers aren't great from a raw total standpoint. But when you give it context within the offense that he played in, not terrible. He's very, very fast as well. But one of the key indicators of NFL success is breakout age in general, and he does not have that. And he's also not an early declare. So, the Seahawks destroyed a couple years ago with their second-round wide receiver and getting one of the best wide receivers in the game in DK Metcalf. And I think that they might have done the complete opposite in getting Dwayne Eskridge at this pick. If you have DK Metcalf or Tyler Lockett in Dynasty, I would feel good about what they just did, because they could have gotten, in my opinion, a better prospect in the spot. Tylan Wallace, Terrace Marshall, De'Ami Brown. I think all three of them are better prospects than Eskridge. And they didn't, right? They get a guy who played 5 years in college and could maybe be my father.
Well, maybe it's because they know that Dwayne Eskridge is actually De'Ami Brown's father, and they could get a package deal and bring both over. So the Seahawks made their first pick. Danny Kelly of The Ringer, who does their draft work, Seahawks fan. He says, I wonder if they see Eskridge as a cornerback. He probably played cornerback at one point.
He did play, yeah.
So there's that, at least. Maybe they do. Who knows? I don't know if this is like a Russell Wilson pandering type thing, but the Rams finally on the clock now as well.
Yeah, they won't go wide receiver, so I'm probably safe to.
You never know.
Not have to do another projection.
I thought they wouldn't go running back a couple times, and they still went running back, and so I'd never know what to think about them. They are in Malibu. in the world's most beautiful Airbnb, which I get, I've been trying to do the same thing, socially distancing elsewhere during the pandemic. I get it. A little jealous, though, so I can't feel too good about the Rams. We haven't got to talk about the Seahawks yet. So, Brandon, I want to go to you. In the NFC West, I have a power rating for each team. I have San Francisco third in power rating in the NFC West. However, they have the highest win total projection because they have the softest schedule, which means it kind of works against Seattle and the Rams that they play a lot of good teams. So I have Seattle at 9.6 wins. Where do you have them?
9.3.
Okay.
I had trouble with them because what they did last year with their offense in the second half of the season, it really affected their efficiency. And that's just offensive efficiency, primarily passing offensive efficiency. That is like the number one driver of my expectations. Again, also I'm factoring in things like win totals and Super Bowl odds. So it's not just my perception, but I've had a lot of trouble making my projection for Seattle's offense. So I was curious to hear how you view them, knowing, because we talked about this constantly throughout the season. What do you expect from their offense? Is it more of that?
I don't know. Like, don't ask me, please.
It's difficult, right?
I don't want to make this decision.
But yeah, I mean, so if I project them, that level where they were kind of just like an average offense, it's going to ding them a lot. Yeah. They don't have any games where they should be like heavy underdogs, which is a plus. But I currently have them at 8 games within a field goal either way, so they could be a high variance team. So if I see a number that high, I'm probably just not even going to have interest in it either way, especially from a team where like they came out and said, we'll play worse football to have our identity. And I don't want to get behind that.
Okay. So JJ has the projection done for Dwayne Eskridge in Seattle. What does it see for him in year number 1?
I have him at 35 catches, 466 yards, and 4 touchdowns. He's wide receiver 86.
At pick 56.
At pick 56. Yeah, I mean, look, you can't really change how you're viewing DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett from a target share standpoint. And they don't have a wide receiver 3, but they actually utilized their running backs a decent bit through the air last year. Chris Carson had a good prorated target share. So I have him, his target share at 10.5%. And then Gerald Everett, is there now as well, who's a good pass catching tight end. And I have him at a 14% target share. So, and I have Eskridge at like 10.5%. So yeah, maybe there's some room to grow. He'd have to take some looks away from Lockett and Metcalf, which I don't know is going to be possible year 1. And I just don't think he's that good of a prospect. And that's going to go into the projection a little bit.
Okay, so the Rams pick is in at pick 57, their first pick in this draft because of the Jalen Ramsey trade. Hard to keep track of which trade of first rounders. Oh, they went Tutu Atwell.
Oh my! What are you guys doing? Tutu Atwell weighs less than my left leg.
Have you weighed your left leg?
I've been
concerned if you had.
I've been on the Peloton. I've been on the Peloton a lot. My muscle mass down there is looking better. And it now weighs more than the 148 pounds that Tutu Atwell weighs. I think he was officially 155. Now, Atwell had great production. Don't get me wrong, but if you're watching the highlights right now, he is small. He's incredibly small. For everything that we've said about Devontae Smith and his BMI and his size, you can take that and attribute it to Tutu Atwell, but don't give him a Heisman Trophy in the SEC. You're giving him nothing because he was not as good as Devontae Smith was. He's a gadget player, in my opinion, in the next level. I just don't know if I don't know. I don't know how you make this pick when there are legit, especially if you want to use him in like a vertical role in some sort, because he's fast and he can probably do that. He can also play closer to the line of scrimmage too if you want to use him more in that Rondell Moore type. But like, you should just go De'Ami Brown if that's what you're looking for right now. Like if you're looking for that dynamic, speedy guy, I mean, De'Ami Brown would be perfect to learn behind and to sit behind Deshaun Jackson, right? But they didn't go in that direction. I like feel disgusted that I have to make a projection of Tutu Atwell on
is
the
he
Rams
Taylor
right now.
Gabriel? Like, is
Yeah,
that...
I mean, I didn't make a comp for him, but yeah, I mean, it's like that, right? Like
Yeah.
the bottom line is, so BMI doesn't matter a ton in my model for wide receivers, but the bottom line is, it's very tough to feel confident about a guy who doesn't have the pedigree that Devontae Smith has, who is then smaller than Devontae Smith. It's hard to feel confident that he's going to see, massive amounts of fantasy points to the next level. This could be more of this could be a special teams type play too, right? So This is not just, yeah, I know. But but it could just be like a whole package thing that they're trying to get with Atwell. And look, Mel Kiper loved Tutu Atwell to the point where he mocked him in the first round like a month ago. Yeah. So there are guys that love Tutu, and I don't mind him like objectively in a spreadsheet, but man, it's really hard to sell 150-pound wide receivers.
Wasn't your top comp for him Dexter McCluster, or was that someone?
No, that was Kadarius Toney.
Okay.
that was first round Kadarius Toney. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh boy.
Let's see what the Chiefs get here.
Okay, so the Chiefs pick is in. Before we do that, though, we do have our jersey giveaway winner. And our jersey giveaway winner for night number 2, Jake Knight. If you are watching, Jake Knight, congratulations. You have won the jersey of your choice. The way this works is that FanDuel will reach out to you, let you know that you've won your jersey. They will ask you what kind of jersey you want. You'll put that order in. You'll get the jersey later on. Bethany went with Justin Fields yesterday, so choose wisely, Jake, but congratulations to you on winning the jersey here for night number 2. JJ, I want to stick with you. Chiefs are on the board. They were mocked wide receivers in like everything. Let me pull up the actual mocks you looked at. For the second round, it was a defensive tackle. Defensive end, De'Ami Brown, Creed Humphrey. And then their second round pick, Rondale Moore, Dylan Radins, Nick Bolton, Jabril Cox. So there were a couple De'Ami Browns in there. Do you feel that's a realistic expectation potentially here?
Yeah, they could absolutely go wide receiver here. And now that we've seen a wide receiver run, they might be more inclined to go wide receiver. They're calling it right now.
Okay, so the pick is in for the Chiefs at 58. And again, they have a second round pick as well. So if they don't go something here, they could do it later. Nick Bolton, the pick from Missouri. Ryan, Mizzou on the board. Do you know anything about Nick Bolton? Do we have any special insights here from you, the Mizzou grad?
No special insights here, but being a Missouri guy, they do like to draft Missouri players.
Okay,
they do like to keep them in house. Or in-house, but in the state. Yeah. They've drafted some like Mitch Morse from Mizzou way back
worked out
when.
Well. That was good.
That worked out well. So they definitely do a good job of scouting talent there. So for them to be taking Nick Bolton here with their first of the 2 second-round picks that they have is definitely something to write home about. He'll be definitely involved in this defense.
And shout out to numberFire contributor Ryan McChrystal. I was reading his second round mock draft. He had Nick Bolton to the Chiefs with their second round pick, but we'll count it anyway. So congrats to you, Ryan McChrystal.
His mocks are great.
Last year, I think he was second on the Huddle Report, I believe. Josh Norris apparently set the record last night of underdog. Josh Norris is a very smart guy. I cannot be surprised about that. But Ryan McChrystal, pretty good as well, and gets another one here. Carolina, I don't think they were on the board here initially. No.
Yeah, they traded
down
from earlier in the night. Yeah, I have my 2-2 projection. Okay. You guys ready for this?
Let's do it.
He's wide receiver 106. So 21 receptions, 226 yards, and 1.9 touchdowns. He's wide receiver 106. Yeah. So that's what we're working with here, boys. I mean,
it's a nice special teamer, right?
Look. How do you fit Tutu Atwell in this offense when you have Robert Woods, Cooper Kupp, Deshaun Jackson, Tyler Higbee at tight end, and you have dynamic players in the backfield? It's just, where is Tutu Atwell going to see volume?
Maybe they picked him because Cooper Kupp is secretly really bad. I don't know who said that. It's weird.
Jim, you know what?
Oh my gosh!
I'm saying it right now for all of you who are drafting right now / want someone of a buy low. Cooper Kupp is massively undervalued right now in drafts.
You got a quarterback.
Wait, is that real life, Jim?
You got a quarterback downgrade. How would you pick Cooper?
I'm so
I'm
excited for Ryan to learn about some of Jim's takes.
Yeah, some of Jim's player takes are just out of control.
This is not a great take, Jim.
Cooper Kupp fumbled once when Jared Goff was in his second year, and Jared Goff lost passing net expected points as a result. I have hated Cooper Kupp ever since then. He also had a couple of drops in a game that Jared Goff got blamed for, even though they went off his hands. So come on, Coop. I have a lot of bad takes that you will slowly leak out when I hope no one's paying attention. Like it's 9:09. People have been watching for 2 hours. They're not paying attention anymore. We're good. I have Van Jefferson, JJ, in that startup dynasty that we're in together. I took Van Jefferson in that one because, Josh Reynolds is a free agent. At the time, I was like, hey, Jared Goff might get better next year. Whoops. But it's Matthew Stafford. Van Jefferson now. They have Deshaun Jackson. They add Tutu Atwell. Is the Van Jefferson dream dead?
I mean, look. So I've thought last year when they got Van Jefferson that it would be a replacement for one of the wide receivers on that team, like basically this year, and then it wasn't because of how things shaped up. So, I mean, Van Jefferson was also not a good prospect.
He was older. He's another older guy. Not like Atwell,
yeah. I mean, I'm telling you guys right now. I sit here with spreadsheets in my mom's basement doing this stuff, right? And I'm certainly just a nerd that's looking at this stuff.
Got a nice basement.
Yeah, that's true.
Would you know, Brandon? Like what?
He said he's in his mom's basement.
Like, why do you know about JJ's
Look,
mom's
I'm
basement?
assuming that he's referring to the backdrop and how nice it looks.
I took that a totally different way. I was very confused.
Yeah. So look, I'm not saying this from a place of like I know better than these guys do. That is not at all what I'm trying to say here. What I'm trying to say here is that there are lots and lots of fans out there who make the assumption that football people and people in front offices are really, really, really good. And that because they're experts at this, because they're in the positions that they're in, that they absolutely know more than people on this show, people on other shows that are live streaming right now, other fans, all of that. But I'm telling you right now, I could draft wide receivers better than the Los Angeles Rams, period. Like the fact that
they took Cooper Kupp, I agree.
They went after Cooper Kupp was a hit. I'm mostly referring to the last 2 years, so we can cancel out anything before that. They went after Van Jefferson last year, who, I mean, I railed against Kadarius Toney. Van Jefferson had a worse production profile than Kadarius Toney, was 24 years old, and not an early declare, obviously, because he's 24 years old. Tutu Atwell is 150 pounds. Like, he might work out, and maybe I'm completely wrong, but there are just objectively better players on the board right now. And if you want that dynamic player who can stretch the field, who can do things with the ball in his hands, De'Ami Brown is the pick, objectively. He has a way better profile. He has way better size where that's not even a concern, and he can do the same thing. So I just, look, I give a lot of love and respect to the people who are able to run front offices and do what they do, and I can't do that. But I can tell you that we shouldn't just assume that teams know what they're doing because there are dumb picks all the time.
Also dumb to trade Jared Goff for Matthew Stafford. Let's move on. Carolina Panthers pick is in at pick 59 after trading down, I believe, with Cleveland earlier on. They were mocked to wide receivers quite a bit in round 2. Elijah Moore was the main one they were linked to. But they got Terrace Marshall.
There he is. Man, they just get my favorite wide. They got DJ Moore, and now they got Terrace Marshall.
You were a big DJ Moore guy. Now Terrace Marshall gets his home with Sam Darnold and the Carolina Panthers. What was your initial eval on Terrace Marshall before the medical stuff came out? What put you on Terrace Marshall as being a good fantasy asset?
Yeah, so there aren't many true alphas in this class. There aren't many true guys that can play that X, and they have that the size that Terrace Marshall does. He's like 6'3", weighs 205. And he played at LSU. He was on that Joe Burrow team in 2019. And on that team, he hurt his foot the 4th game of the season against Vanderbilt. And through that game, he had 1 fewer reception than Justin Jefferson, and he had 1 more touchdown than Justin Jefferson. And then he got hurt and things kind of derailed. He still had a decent enough season. And then last year, he puts up pretty good numbers overall, like throughout my model and the production stuff that I look at. But he opted out early. He played 7 out of 10 games. And so if your model looks at full season numbers, or if you're looking at full season numbers, they don't look as favorable for Terrace Marshall as they would have if he didn't opt out. And so I think we can give him the benefit of the doubt for the fact that he played with Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson in college. No matter whatever landing spot he went to, those are better wide receivers than the competition he's going to have in the NFL. And now he's going to get Robbie Anderson and DJ Moore. I'm a little bit worried about what this does to Robbie Anderson a bit, because
it's a 2-year deal. So yeah, it's his last year of his deal, I believe.
Right. And so, you have Robbie who did great last season, got a lot of volume. I do think this hurts Robbie Anderson a bit. It might might move DJ Moore to the slot more too, which could be fun. But yeah, I mean, or Terrace Marshall could just play the slot, like I said earlier, because he played that Justin Jefferson role last year, because Justin Jefferson played primarily the slot in 2019. A lot of people projected him to just be a slot guy at the next level, which he was not. And then Terrace Marshall played that same role in 2020 for LSU, and he balled out. He had like a 59% target share or touchdown share in the games that he played last year. So
I think he had like 6 touchdowns in the first 4 games or something disgusting like that.
He was very good. I mean, the one knock is that his stat score isn't great in my model because he didn't have those full seasons.
Yeah. And
then on top of that, his yards per team pass attempt, which is the most predictive production metric, it was fine. It hit the threshold that I wanted to hit. But that's only if you look at him playing the 7 games as opposed to the full 10.
Right.
So 70% of the season versus 100% of his season. So I love Terrace Marshall as a prospect. I think he's way, way undervalued. It's an interesting landing spot for him. I don't know if he's going to get like immediate production. But I still think that he can thrive and be a really strong, alpha in the NFL level.
And with Terrace Marshall, with DJ Moore, with Robbie Anderson, you need to hope that Joe Brady can fix Sam Darnold, because fix is the right verb to use there, I think, based on what happened. Okay, so the Saints pick is in. Pick 60, getting towards the back end of the second round here. And they go Pete Werner, a linebacker from Ohio State. So the Saints going a couple of defensive guys, which is interesting given there's no Emmanuel Sanders there. Obviously, they can go to Adam Troutman with Jared Cook being gone, but haven't added a whole lot to try to help out Taysom Hill and Jameis Winston at quarterback there. Very interesting, I think, for New Orleans. We know they're trying to be aggressive to move up, potentially for a cornerback yesterday. They go linebacker here. And Brandon, I want to go to you while we let JJ work on the Terrace Marshall projection. I have New Orleans from a win total perspective at 9.2. And I know I don't honestly care what the Fox bet number is, because I'm not going to bet it, because I want to have a firm grasp. Atlanta, I have a firm grasp. I feel good about that one. Dallas, I feel good there. I have no grasp at all, firm or otherwise, on what to expect at New Orleans. What do you have for them right now?
Yeah, so I know we've been similar on a lot of these, and I have them at 9.1.
Okay, cool.
I know you said you don't care what the Fox bet number is, but they're 9.5.
Okay.
It's just another one of those teams where projecting their offense, which is the biggest part of it for me, from whenever the adjustments that I do personally, just projecting their offense is really difficult. So that's kind of an issue, but with the 9.5 win total being pretty high, being 26-1 to win the Super Bowl on FanDuel Sportsbook, that's obviously going to boost them up a good bit. It's one of those situations where I think the bookmakers are a little bit higher than I would be personally, but that's why I like to kind of have that check.
Yeah.
But they have 7 games projected to be within a field goal either way. So one of those high variance teams makes a lot of sense. And like you said, given what we know, which is a lot of kind of unknowns in that number of so many toss-up games, it's just one that I would have no interest in chasing at this point.
I'm on the same page there. I do want to go back to Carolina and talk to Ryan here, because I want to talk best ball, because in best ball, we're drafting multiple quarterbacks, which means we are sometimes drafting not proven quarterbacks. Sam Darnold has the best situation he's ever had, and he has playmakers around him. Teddy Bridgewater had fantasy relevancy last year. I don't know if Sam Darnold is as good as Teddy Bridgewater, so I'm not going to say because Teddy was relevant, we should draft Sam Darnold, but I would say that he is of interest as a result of the surrounding cast, which just got better with Terrace Marshall going to Carolina. Is Sam Darnold on the best ball, like quarterback 2.5-ish type radar for you.
Yeah, he definitely is. And this is one of those picks where people aren't going to be excited about him because of the unknown, right, Jim? Like, and he has a sour taste in people's mouth.
Very sour. Yes.
Where you could, So this is where you could take advantage of that Sam Darnold hate, I guess, for lack of a better term, is best ball, because you're just looking for those boom weeks. And when you're looking at what Rule and Brady are doing for Sam Darnold to kind of build this offense around, and again, people are going to take DJ Moore, early-ish. They're going to take, obviously, Christian McCaffrey high. They're going to take Terrace Marshall high. So we're talking about the pieces being drafted around Sam Darnold, and yet he's still going to go well outside of where the QB2s would be. So I think getting him late is going to be fantastic for best ball and being able to, you don't even have to worry about stacking him because of the way that this offense is going to be. I think that Robbie Anderson is still going to be relevant for some certain weeks. If you want to stack him with Sam Darnold in best ball, by all means, I think that's pretty much a good move, because he'll fall down the radar now, as JJ was just alluding to. DJ Moore is the favorite. He's the fantasy favorite guy. And then with the rookie coming in, they always, tend to be drafted higher. So
the good thing too, with Sam Darnold is even if he's not that great, they're going to throw a lot and they're going to be fast-ish. At least, they weren't as super fast last year, but it's a good situation, and I think that matters a lot. So, JJ, you were talking about Robbie Anderson potentially being a loser here with the Terrace Marshall pick. You've run your projections. What do they say about the new-look Carolina Panthers wide receiver core?
Yeah, a little bit of a loser with Robbie Anderson. One thing that we didn't mention, I don't think, while I was building the projection, is the Joe Brady connection with Terrace Marshall.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Didn't think about that either. You're right. Yeah.
There's absolutely no doubt in my mind that Joe Brady had something to do with that pick, because Terrace Marshall was a good recruit, highly recruited, really talented wideout, and Joe Brady knows it. And what better way to make you feel confident about that talent than his old coach picking him in this draft, and obviously, being in the ear of that front office. But my projection for Terrace Marshall, actually way better than I expected. But when you break it down, there's really only Christian McCaffrey, Robbie Anderson, and DJ Moore there. So there's plenty of room for volume for Marshall. And really, from a projection standpoint this season, Marshall is probably the most favorable. He's the second. He ranks third among rookie wide receivers for me in projection this year. So it's Jamar Chase, big gap. Devontae Smith is next. And I think Devontae would have a little bit of room for growth there. And then you have Terrace Marshall, who's wide receiver 51 with my projections. I have him at 63 catches, 747 yards, and 4.2 touchdowns. Again, 17-game season, but still pretty strong numbers for Terrace Marshall, because immediately he becomes a player who's going to be on the field in 3 wide receiver sets. And I could see him, just gain. From a pure, nothing against Robbie Anderson, but from a pure talent standpoint, Terrace Marshall is potentially a better wide receiver than Robbie Anderson is. So I'm pretty high on Marshall. I like this landing spot a lot more than I initially thought in my brain when this went down. And I think as a result of that, I could see a lot of people not loving the spot because DJ Moore's there, Christian McCaffrey's there.
Right.
And Sam Darnold's our quarterback, but I think he might end up being a pretty good pick in rookie drafts now.
So
he was before, to be fair.
Permar says Marshall is their wide receiver 2. Even with the injuries, they're saying that's it because the landing spots of the wide receivers weren't that great. Bateman, we can question the landing spot for him. I would not go that high personally, because I think that draft capital matters a lot. I think that I have to put Jamar Chase, Devontae Smith, Jalen Waddle well above him. But landing spot does matter. So, JJ, do you consider putting Marshall above Bateman and Toney? Where do you stack him from a dynasty perspective?
The Bateman thing is tough. Toney for sure. I'm not touching that. I think that both Rondale Moore and Terrace Marshall and Rashad Bateman are in the same tier. Is that a fair enough answer?
Yes. I think that's the right answer, though.
I think you put the 3 guys from yesterday, Jamar Chase in his own tier, Devontae and Jalen Waddle probably in their own tier just because of draft capital and such, and the landing spots weren't that bad. Green Bay's making their pick right now, though, and we should probably pay attention to this because it could be a fantasy relevant player.
I mean, it's no.
Will
Given
it-
the Aaron Rodgers
will
stuff,
it-
it definitely won't be. There's
Yeah,
no
I mean,
chance.
it should be De'Ami Brown. This should be De'Ami Brown, but it won't be.
Okay, so this is pick 62, and they go with Josh Myers out of Ohio State.
Nice.
So I pulled the athletic numbers on the top 150 guys on the athletics consensus big board done by Arif Hassan. Tremendous work. I don't think Josh Myers was on that. Let me. Oh, he was. Just kidding. He had a good bench number. That's the only workout he did. So Josh Myers was 71 on the consensus big board, a little bit above where he was supposed to go. Okay, so pick 62. Let's plug him in here. We'll put him at center. We're going to move Lucas Patrick back over to guard for them. If I can find Green Bay. There we go. Okay. We're going to go that. We're going to go Josh Myers. And what was the number on him? 16. Okay. I'm sure this
I
is
just
great.
imagine you doing this all day when you work anyway, just making the noises as you.
Well, they went
input
from
stuff.
6th to 6th in the offensive line rankings, Brandon. So this is important work. I don't know if you realize that. Like,
No, it's important. I just hope
how
that
else?
that's
How else
you-
do the people know the impactful move for the Packers going from 6th ranked offensive line to the 6th ranked offensive line? So I don't know, man.
No,
just
I'm not.
saying.
I'm not knocking it. I'm saying I genuinely hope that as you're sitting there working all day.
Oh, I talk
Yeah,
out
you're-
loud to myself. Yes,
Okay.
if that's what you're asking, of course. What do you mean?
Yes.
You've done enough podcasts with me to know this is very true. JJ, we've seen Alan Lazard, Marquez Valdez-Scantling kind of pull a Myles Gaskin here, where there hasn't been competition brought in yet. However, we keep talking about how they should have gone De'Ami Brown. That means that De'Ami Brown is still available, as are some other wide receivers. So what is your outlook for Robert Tonyan, Alan Lazard, Marquez Valdez-Scantling with where things stand right now?
Yeah, I can tell you, I think the most intriguing of those guys that people would care about is probably Robert Tonyan. And I remember looking at my projections the other day and not being very impressed by Tonyan's. And I think a lot of that is probably just baked in. Yeah, he's tight end 13.
Yeah.
So that's really, when you look at that, it's really what's being baked in there is touchdown regression, because that naturally happens as you build
Right.
projections, because you're building them off of how many touchdowns the team's going to score, and that's, then it gets distributed. And so a guy's not going to have a crazy touchdown rate like he did the previous season automatically and inherently with projections. So Robert Tonyan, he's fine, but I think he's more of a low-end tight end 1, high-end tight end 2. Here we go with Kansas City's pick, though.
Could be a wide receiver here. We talked
Please
about
be a
that with
wide
their
receiver.
first pick. Pick
Please make it
63 for
fun.
the Chiefs. This is their pick in the second round. The other one was the Baltimore pick. Go
Ooh, your
Creed
boy.
Humphrey.
Your
So
boy.
the depth on that offensive line is stupid. It's tremendous how many guys they've got along that offensive line.
The Buccaneers just scared the living daylights out of the Chiefs, and they're like, we just need as many offensive linemen as we can get now.
I mean, I think they're kind of overreacting.
Yeah, exactly.
So, okay, right now, let me pull up the depth chart here for the Chiefs. I've got Orlando Brown, Joe Thuney, Austin Blythe, Laurent Duvernay-Tardif. Maybe he gets bumped for Kyle Long or something like that, and Mike Remmer's a right tackle. But they've got Kyle Long. They've signed a couple of other guys. They've got draft picks they've made over the past couple of years. Like, it's extreme. But as an offensive line enthusiast, I gotta say I respect it. Their commitment to bolstering things there. Of course, Kyle Long, a big NASCAR fan. He's a big iRacer as well. So we are pro Kyle, or I'm pro Kyle. I'm not going to speak for you guys. I'm pro Kyle Long. I am excited about him being back in the league. But I think that they're going a little extreme here for sure. They could use a receiver at some point. Jake, you did win the jersey. Jake on YouTube asking if you won the jersey. Yeah, you won the jersey. Like I said, someone from FanDuel will email you probably Monday, given it's Friday night. I don't know how it works. I'm just trying to be realistic. Probably going to be Monday. They'll reach out to you to hook you up with the jersey of your choice. Jake, let us know in the YouTube chat what you're doing, what jersey you want. Because not because we have any effect over it. I'm just very curious about what you're picking. So congratulations, Jake. Thanks for watching. We very much appreciate it. Okay, the final pick in the second round is here. Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Someone's holding up a dog. I on the Creed Humphrey celebration video. There's just a dog being held in the air. It's very strange looking. Buccaneers, they just re-signed Antonio Brown. They got some decent production out of Tyler Johnson last year. Pretty set at tight end. Offensive line is solid. Maybe they consider a quarterback here. I feel like I wouldn't, given the quarterback. I mean, Kellen Mond potentially, but like, I don't know. JJ, I feel like this is probably not a situation we're looking at for fantasy relevancy, correct?
I don't think so. We talked about the running back position yesterday. Again, there were people who and I don't do mock drafts. I just analyze mock drafts. There were people who mocked running backs to Tampa Bay over the last month at the end of the first round. And that might have been before the Gio Bernard signing. But regardless, I don't think that's the way they're building this backfield. If anything, they're going to probably try to trade Ronald Jones, I would say, instead of, drafting someone right now. Wide receiver in a pretty good spot. I think Tyler Johnson's pretty talented too. While he sits there with Antonio Brown playing in 3 wide sets. And then tight end, they're pretty solid there too. I agree with you. I don't know how they go skill player here, just given their depth charts are very, very full across the board.
Yeah. So they're at pick 64, the final pick here in the second round. We'll see what they do there. But I think that it's an interesting pick for sure. I do think that quarterback is at least in play. So we'll see what Tampa Bay winds up doing. We have Kellen Mond. Kellen Mond and Kyle Trask, the two guys I looked into most, because the way that I do my quarterback research is based on the way that they're ranked, because like if you're going to be a 7th round pick, you're not really relevant. And so I did look at those 7 guys. The top 5 guys went yesterday, and I did look into Kellen Mond and Kyle Trask. Kellen Mond, very experienced and very young, 21 years old, a lot of games played, and Kyle Trask, literally the exact opposite. He's like the more extreme version of Mac Jones, where he's coming off his age 22 season, 24 games played, but not as good of efficiency as Mac Jones. He played really well.
Did you look at Davis Mills? Sorry.
I looked at him, but not in the study. I looked at him because he was getting a lot of buzz, and I closed his sports reference page very quickly because I was not swayed.
I could see them. I could see them going quarterback though.
Realistically, I think it's very possible, given that Blaine Babbert is the backup right now for Tampa Bay. His social media game just hideous. So I feel like based on that alone, I wouldn't be shocked if they decided to go quarterback. But after the Buccaneers, we get back into a lot of fantasy relevant players as well. So Brandon, before the pick gets in for the Buccaneers, I want to ask you about them in Buffalo, because we had the Buffalo pick as well. They went another defensive lineman. I'm probably too high on these two teams. I have Buffalo at 11.7, Tampa Bay at 11.5. Where do you have them for your win sims?
So my sims love Tampa because they're considered one of the best teams, and historically the best teams are like a tier above the rest of we see a separation, and that's kind of factored into the way that I anticipate expected point differential, but nerd, which is what we deal with at numberFire. So the Tampa Bay came out at 12.6 wins. They have a really tough schedule overall, but like a dozen games where they should be favored by at least a touchdown, because again, their offense the second half of the season was about as good as any offense in the NFL, and they have a good defense. So it's exactly the type of teams I was talking about last night that are really easy to project, really easy to like. And then for Buffalo, 12.2 wins, a lot softer of a schedule. Same thing, lots of easy wins. I have them with 11 games where they should be favored by at least a touchdown. So I like both those teams. And again, just projecting those good passing offenses, good offenses overall, those are the teams that I would feel most comfortable just betting. Even without modeling anything out, I would just say, give me the teams that I believe in offensively.
So you have Buffalo at 12 point something, and I have KC at 12. Yeah. They're my highest one. Okay, so the pick is in here for Tampa Bay, and we'll see what they decide to do here. As JJ mentioned, crowded depth charts, pretty much across the board.
But they can go luxury, right? Like this is where they could go luxury. I mean, they might go somewhere on defense, but they could just go be like, sure, I'll get Kellen Mond. Sure, I'll get Kyle Trask. Why not?
All right, so we'll see what they do here. With pick 64, the final pick in the second round, before we get back to Jacksonville at 65 and the Vikings at 66, coming up here in the third round. They're soaking up the Super Bowl champion energy here. We got to respect it. Take advantage while you're there. Apparently, Jake is considering a Patrick Mahomes jersey. I like it. Okay, so I respect that, Jake, a lot. Let's see what the Tampa Bay Buccaneers do here. With pick number 64, now they're showing another title belt. Where do these title belts keep coming from? And a giant Buccaneers necklace.
Take your time. I mean, the other clock isn't ticking down or anything.
All right. I think they're finally announcing the pick here for Tampa Bay at pick 64. Eventually.
Oh, I just read his lips. I know what it is.
Is it weird?
No. Oh, it's fun.
Yeah.
Yep, there it is.
I don't know if it's fun.
It's fun, Jim. It's a quarterback pick. It's fun.
I don't know. It's fine.
And I don't have to do a projection, which is fun.
Kyle Trask, you know how Mac Jones eventually got his athleticism is actually underrated? Kyle Trask did not get that, is the way that I would phrase it.
Yeah, I remember every time I watched him, he just did not move.
Yeah, he had a couple of sneaks. They were weird, longer sneaks, and it was there. But he was very efficient in his final year. I will phrase it that way. Kyle Trask, he had a 10.8, I believe it was. Let me see here. 10.9 adjusted yards per attempt. That is despite everyone sitting out their bowl game. He had a terrible game there, dragged down all of his stats, still had a really good adjusted yards per attempt. So he's efficient in college. We can give him that. Older, inexperienced, that's not kind of what you want overall. But the Buccaneers do go Kyle Trask at pick 64. That wraps up the second round. What we're going to do here is take a short break. We're going to come back and talk to you around round 3. We're going to talk about all the fantasy takeaways, talk more betting, hopefully get you some win picks, some win totals you can like here as well. Plenty more to come, so make sure you stick around. Back in a couple of minutes here on the FanDuel NFL Draft live stream. Never in the history of broadcast television has there been a better graphic than our P graphic here on the FanDuel YouTube stream. We are back talking round 3 of the 2021 NFL draft. The first pick in the third round was Andre Sisco, the safety from right here in Syracuse, New York. I didn't go to Syracuse, but located there right now. So nice to see him going. Okay, catching up on the YouTube chat as we wait for the Vikings. Jake is leaning towards Patrick Mahomes. I think that that's a fun one. Bethany Peters says that she almost went Travis Kelce for her pick, for her jersey for the win yesterday. So Mahomes pick for Jake Knight. I like that. Okay, so we got the Vikings here at pick 66. This is their first pick since, I believe, their first rounder when they traded down. And honestly, like, made out pretty well in that trade down with the Jets because they got the guy that they potentially could have taken at 14 overall, Christian Darrisaw, traded down, still got him there, picked up 2 additional third-round picks.
4 third-round picks?
4? My
That's what ESPN has.
Tremendous. So they have 4 third-round picks, very active team, and like, shocker that, Rick Spielman's trading down. That's never happened before. There was a lot of buzz around the Vikings and Justin Fields. And buzz is relative because it was like a hum, I would say, is probably the more accurate way to describe it. There was a hum around the Vikings potentially taking Justin Fields. Obviously, that did not happen because the Bears jumped them. But it does seem like quarterback is a potential need for this Vikings team. John Randall introduced in the pick, Vikings Hall of Famer. Had a lot of his football cards growing up. Not as worth as my DeLon Wright top shots, obviously. But, and the Vikings go Kellen Mond. Okay, so when you said Kyle Trask was fun, and I was like, whatever, it's because I thought Kellen Mond was the more fun selection. And obviously, like, the numbers that I'm looking at, the numbers I value are age and experience. Those are for first-round picks. We're assuming draft capital. Kellen Mond doesn't have that. But I did a study last year looking into what successful non-first-round picks, what traits they generally have. And the things you heard most often were athleticism and accuracy. Mond is athletic. You can see that when you watch him play. Accuracy was not the main thing for him. The other thing that I think stood out to me as being annoying, I would say, when watching Kellen Mond was that there wasn't a lot of aggression. The question always is, though, is that scheme or is that player? And I don't know because there wasn't a lot of downfield talent with Kellen Mond. Like, his top pass catcher was a running back. I don't know if he's technically labeled a running back, but he was effectively a running back. So there weren't a lot of guys to throw to downfield for Mond. So is it a situation where he couldn't throw downfield or he didn't? I don't know, but I think the gamble that the Vikings are making in taking Kyle Mond in the third round specifically is not a bad one. If I were the Buccaneers, I would have gone Mond over Trask, just because I feel like if we're talking the potential for this person to turn into an actual starting caliber NFL quarterback, that is more within the range of outcomes for Kellen Mond than it is for Kyle Trask.
Who was your comp for Mond?
Kyle Bowler, but that was based on
It was an analytical comp, though. Right?
Yeah, it was based on his stats, and that was if he had gone the first round. Now, obviously, it didn't happen, so I guess I don't really know what the comp would be for Mond. I think another thing that's encouraging for Kellen Mond is that when you look at his numbers against top 50 defenses, something we did yesterday for Zach Wilson, for Mac Jones, and guys like that, he actually had better numbers against top 50 defenses by SP Plus than he did overall. So that's strange, I will say. But I would say that if I were going to make a bet, make a gamble on a non-first-round quarterback in this year's class, that guy would have been Kellen Mond. I think the first 5 should have been the first 5. I think that was correct. However, I think that Kellen Mond was the best of the rest. So I like this pick by the Vikings.
I feel like when I watch, because look, I don't grind film, but I try to watch every player that I'm talking about slash quarterback. The guy that stood out to me comp wise for Mond, play style wise, was like it's not like a direct 1-to-1 comp, but I think he's in the same like realm as Colin Kaepernick.
I mean, like they hold their like, arms the same way.
Exactly. they like look the same on a football field. I think Kaepernick has more athleticism than Mond does, but it's still like you could look at him from that perspective and what he might be able to bring to fantasy. He's one of those guys where, every super flex draft, you're looking at a dynasty draft, you're looking for a guy that you could just stash, a quarterback that you can stash late that's a backup.
Yeah.
Jalen Hurts hit last year, right?
Sure.
And so maybe Mond is that guy this year.
I think that if you're going to gamble on someone, I'd gamble on him. So I was talking about the Texans are up now. Talking about Mond's adjusted yards per attempt against top 50 defenses, he was 8.6. Other guys right beneath him: Teddy Bridgewater, Brad Kaya, who I'm the only person on the planet who ever loved, Patrick Mahomes, Sam Darnold, Cardell Jones, Andrew Luck. Those are the guys right behind Mond in AYA against top 50 defenses by SP+. So, he did well. I'll say that. And I think that he's interesting for sure. Texans making their first pick of the draft because they gave their first 2 picks to the Dolphins.
This is the dumbest franchise on planet Earth right now.
It's saying
dumbest is in like they make bad decisions and they just have no idea. They don't know what they're doing from a team building standpoint.
So this is their first pick in the draft for 2021. Obviously, a lot of questions around Houston and their current situation. So we'll see what they decide to do here. Did bring on Tyrod Taylor as a backup. And
oh my gosh,
Davis Mills. So back-to-back quarterbacks and 3 quarterbacks taken within the first 4 picks. And Brandon, you asked me about Davis Mills and looking at his stuff and didn't play a lot. It's really tough to judge a quarterback with such low volume. And I mean, that's injuries. There were a lot of injuries there, obviously. I think he got hurt season opener in 2019, same game where Walker Little got hurt. It's really tough to evaluate a quarterback on low volume. When you look at past successful non-first round quarterbacks, they aren't really in the Davis Mills mold where there's a lack of volume there. So I find it hard to get super jazzed. Like, again, I think that if I'm talking about a player I will get excited about or have the temptation to get excited about among the non-first round quarterbacks, it's Kellen Mond in a class of his own, followed by everyone else here. But I think that what this pick says is that the Texans are making plans for the possibility of not having Deshaun Watson. So if we're talking about win total projections, obviously that's secondary to a lot of the other stuff that's going on here. But if we're talking about that here, like right now I have the Texans' projected offensive efficiency to be as if we're getting like a 60% Deshaun Watson season. I feel like based on this pick, it's possible I need to lower that. Brandon, how are you handling the Texans in terms of projecting them from a win total perspective?
Yeah, there are a few teams that are specifically difficult to figure out at this point just because, Deshaun Watson's a very good quarterback. And if you go from Deshaun Watson to any number of other options, it's going to drop you a lot. I'm projecting them currently without Deshaun. And they're over under on Fox Bets 4.5 wins, which again, 17-game season. So that's pretty wild.
Yeah.
But they came out at 3.7 wins in that simulation. So their win total is 4.5.
Yeah.
But the under is minus 118.
Yeah.
So
it's juice towards the under.
Yeah. So it's juice on the under. I mean, it's a rough scene. I have them again. I tier the offenses. They're one of I try not to put too many offenses in the trash tier because I don't like to project those outliers. But again, without Deshaun, I have them. They have like 13 games as a 6-point underdog. It's not going to be a good season.
That's rough. Okay,
if there's no Deshaun,
right,
that's a big distinction.
The Falcons just went with Jalen Mayfield. I thought we might see Trey Sermon there potentially, but they decided to go with a tackle. Trying to see if Atlanta has any more additional third-round picks, and I don't see any. So as of right now,
Mike Davis season.
Yep.
Mike Davis season. So Ryan,
I feel good about that take now on the podcast.
Love it.
Ryan, where was Mike Davis going before? Where do you think he winds up, given that they're not going to take a running back in the top 3 rounds this year?
Yeah, let's see where he was going before. I mean, this is shaping up good for Mike Davis. I think he had around 75 ADP for a best ball. Actually, ironically, right before Myles Gaskin, right after guys like Chase Edmonds and Raheem Mostert. You got to love this. I mean, first of all, let's talk about Mike Davis and the hometown narratives that we're going to get from a DFS perspective as he's from Atlanta.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
I didn't know that.
Okay.
That's going to be amazing to when the schedule releases on May 12th to kind of see when he gets his first Falcons game there. And if he's the starting running back, that's going to be wheels up for me from a DFS perspective. But just even taking that aside, you got to look at the numbers that he was able to put up last year, with Carolina filling in for Christian McCaffrey, and, getting a guy like Matt Ryan now in this offense, like if he's going to be the guy, then this is very exciting. A guy that's seeing, anywhere from a floor of 15 touches all the way up to you're looking at like 26 in some of those games that he was missing because of the pass catching equity that he was given. So I think this is really going to be a great fit for him, and I have him on some teams. I'm excited about that.
Yeah. If you've got him already, you're sick. You're looking good. JJ, what about for you? What are your thoughts on Mike Davis right now?
Yeah, look, I mentioned it earlier, but he's a situation in an instance where you really got to embrace variance and embrace an ambiguity and embrace the fact that you don't know what's going to go on in these NFL drafts. Right now, my projections have him at RB23. It could change, but I think that makes sense. It's a little bit below, I mentioned Myles Gaskin at like RB20, but I think it makes sense to put Davis there. A lot of people are going to attribute, Arthur Smith coordinator data to this Atlanta team and say, oh, Mike Davis is going to be fed because Derrick Henry got fed. I'm not really into coordinator data in that way. I'm more into coordinator data in terms of scheme and overall personnel usage. Like if a coordinator likes to run a lot of 12 personnel like Kevin Stefanski and what happened with him going to Cleveland and the uptick that we saw there, I'm more interested in that than I am this guy feeds his number one wide receiver, or because that's usually dictated by individual personnel. So I'm not buying those kinds of narratives for Mike Davis, but I am buying the fact that he's probably been way undervalued throughout this offseason. And I don't think that people really bought into the idea that maybe he could just be the dude and they're not really caring that much about the position, or, maybe they trade back in the third round, or maybe a guy like Sermon falls to the fourth or fifth. But I'll tell you what, if they get a fourth or fifth round running back, all right, there hasn't been anything super
Oh, no. Brady Christensen, the guardian angel Zach Wilson.
Yeah, Zach
just
Wilson
went to Carolina at pick 70. He actually was one of the guys who checked all three boxes.
Nice.
Among offensive linemen. Go ahead.
Nice.
Keep going.
No, I'm just saying, I think that we often just overstate, what's going to happen with these guys in their landing spots. And then, if his competition really is a fourth or fifth round running back, I mean, it's wheels up for Mike Davis. It's really tough to take that super seriously, unless Trey Sermon falls to the fourth or something. Then I think you can make an argument a little bit. But the guys that he's likely going to be competing with in the fourth round and fifth round are not going to be true workhorses. They're probably just going to dig into his potential workhorse workload as opposed to just being the guy themselves.
Well, I think the other thing too is, even if it is Trey Sermon who falls in the fourth round, the Falcons will have passed on him 3 times already and decided to go elsewhere. The rest of the NFL had too. So Trey Sermon as a third round pick competing with Mike Davis is different than Trey Sermon as a fourth round pick competing with Mike Davis. So even if they do get him in the fourth round, it's still a better outcome for him than it would have been previously.
And realistically, you could see Mike Davis playing I know that he caught a lot of passes last year, but you could realistically see Davis playing an early down role and them getting a Gainwell or something that can complement him in some way. And then Gainwell honestly would have more upside than he otherwise would, because he would still see probably 100 carries on the ground throughout the season. So, or like a Michael Carter or something like that. So I see this as, if you drafted Mike Davis, or if you have Mike Davis in your dynasty team, he at least is going to give you some sort of floor this year, I would imagine. The ceiling is TBD. We got to see. We got to see what kind of running back they end up drafting, because they probably are still going to draft a running back. And maybe it's my guy Kylan Hill.
Yeah. Talking about Kylan Hill, what do you like there?
It's just that this class is undersized, and Hill has size at the position. He's 214 pounds, but then he also has a good receiving profile. And so you bring that together and it's just intriguing because it's hard to find that combination, especially late in drafts. So he's just someone that I've latched onto and think that he's a good prospect amongst a pretty poor running back draft class.
Okay, so the Giants have traded up to pick number 71. The Lions traded the Broncos traded back. So the Giants on the clock now at pick 71. I don't know. I mean, like, I don't know what to expect from that anymore. Like, they've done some smart things in the trade backs, but the pick, Kadarius Toney, definitely very interesting for them. I would hope they would go offensive line. Yeah, I don't know if they will.
So I heard some rumors from some Giants beats about them not being done at wide receiver. I know I bring this up whenever like there's trade ups and stuff like that. So I just want to bring it up from what I've heard, not to say that this is definitely going to happen.
Right.
But again, you always have to look at the team they're jumping ahead of, and they're jumping ahead of the Lions right now. And so there is that possibility. Yeah. They might just not like Darius Slayton. I mean, that's a possibility. What would be interesting though is if they do, I'm just spitballing here, but the best wide receiver on the board is probably De'Ami Brown, and he's like a better version of Darius Slayton.
Yeah.
So it would be kind of an interesting move to go that route. They need offensive line. They need interior offensive line though, if I recall. So it's probably smartest to go that route, I would assume.
They need everything.
Yeah.
Like, it's bad. So I updated my offensive line rankings with the Christensen going to Carolina pick. They do move up. Unfortunately, the track record for early third round offensive tackles is not great. So they move up to 29th. Taylor Moton is tremendous. I love him, but he's kind of the one guy there who you feel really good about. So they're still 29th. The Giants are going to stay 31st. They wanted the cornerback, Aaron Robinson out of UCF. So another defensive guy here for the Giants. Still no offensive lineman. What's like the record for sacks taken in a year? Because it's a 17-game season. It's Daniel Jones behind an offensive line that no longer has Kevin Zeitler. If I can bet that at FanDuel Sportsbook, I'm going to be kind of tempted to see what that number is like, because Daniel Jones, he might struggle. He might struggle. Another guy is frustrating to watch at times as well. Okay, so Detroit is up next.
It has to be wide receiver.
I would assume so. They've gone Penei Sewell. They got the defensive tackle in the last round. Sticking with that mentality where Dan Campbell wants some guys who will bite off some kneecaps. And we talked about this a tiny bit yesterday, but I kind of pro Dan Campbell, slowly working my way into this take. Slowly. So I like the staff he's hired. I like Anthony Lynn. I know I'm alone in that. I like Aaron Glenn. I had his football cards back in the day. Why not? As defensive coordinator.
Yeah, sorry. I was going to say. I'll say this: if we go by that idea of what Dan, of what he is, I think, and if you look at what they have right now, I haven't seen anything. I'm going to say it might be Tylan Wallace, because he's got that like grit to his game, and De'Ami Brown is a lot like what they already have on that roster. So maybe it is a guy like Tylan Wallace here, and
it is another defensive tackle.
They don't care about the wide receiver position.
They don't care about Jared Goff.
I thought that I put together a pretty fun narrative there before that pick.
Jared Goff, you poor boy.
Do you guys like that I've now mocked a wide receiver going to just about?
I've mocked an offensive lineman to every team. So
Yeah, but at least this offense, at least the linemen are going, and there's so much depth in this class. Whereas at wide receiver, it's just been trash for the most part.
Like, the only call I'll make with offensive line is Spencer Brown will be drafted by the Vikings at pick 90. Like, that will happen. But I want to go to you, Ryan, because we were talking about DeAndre Swift before. The one concern that I had was touchdown upside, given that the team may not score a lot of touchdowns. I think that concern gets magnified with the lack of pass catching quality they have around them, given that it's, Tyrell Williams, Brashad Perriman, guys like that. That's the one concern I have with DeAndre Swift. So now that we've seen them not address offense for 2 consecutive picks and keep it where their pass catching core is really, really rough. I mean, TJ Hawkinson's there too, and DeAndre Swift can catch passes himself, but they're probably not going to be an efficient passing offense. How much does that lower your ceiling expectations for DeAndre Swift, knowing now more certainly that the offensive passing efficiency probably will not be that great?
Yeah, It does to an extent. I guess I want to monitor where he's going to be going.
Yeah.
Because before this, he was, and I'm going to scroll around and pull it up here, but I really wanted to see his ADP. I mean, because the thing is, he's 20 ADP right now. I mean, he's going to drop. Like he was going ahead of Clyde Edwards-Helaire, Miles Sanders, Najee Harris, Travis Etienne. It's going to drop. And so, but you're looking at a situation again where Anthony Lynn is there. We saw what he did with Austin Eckler, and like he still could get equity out of the receiving game if they utilize him as such. And that's what interests me, is that they're going to have to move the ball in some facet of the game, of area of the game. And like when you're looking at the wide receiver core, there's nothing that really scares you in doing that to make it seem like he won't get some dump offs. So I'm still intrigued by him. And even more so now that we're in the third round and they haven't addressed the wide receiver position, I still like him.
Yeah, I think that it ensures that the target share for DeAndre Swift will be high, and there's value in that. Again, from a floor perspective, I think that the floor is very, very good. The talent's good too, and that matters at a certain point. Offensive line is good, so there are positives in his favor. I think that if I'm going to be fair and balanced with my analysis of him, even though it's someone that someone who does like him a lot, that is the one concern I would have. Washington is now on the clock. They did go and get their left tackle. So I like that personally. I think that was kind of did they? What am I talking about? Let's go over here to.
They got Cosme, right?
Oh, yeah. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So I was wondering why I had such a high opinion of them in my head. I was like, oh, what's their win total? 15.5? Cool, go over. That's why, yeah. Cosme's the left tackle. Let's see what they do here at pick 74. They go corner, a golden goal for sure you betcha that there. Benjamin St. Juste. He goes to Washington. I can say that from Minnesota. You know, it's not a bad thing.
It's like, man, when did Jim's mom jump in here?
Oh, sure you betcha that there. He goes to Washington. JJ, no pass catcher there. I know that you were high on Terry McLaurin, Logan Thomas, and Antonio Gibson as being, X whatever ones at their position. I feel like this just solidifies that being the case.
Yeah, I think so too. And look, I don't think that Washington was as much of a lock to get a wide receiver in this class as some other teams out there. I think even like the Chargers have a better chance to get a wide receiver than Washington did. Because they got Curtis Samuel, he'll play opposite Terry McLaurin, and they have like Cam Sims and players that can play in the slot and just throw in whoever. I mean, again, it's a replaceable area of the field. And then they have the backfield locked up and Logan Thomas locked up. So I don't think it's necessary they go wide receiver. I just think it's a possibility that they would go wide receiver. And they just haven't yet. But nothing's changing for that offense projection-wise. Like I said yesterday, I have Logan Thomas at tight end 9, Antonio Gibson at tight end at running back 12, and McLaurin at wide receiver 11 in my projections. And I think from a ranking standpoint, that's probably around where I would put each of those guys.
Right. I honestly feel like Antonio Gibson probably could play tight end if you needed him to.
Probably, yeah.
Like, he's done everything else. So why not that? Okay, so Dallas is up next, followed by New Orleans and the Chargers here as we progress along in the third round. Brandon, I do want to go back to you. We had the Cosme pick for Washington. Obviously, I'm the only one who cares about that. But it does make me feel better about looking at their number. If I recall our conversation yesterday, we were a little bit below, or at least I was, a little bit below what Fox Bet had Washington at. I have 8.0 still after adding in Cosme. It didn't move things a whole lot, obviously, but they're at 8.0 for me. What is the number on them once again?
It is 8.5.
Okay.
Minus 150 on the under. So one of the bigger, one of the largest odds on an under or an over that we see. For me, you said they were an 8-win team for you. They're around there for me, 7.8 wins. I'm still low on their offense. I'm probably going to boost them up a tad just because offensive line investments have historically led to some positive things. Ryan Fitzpatrick was a plus passer once you adjust for schedule last year, so it's not the worst situation. But again, like, are they going to be a 9-win team? That's what they'd have to be to hit that over. Right. That feels pretty heavy. The data is telling me it's pretty heavy. They don't have any easy wins scheduled, no games where they're favored by at least 6. 4 games, though, where they are at least touchdown underdogs, and 10 games within a field goal. That's the most for any team. So they could pick up a lot of those extra wins, but a lot of coin flip games. Seems like a really volatile team to bet and over at this point.
Yeah, I think that's kind of where I would view them as well, because like I don't think this team is one that is equipped to blow people out, because the defense is very good. That will keep them in every game, but that leads to volatility, which is exactly what you were saying. They're going to be volatile.
And historically, we see defenses step back
when they're
an outlier.
Right, and they have made some additions, so maybe they can try to stave off regression there, but I think that's kind of the one hope they have, because like you said, they do regress for the most part. But I think that's definitely there. Ryan, I want to hear your thoughts from a best ball perspective on Antonio Gibson. There were rumblings about them being tied to a running back. I was always kind of surprised when I heard that, but like people know what they're talking about, so it's not like it was totally unfounded. But now we do get a couple rounds in. He's heading to year 2, more stable quarterback situation. I feel like we should feel pretty good about Antonio Gibson. I'm guessing everyone else does too. Where is he going right now in best ball drafts?
Yeah, he's going right around the turn. So I believe running back 12, running back 13, right there with the ADP of 15.9 is what it looks like. I mean, he's going to be awesome. I mean, he was awesome last year with guys like Alex Smith and Heineke and whoever else they had, and now he gets Fitzpatrick. They're going to move the ball down the field, and I just love his outlook. I love what he was able to put together last year. As a rookie, when you're looking at just under 800 yards, but that touchdown equity of 11, that's really what we like to see there. And I feel like they'll utilize him. We're just coming off of seeing how like Myles Gaskin was used and those guys in Miami were used. And I think Fitzpatrick, is going to be able to lean on a guy like Antonio Gibson here. And I think that's fair right around there. I definitely feel comfortable having him as an RB2, and maybe even an RB1, depending on how it shakes out and at the turn and what you're trying to do there. You could convince me to possibly take him. You're looking at him going around guys like Joe Mixon, DeAndre Swift, and CEH. I'd be fine with taking, Gibson over those guys. Maybe not Swift, because I do love him, but I'd be fine with that decision there.
Okay, so the Cowboys picked a defensive lineman, so nothing too big to analyze there. Apparently, Evan Silva was watching the NFL Network, and he said that Daniel Jeremiah said everyone in the league expects Deshaun Watson has played his final snap with the Houston Texans. Obviously, Deshaun Watson under investigation for sexual misconduct. That is the primary thing here, but there have also been trade rumors on top of that. And they signed Tyrod Taylor. They draft Davis Mills with their first pick in this draft. So actually, I'm going to go ahead and update their win total projection here, update their efficiency as if Tyrod Taylor is the starting quarterback. And it's not Tyrod Taylor in a vacuum. It's Tyrod Taylor with a pretty bad supporting cast around him. Go ahead, Brandon.
Well, they got the league's best receiver.
Oh, sorry, Chris Conley. Yeah. Go. How dare I forget Chris Conley on a broadcast with Brandon?
Yeah, I mean, they have plenty of running backs, at least.
I mean, maybe David Johnson can play quarterback?
Yeah, I mean, look, they have to be the favorite right now to be to get the number 1 pick next year, right? Like that's just that's where we're at right now. Yeah, I mean, it's wild that it's all going down, and it's horrible.
So I updated them, and they're at 3.3 wins. Maybe I updated down too far. Let's redo this.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, honestly, that's not,
like I said.
Yeah.
Okay, so the Saints just went Paulson Adebo, the cornerback out of Stanford. So I changed their passing efficiency projection, and they go up to 3.7 wins. That's how much that changes, and let's see the ripple effects of that. I guess San Francisco might play them because their win total projection went up based on that. Indy's up to 9.2, Tennessee's at 9.7, and Jacksonville, who I was pretty low on, still pretty low on at 5.6. So if that does wind up being the case, that would be a situation where you want to bet towards the medians. You want to bet towards 8.5 wins at almost all times. And you said, Brandon, it's 4.5 minus 118 on the under, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so I find that interesting. I think I might be willing to go with the under on that number. It's a rough situation for everyone involved. Because obviously the Texans front office inherited the situation and all that's been going on there. So we'll see what they do, but potentially picking first next year. Chargers pick is in, and JJ, you've been talking a lot about wide receiver with them. Obviously, there is some ambiguity in the depth chart, but it's still got some good wide receivers on the board. Do you think that this is a spot where we could see another receiver go?
Yeah, but I've been wrong a lot about saying that.
Got to tee you up one more time, man. Do it for the clip.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think they could go in a lot of different directions at wide receiver. I don't think that they're necessarily like needing a specific type of wide receiver given the versatility of Keenan Allen there. So they could go De'Ami Brown if they wanted to. They could go Tylan Wallace if they wanted to. Wallace might fit them a little bit better, but it's definitely a need at least.
Okay, so pick 77 here for the Los Angeles Chargers in the third round. And they go Josh Palmer out of Tennessee. JJ, I personally don't know a ton about Josh Palmer. Educate me. What should I know about him?
I mean, not someone who's popping in my model whatsoever. I'll pull him up just so that I can talk a little bit more about him. But he's not an early declare. Doesn't have a good breakout age. It's 21, but he's a bigger bodied guy. He's 73 inches, 210 pounds. Production profile, though, lacking. He had a best season touchdown share of 29%, yards per team, pass attempt rate of 1.67, which is well below average, receptions per game, which is the last production metric I look at in my model, of 3.3. Honestly, not someone who is on my radar to be a day two guy. I'm kind of shocked by it because there's some legitimately decent wide receiver prospects still on the board, whether you're looking at Amon-Ra St. Brown. And look, if you wanted to get that kind of bodied wide receiver, I think Amon-Ra St. Brown made the most sense there as opposed to going Palmer. So yeah, kind of a weird pick for me. I'm not a big fan. I'll bring up his projection. He should see some work, I would assume. Yeah. Given that capital and given the fact they don't really have a good wide receiver, locked in wide receiver 3 on that team. But I'm not really, that into it.
Apparently based on
senior too, right?
What's that?
Yes, for he was not
senior.
An early
yeah, that JJ's been talking about that a lot. Yeah. So,
do you have your prospect comped in for him, Brandon? Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Was it bad, or are you just laughing because I put you on the spot?
This is a very high similar. No, I just got it. I just got it in. There's a very high similarity score, 94.6%, but his top comp is Chris Conley.
Oh my gosh! You gotta be kidding me.
Okay.
Wow.
Which makes sense. I mean, not a whole lot of receiving work. Like,
does he make his own movies?
No.
Is he an NBA Top Shot collector?
So, like, almost identical draft position, Conley 76 overall, very similar height, very similar weight. So, like, there's a lot of overlap. And again, these are based on not play style, but just profile of very, very similar important metrics. And there's a lot of overlap, which is, just very serendipitous here.
The Vikings went Chaz Surratt, a linebacker from UNC. So another UNC guy going. Michael Carter still has not gone. The second guy in the backfield there alongside Javonte Williams. The Vikings go Chaz Surratt again. We are 12 picks away from Spencer Brown going to Minnesota at pick 90. Las Vegas picking with the next 2 picks. And they are an interesting team to say the least, for sure. Now, Ryan, I think that with the Chargers, as we before we get to the projection, I think that because they didn't invest a lot in wide receiver, we can feel pretty good about Keenan Allen still getting a lot of targets. Are you getting the same vibe here?
Yeah, loving Keenan Allen still to this point. And, where he's going in best ball before, I mean, he still was going as a wide receiver 1, borderline wide receiver 2, I guess, in some facets based on where his ADP was. But he's just one of those guys that I think people just kind of sleep on. They forget about. And when you look at the target share in this offense, that not only that he had, but then you're thinking about Hunter Henry being gone as well. That's just going to uptick for him. So definitely love the outlook of Keenan Allen here, given the situation and the state of that offense where they're going.
And Brandon, the key is we know how to stack Justin Herbert for DFS too. We're not guessing. We know it's Keenan Allen, Mike Williams, or Austin Eckler, or Jared Cook. But, like, we know where the ball is going. And as you've said many times, we want that.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't know and you're just the risk of missing is the difference between possibly having a top 1% lineup in a tournament on FanDuel and, picking wrong and just kind of min cashing. So it's super important. And yeah, I mean, even though you rattled off 4 names, it's different because those 4 names all have significant upside week to week, depending on how they get there, depending on the game script. Just the team that comes to mind is like a comp for exactly what you don't want from a DFS perspective is the Colts from a pass catching standpoint. Yeah. You have four guys still, but the market shares, they barely ever give anyone a 20% market share. Keenan Allen is going to live in that 28% share. Mike Williams gets those downfield targets. So like those are worth so many more extra expected fantasy points. So they're just one of my favorite teams. I love watching them.
Okay, so the Raiders on the board for back-to-back picks now. But before we get to that, JJ, you got the projection for Josh Palmer in Los Angeles. What are you seeing there?
31 catches, 357 yards, 2.4 touchdowns. That is wide receiver 94. And I should add, I think Mike Williams is one of the best values right now in fantasy football drafts.
Okay, talk to me about it.
His projections, he's wide receiver 36 in my projections right now. So things change I know that I've said Jamar Chase is wide receiver 36, but things are shifting. So that'll change a little bit. But and I think he's going way after that, Mike Williams is. But you just look at what they're working with right now at wide receiver, and it's lacking. And they don't really have an established. I know they have Jared Cook, but there's not like a Hunter Henry type on that team anymore. Jared Cook probably won't see the same type of target share that Hunter Henry's seen. And then Austin Eckler's there, yeah, sure. But Mike Williams is the number 3. He'll probably see the second most targets on that team. But Austin Eckler being 3rd. But regardless, it's really just Keenan Allen, right? That's seeing the majority of those looks. And now you're in a position where you have a really good passer and a ceiling with that passer. This could be the season that Mike Williams finally puts it together. I think he's a really, really good value.
So Mike Williams right now on in Best Ball 10s going, this is in drafts from April 15th tax day, or I guess previous tax day. I moved back to May 17th this year for the tax nerds out there. He was previously going at pick 117, which means he was not going by Jamar Chase. He was going by Jalen Waddle among the rookie wide receivers. Right. So that kind of backs up your point.
Yeah, exactly. I think he's not only that, we know that he has touchdown upside. That's what he did in college. And then, obviously he's shown that at times throughout. I know that he had like funky seasons and stuff, but we at least know that he's capable. And I think that, LA is going to be a team that likely from a pass to rush touchdown ratio will probably lean pass a little bit more than rush, given they don't have a true early down back that's reliable right now. And Eckler being more of a receiving back. So everything kind of leans in Mike Williams' favor. I just think he's a great, great value.
So Ryan, I'm talking about the Raiders. We got back-to-back picks on the board here, and they lost Nelson Aguilar during the offseason. They added Kenyon Drake, and they added John Brown. But there are targets hypothetically for the taking here. Can we actually talk ourselves into a Henry Ruggs bounce back in year 2, or was year 1 so underwhelming that we can't quite talk ourselves into that?
Yeah, it's just going to be a matter of what's Derek Carr going to do. Yeah. Is he going to go out? Are they going to go out and, throw out some lame ducks there, or is he going to be able to connect on some of these deep passes? It was frustrating to see a guy like Nelson Aguilar have these pop-off weeks, while Henry Ruggs was dealing with some injuries there. If they can connect, then that could be definitely interesting. Like I said, when you're looking at from a DFS perspective, these are the kind of guys that you're interested in.
Right.
So when the Raiders, come up and they're in a situation where we can project them, to have to throw the ball, and Jacobs isn't going to be, getting any space to run, then I think taking, a guy like Henry Ruggs is going to be very valuable from a DFS perspective, because he does have that home run upside. He could take 2 to the house easily and just put you in a position as a one-off where you're not, needing to stack. You can just take him cheap and build out a really solid roster around him. He's the only interesting piece, I think, from a wide receiver perspective on their current roster right now that I'd be interested in from that standpoint.
Yeah, I think that if it's going to happen, the things are in place to make it happen. It's just so tough to expect a bounce back. And JJ, you've done a lot of research on guys who don't produce a lot in their first year, whether they bounce back. And it seems like the data says we don't often see that. The first year performances, can be an indictment of a guy. What does that say for you specifically about Henry Ruggs heading to year number 2?
Yeah, I mean, it's not great. Henry Ruggs also wasn't a great prospect in my model. And so, didn't produce year 1, didn't have that production. And then on top of that, wasn't a great prospect. So he's not someone that I'm actively trying to buy. I feel that way about most wide receivers and most running backs. If they don't have a true reason for that lack of production, especially running backs usually are if they're productive year 1, that's a good sign. But if they're not, it's just not likely that they're going to become something. And so they're easy sells. And look, it's not foolproof. Sometimes, running backs will squeak through, but overall it's a pretty strong method probability wise to go that route. And at wide receiver, they take a little bit more time to develop, but DJ Chark doesn't happen very often where he did nothing his rookie season and then all of a sudden he does something. It's usually players. And when I say like nothing or where I say something, the baseline I'm referring to is not very high, right? Like I'm not saying that these guys need to be a wide receiver to their rookie season to then become something. I'm saying like, 400 yards receiving and not, just something, give us something. And so there's a lot of wide, like N'Keal Harry. I was high on N'Keal Harry as a prospect. I was cool with him being a 101, 102 in rookie drafts. Rookie season, he doesn't show up, even though he was banged up and stuff, but you have to then adjust. And so since his ADP didn't drop dramatically in startup drafts, he was then a sell for me because you can still extract something from that. So for me, Ruggs is a sell. I would rather be buying Bryan Edwards actually than Henry Ruggs because I think there's a higher ceiling there and it's not as costly to get him.
Okay, so the Raiders pick is in. They're having their fullback, Alec Ingold, announce the pick, which feels very Raiders. I love how much they embrace what they are, just going for it. Ingold announcing the pick here for the Raiders. Again, they have 79 and 80 here the next 2 picks. Then Miami is back up once again. So we'll see if they decide to go with a running back there. But based on like the tendencies they've had the past 2 years, I can't say they will based on what they've done. So we'll see what Las Vegas does first with their first pick here out of 2 consecutive in the 3rd round. And they decide to go with Malcolm Kuntz, a linebacker out of Buffalo. Okay, so not a fantasy relevant guy there. I want to go back to Dynasty because I think the vibe I've been getting throughout tonight is that the players falling is underwhelming and some of the landing spots have been underwhelming. We like Terrace Marshall where he went, but like Javonte Williams didn't get the best landing spot. It's fine. It's not the best. Yeah. A lot of the wide receivers we like either fell pretty far or didn't go to the best spots. I think that the value of rookie picks for Dynasty tonight has taken at least a slight hit. Do you agree with that, JJ?
I'll say this. It didn't if you're in rebuild mode. If you're in win now mode, I do think that guys took hits because they're not landing in the best spots in the world. Rondale Moore, good spot for this year.
Yeah, that's true.
Elijah Moore, there's a chance that Jamison Crowder isn't on the team, and so he'll be absolutely fine if that's the case. But yeah, I mean the thing is though is that a lot of these players, if you're patient, they will pan out. You just have to make sure they get some production here in year 1. I think a lot of these guys will. But even like Javonte Williams, Melvin Gordon could easily be gone next year. I mean, maybe he's even gone this year. I don't know his contract enough, but if Melvin Gordon's gone next year and Javonte Williams is still in RB3 this season, then he's still worthy of a mid first round pick in rookie drafts, right? And so Javonte I think will be fine. But if you're in a position where you're in rebuild mode, and personally, I have a team right now where I'm rebuilding and I have 4 first-round picks, and they're mostly in the middle and the late first in a Superflex league.
Right.
I'm still fine with it because I'm going to be able to get, an Elijah Moore, a Terrace Marshall, those kinds of players, late in the first, early in the second. And it'll allow them to develop a little bit. And I still think they'll be fine enough year one, but they're not going to be those instant contributors. We cannot let 2020, last year's rookie class, we cannot let that be the norm, because that was insanity. The way that the running backs hit the end of the year, the wide receivers hit throughout the season. That's not normal. This is more normal. This is a much more normal class.
So do you feel like things pretty heavily favor the guys who out in the first round? I think that Bateman and Toney are kind of the exception here, where they, Bateman, bad landing spot, Toney not the best prospect and not the best landing spot. Do you feel like those other main guys are going to wind up grading out as being like tiers above the second round? I think that Elijah Moore probably fine, Javonte probably fine, but like, do you think that we're going to see a massive gap between the guys who went in the first round and those who went here on night number 2?
I think it's safer. Yeah. I mean, like that, like that's the way I'm going to approach it, is that there's more ambiguity with some of these second round guys. And so I think it's totally fair and normal. I mean, if you look at my prospect model, like Jalen Waddle's in the 96th percentile, Devontae Smith's in the 98th percentile. I mean, they're very, very good prospects, and it's very hard to bump them down based on that draft capital. So, I think they're going to be in their own tier, once it's all said and done. But the Dolphins are currently picking.
The other pick for the Raiders was Divine Diablo, which is a great name. He's like a Keanu O'Neal type guy. He went there. Dolphins picking now at pick 81. Probably not going to be a running back, but we'll see. I think that's always that's kind of what we're watching here. See, we can get Myles Gaskin. Hunter Long, a tight end out of Boston College. I was hoping he would go to the Chargers to get the Hunter thing, a replacement for him, but it didn't happen. So this is interesting because Adam Shaheen, I felt like if you bet like first time touchdowns every time this year, just drove me up a wall because it's always Adam Shaheen scored the first touchdown for the Dolphins. But Hunter Long goes to Miami, which is, I think I would say the word is noteworthy, given that I'm pretty sure this is the final year on Mike Gesicki's deal. Mm-hmm. There's not going to be a lot of opportunity for the taking in year one, but there is potential for that down the line, given that this is Gesicki's potentially final year with that team. I think that was a point of discussion when they were talking about Kyle Pitts previously. But that's noteworthy for them. And if you have any thoughts on Hunter Long, I don't know if anyone actually did a tight end deep dives outside of Kyle Pitts this year.
He's got a good profile.
Yeah, he's got like a solid profile throughout. He doesn't have like I probably would prefer like Brevin Jordan as a tight end prospect over Hunter Long, but he's solid. I think if I recall, Player Profiler had Jason Witten as his top comp, which it sounds bad, but Jason Witten was once really, really good.
Absolutely.
I mean, like he was a lot more athletic than he was at the end of his career. So not a bad pick. And then, you mentioned the Gesicki thing. I mean, I'm going to build out a projection. It's not even worth me talking about on the show because it's a rookie tight end buried on a depth chart. But, from a dynasty standpoint, it could be pretty interesting there.
Especially because I play in far too many leagues with tight end premium, which just drive me insane. We're in a couple where you have to start 2 tight ends every week. Those are absurd. And Brandon, you mentioned that you had a good profile on him as well, correct?
Yeah. Just kind of like lots of green in what I'm looking for. Good draft equity, obviously, or at least good enough. Yeah. It's usually when after like the third round for tight ends is kind of a big dead zone. But 78th percentile breakout age, 78th percentile max season market share in terms of receiving, 86th percentile in my database in max team yards per team attempt, which is a very predictive stat, as JJ mentioned. So pretty solid comps, like in his top 5s, Austin Hooper, Hunter Henry, Mark Andrews. Obviously, those are names that we would love for him to be from a fantasy football perspective. But, I think the tight ends in general are kind of solid, especially compared to last year. But with Kyle Pitts demanding so much of that attention, Freiermuth, Hunter Long, Brevin, like they kind of aren't getting a whole lot of love. But don't sleep on Hunter Long in fantasy football. The problem is, of course, rookie tight end, probably not going to do a whole lot in year one, but down the line, shapes up for someone who will be producing.
JJ, do you have that projection for year one done now for the Dolphins there?
Yeah, I mean, Hunter Long is projected for like 17 targets, so it's not, not 18, sorry. I just don't think he's going to be that involved. Maybe he is, and I'll change that as we get more information. But with Mike Gesicki there, I mean, it bumps him down a little bit. He lost like 1% in target share.
Sure.
But then you have a crowded wide receiver room now too. You have Devontae Parker, Jalen Waddle, and Will Fuller, and then a backfield where they utilize their running backs a good bit through the air last season. So I'm just, it's hard to really find a spot for him for a rookie tight end like this. And we see third round rookie tight ends all the time. Like they're not going to do much their rookie season. It's just the way that it is. I mean, I wouldn't really worry about him from a redraft standpoint. Dynasty, sure. You can throw that dart. Brandon just mentioned he's pretty solid across the board.
I do want to talk to you about the pass catchers there with Miami. We talked about it a bit with Jalen Waddle yesterday, but bullets were flying fast throughout the entire night. So we didn't get a lot of time to talk about this, rebuilt Miami Dolphins team. Jalen Waddle, again, from the middle of April on, going at pick 118. We had Devontae Parker going at pick 104. Will Fuller was going at pick 69. Nice. This is in best ball pens for that time. None of them are going to be super high-end picks. JJ, does that present an opportunity to buy into them, or do I think overblown concerns around Tua Tagovailoa scare you away from investing in this Miami Dolphins offense?
Yeah, it doesn't scare me away because I think it's all priced in their ADP.
Yeah.
And so, you should be targeting ambiguous wide receiver situations in your draft because one of them has a chance to emerge. I can say right now I have Devontae Parker, actually a wide receiver 36. Will Fuller at wide receiver 33 and Jalen Waddle at wide receiver 55. I think Waddle would probably dig in to both, towards the end of the year, but it could be worse. I don't think that I'm seeing what this. Okay.
It's De'Ami Brown.
De'Ami
Brown goes to Washington.
This is interesting.
We've been waiting for De'Ami Brown for a while, but he finally goes up the board to a spot where there are potential targets for the taking.
Here's the one interesting piece with De'Ami going to Washington is that, we mentioned yesterday how Washington's likely to use Curtis Samuel in that vertical role like they did when he was with his coaching staff in Carolina his final year. That's De'Ami Brown's game. De'Ami Brown, his final 2 seasons at North Carolina, had a yards per reception rate of 20 yards plus. I said it that way. It was a very strange delivery, but it was 20 yards both of the last 2 years. He was top 10 basically across the board in average at the target, deep ball catches, yards on deep passes. And you're watching the highlights right now. If you're watching the wherever you're watching it,
just bodying dudes.
Yeah. So he has good size, and you can see he has good speed, and he has big playability. And so my comp for him, my high end comp was Will Fuller, and his production profile is not strong. He's an early declare as well. So it all comes together. He's at the very least going to be a deep ball threat at the NFL level, and he can be that. And there's not a lot of that in this class, really. And so that's why I thought that a team might fall in love with him and say, he can at least do this one thing. He has this trait, and then he can build into something more. This might hurt Curtis Samuel, though, a little bit, because Samuel, I thought, was going to play that role a bit. I don't know where these guys fit in, who's going to play the slot and all of that. So fit is kind of interesting, but I do like De'Ami Brown a lot as a player. And he lands in a spot where there could be some opportunity for him.
And Brandon, I want to get your comp on De'Ami Brown as well. Now that we know his draft stock at pick 82, Panthers are about to announce their pick. Michael Irvin just gave a little peck to someone and is now running off the stage. Don't know why Michael Irvin was there, but love to see it. But the Panthers picking here at pick 83. They helped address their offensive line previously, and now they go with Tommy Tremble, a tight end out of Notre Dame, with pick number 83. So we get a couple of tight ends here in the 80s. We'll talk about Tommy Tremble here in a bit. But Brandon, your thoughts on De'Ami Brown going to Washington from a comp perspective?
Yeah, JJ hit my number 2 comp for him in Will Fuller. That's 88% profile similarity. Number 1 is Vincent Brown. just that downfield
Remember
threat.
Vincent Brown.
But yeah, Will Fuller, really interesting. Obviously, that's you look through the most similar profiles and you see some hits and some misses. Mario Manningham, Tylan Wallace is also similar to him at this point. Harry Douglas, like Jerry Jeudy's down there around 8, but pretty interesting overall. But Will Fuller, just anytime I hear that, that's relevant. If we're all fantasy players, that's relevant.
Yeah. So he did the one concern you could have with De'Ami Brown is that there were a lot of whatever type wide receivers who decided to go above him. And that could be labeled as a concern. But JJ, like you said before, these teams do make mistakes. They're very good at what they do. Very good at what they do. But they make mistakes. So I feel like it would be tough for me to count that too much against Brown just because he fell behind some other wide receivers.
Yeah, I would agree. So I'm building out the projection right now, and first off, I forgot that Adam Humphries is on that team now, so he can play the slot for them. And that's the problem that you run into with this team for De'Ami Brown year one. And really, I don't know. Terry McLaurin's locked in. They signed Curtis Samuel. Is De'Ami going to be better than Curtis Samuel? Maybe. I don't really know. And then you have Adam Humphries playing the slot. So it's just going to be a little bit more difficult for De'Ami Brown to find the field than some of these other wide receivers. Like Terrace Marshall's going to find the field immediately in Carolina. Like if De'Ami Brown was in Carolina, it'd be very easy to project, him to be on the field. But I don't see a slot player really outside of Adam Humphries, like a consistent guy who look, most players like Terry McLaurin can play in the slot. I'm sure Curtis Samuel can learn the slot, whatever. But there's not a consistent slot guy that Washington has. So it's there's a little bit of redundancy, and that's why De'Ami Brown's projection is not going to look as hot as it might have. You might think. Let me find it really quick. Let me figure this out.
Sure, why not? We're hanging out here. The Cowboys went Chauncey Golston, a defensive end out of Iowa. So defensive pick there.
All right, so I got
on De'Ami Brown for a second.
Yeah, so 33 receptions, 413 yards, 2.3 touchdowns, wide receiver 93. That's just
okay. Yeah, it makes sense. It's just because Antonio Gibson gets his work too, so it's tough to
and it could
squeeze
change
in a whole lot there.
It could change. I the way I'm thinking about this wide receiver group, I don't see an easy path for De'Ami Brown to see work right away. It's just a weird fit. The more that I'm thinking about it.
All right, so Brandon, we had Tommy Tremble going to the Carolina Panthers. Have you had time to plug him into your tight end similarity scores here?
Yeah, so he didn't break out at Notre Dame. 16 and 19 catches in 2 seasons. The more scouting level that I've seen from him is that he's going to be more of a blocker than anything, which is never what we want from a fantasy standpoint from a tight end. His top comp is Tony Moeaki. So again, not super fantasy relevant there, but Owen Daniels is not a whole lot of similar comps to Tremble, just because kind of smaller, not very productive at all. That's just it's not a good recipe for winding up being fantasy relevant. So not.
So we can leave that there. We move to the Packers, who traded up to pick 85. They're announcing their pick now. No real help for Aaron Rodgers yet. Oh, but they go Amari Rodgers.
This is interesting. The
wide receiver-ish from Clemson. Going to the Green Bay Packers. JJ, what were your pre-draft thoughts on Amari Rodgers?
We mentioned it a little bit earlier. He is, first off, if you're going to go slot, I think the Packers should have gone Jalen Darden there. Because Darden is a more traditional slot guy, whereas Amari Rodgers is sort of built like a running back and can play in the backfield and be versatile in that way. But maybe they're seeing a little like Randall Cobb-esque, that kind of player in Rodgers, and maybe they think that it's going to excite and make Aaron Rodgers happy. And maybe they thought, hey, they have the same last name. Maybe they'll bond over that as well.
Although Aaron Rodgers does not have a good track record with people with his last name, aka his family. I don't know if you want to go with that one.
Very true. So Amari Rodgers, though, pre-draft, I'm looking at my model right now. Not an early declare. Breakout age was fine enough, but his production had a high receptions per game average because he was in the offense that he was in, and he had a really low ADOT. But in conjunction with yards per team pass attempt, that was below average. So it tells you that he was getting those low ADOT passes and he wasn't super, super efficient. And then he didn't have a very good touchdown share. So he has a negative stat score in my model. Not a terrible stat score, though, to be honest with you. And the BMI is there. He's a thick boy. He has a BMI over 30. So Amari Rodgers, he's a slot player, not a lot of versatility. He works in Green Bay.
He's a running back.
Green Bay needs that, right? Like they don't have a guy that can play that position. So phenomenal landing spot for a guy who I don't think is that bad. But I just still wish, I think there were other slot receivers that are better in this class that are still on the board.
All right, Ryan, I'm offering you $1 million hypothetical dollars. They're not real. I don't have that. Just being upfront with you. Hypothetical dollars. You have to take a gamble on a late round wide receiver with the Green Bay Packers. Are you going Amari Rodgers, Allen Lazard, Marquez Valdez-Scantling? You got to pick one. Who are you going with right now?
It's a loaded question, Jim, because we don't know who the
$1 million.
Quarterback is. It depends on the quarterback.
If it's Jordan Love, I'm not gambling on anyone. I can tell you that.
Yeah, well, I would say this. Allen Lazard, I think, even with the injury history, if he's healthy, I think he, given the situation that we currently know right now, I think he's definitely going to be the guy. The funny thing about Amari Rodgers, as I was looking at his profile, was like the main thing about him was like getting separation, and he has drop problems. Yeah. And like that's the thing that you see with Valdez-Scantling. So that's just going to be funny to have him there and get Aaron Rodgers frustrated if he is still quarterbacking with Green Bay. But yeah, I love Allen Lazard. I think he definitely is underrated. So that would be my pick. Okay,
so Allen Lazard basically a tight end. Amari Rodgers basically a wide receiver, or basically a running back. I think that they have a lot of strange dudes in this team. JJ, have you had time to make up the projection for this Packers team yet, or am I pushing my luck too much? Okay, cool.
About done with it. So I think the issue is that Lazard and MVS are somewhat redundant within this offense.
Sure.
I would say Lazard has the edge over MVS to be to have the consistent snaps in the offense, just because he's a better receiver, and we saw his splits were just stronger as well. So this hurts MVS in a way. And I have Amari Rodgers with a 12% target share year one, which isn't bad, but that's really just the product of they don't have a slot receiver. So I could see him being thrown in there right away. So that equates to then 44. This is assuming Aaron Rodgers is quarterback. 44 receptions, 521 yards, and 4 touchdowns for wide receiver 79. So not terrible.
It's better than some of the guys who have gone before him.
Yeah, so not terrible.
That's worth something.
And this is the result of finding a good landing spot and playing with Aaron Rodgers. I mean, again, assuming we're playing with Aaron Rodgers.
Right.
So it's the result of that, because when you're building these projections, you're starting at the team level and you're going down from there, and the team level is very, very strong for Green Bay. And so that's why it trickles down and makes Amari Rodgers look pretty good.
Okay, so the Vikings up here at pick 86. Then the Steelers are back up after that. The Rams. I believe Buffalo is coming around the bend not too long from here. We have not yet seen the 4th running back in this class come off the board. And I find that interesting because it was hard to get enthused about what the Bills were doing at running back last year. Maybe that could be a potential spot to go with a Trey Sermon type guy. But the Vikings pick in here first with pick 86. Again, 4 spots before they go Spencer Brown. They go Wyatt Davis. Okay, so that didn't age well. Wyatt Davis, a guard from Ohio State. He goes to Minnesota. I should delete my Spencer Brown tweet that he was going to be picked there at 90 because they went with another guard at pick number 86 instead. They could double dip because why not? It's the Vikings. But Wyatt Davis going to Minnesota. I think that what's really interesting with the Vikings is that they haven't taken a third wide receiver because it's Justin Jefferson, Adam Thielen, and like, is it still like Olabisi Johnson? like
Olabisi or Irv Smith.
Irv Smith.
Yeah.
And like they have to get, I mean, Tyler Conklin, I guess, is there too, but like it's a thin depth chart, which means, I mean, like Ryan, that's a good thing for us in DFS. We want to know where the ball is going. We know where the ball is going, but like it feels a bit weird to me that they haven't done more to address the pass catching depth.
Oh, Jim, it doesn't matter. These two guys were so explosive last year. Like they are sitting in the war room. They're like, we don't care. Like we have
just play with 8 guys, 2 wide receivers. That's all you need. 8 guys in the field. We're good.
Exactly. We have 2 alphas. I mean, there were weeks where it was every week in DFS you needed to have Thielen and or Justin Jefferson because they were just that explosive. So that made it a lot of fun to kind of build rosters and figure out which piece was going to pop off in that given week. You gotta think that it's just another, again, run it back with these 2 guys. I think they're both explosive enough, and there will be a lot of times that we'll be trying to get one or 2, if not both, into lineups for DFS this year, given the current state of the Minnesota Vikings offense.
I see Brandon nodding his head. You just have to be on board because we know where the ball is going, right?
Yeah, I mean, they just remind me of, we do our recap shows every Monday morning talking about like the biggest changes. I would always love when I get a Vikings game because it'd be like, look, we know
what we're doing here. Dalvin Cook might be good.
Play Dalvin, play Justin Jefferson, play Adam Thielen.
Right.
Now play Irv.
Sure, but these like those catch-up teams that we have, like when we're recapping things and previewing things, like that's it's impossible to understate how important that is when you're playing daily fantasy with how high variance football is to begin with. If you're narrowing down the odds of the guys who are going to actually produce for a team each week, it's just invaluable.
Okay.
Can we talk about how the Steelers are on the clock in the 3rd round and Trey Sermon is on the board, and they could have easily just gone.
Doesn't matter. They're getting the best offensive line in the draft, Spencer Brown, right here. Gonna go to Pittsburgh, or maybe it's Quinn Miners. It's Daryl
McDaniels from Run DMC. I got Run DMC right back here.
What does that have to do with the Steelers? Are you a Steelers fan or something?
Are they from Pittsburgh?
No.
Oh, because it's in Cleveland, and the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame is in Cleveland.
Oh yeah, he did he had a nice freestyle yesterday before the show, and then whoever was supposed to come on and talk after him had to get kind of bumped because he went on too long.
Of course. Yeah.
Where's Rev Run? We need Rev Run in there.
Our music expert Brandon Gdula.
I've been to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Okay, that's actually shocking to me.
They got to go O-line here, right? Yep.
Kendrick Green out of Illinois. Okay, actually, so like I haven't been updating offensive line depth charts because a lot of these guys probably aren't going to play. He might.
No, he will. Yeah, exactly.
He has
87. Okay.
The Steelers still are lacking. I'm telling you though, they hindsight's 2020, sure, but at the time, you guys saw me tilt about the Najee Harris pick, so it's not really hindsight analysis here. But they could have easily traded down, got more picks, gotten more offensive linemen in that 2nd round, or they could have just gone O-line and maybe felt like it was a little bit of a reach, and then gotten Trey Sermon in the 3rd round. I mean, it's so frustrating. I don't even care that much from a fandom standpoint because it's not. Again, I'm not like the biggest Steeler fan in the world anymore like I used to be. 18-year-old JJ is mad that I just said that. But, it's just from a team building perspective and like a logic standpoint, that's what's frustrating about it.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's not even – you said hindsight and everything. We pretty much knew Trey Sermon would be here. Like his consensus big board rank is 112 on, whatever websites. And like, that's third and a half round. Like, well, I'm on NFL mock draft database, but
sorry.
So it's like, it's hindsight and it feels like that, but you could make that case that it was going to be there pretty easily. So,
okay. So the 49ers are up with this next pick. This is pick 88. They traded up with the Rams to pick here at pick 88. 49ers have been a team linked to some pass catchers potentially earlier on. They got some offensive line depth. They got Trey Lance, and they got Trey Sermon.
Oh, baby.
So Trey
Oh, baby.
out in San Francisco. We talk a lot about landing spots. For a running back, there aren't a lot of landing spots better than San Francisco.
Oh, man.
This does kill my Wayne Gallman dream, which was short-lived. But JJ, Trey Sermon's going to San Francisco. I might take back my landing spot comments from earlier.
This is an ideal landing spot.
Yeah.
I mean, you have think about this, guys. You have the best run game coordinator in the NFL in Kyle Shanahan, run game mastermind, if you will, in Kyle Shanahan, who just drafted the most mobile quarterback in this draft in Trey Lance. And now he gets to, and it's a Trey backfield, guys. You have a Trey quarterback and a Trey running back now. Anyway, so I just get excited about names. Trey Sermon, though, from a prospect profile standpoint, didn't have very good production because he didn't really start throughout his college career. He transferred to Ohio State. Wasn't the starter at Ohio State until the injury to Master Teague, and then he steps in and he completely demolishes Jim's Northwestern Wildcats. Just absolutely destroys them for 331 yards on the ground.
Why?
And then that happened in the Big Ten championship, and then in the college football semifinal, he goes and destroys Clemson. Right, so I use him in single game DFS in the national championship, and he gets hurt. Yeah. so the thing with Sermon, and I mentioned, I've been talking about how Sermon to me was the clear cut RB4 in this class from mostly a draft capital standpoint, but it was also the fact that we don't have big bodied backs in this class, and he was one of those guys who can carry the workload, and so he at least has that upside. I think that. It's a solid pick. I can't remember what my comp was for him, so I'm sorry about that. But I think that all of a sudden he's right there in the conversation of being maybe not in a super flex league, maybe late first in super flex league. But in a single quarterback rookie draft, he's a first rounder now for sure.
Yeah. I mean, he has to be given this landing spot, and landing spot does matter a lot. Now, Ryan, I know Brandon's thoughts on the 49ers backfield because we had many annoyed conversations about it last year because it was very split. And the guys they were using did not get that many targets. I know that, Raheem Mostert early on got like 5 first couple of games, but the latter half of the year, he and Jeffrey Wilson Jr. were splitting work. There's no Tevin Coleman, but they brought in Wayne Gallman, and now they draft Trey Sermon. Can Trey Sermon be the guy to the extent where we can actually justify using him in daily fantasy?
You're maybe getting excited for preseason DFS that we'll have this
I never
year
get excited for preseason DFS. I don't hate myself that much.
You have to. You have to jump on the board. That'll be my goal. It's going to be a frustrating backfield. Just when you think about how it was last year, and I mean they're only adding more pieces, and then you have now a mobile quarterback who's going to take from even more so what we were already getting. I feel your frustration between the 20s. It was Raheem Mostert, and then you get down to the goal line, and it would be Jeffrey Wilson all day, just taking those 3 touchdowns away from what should be Mostert getting them down the field. So it's a great. You love the pick if you're playing Dynasty and things of that nature for what could potentially be down the road. But for this year, I don't think there's going to be any way that you can trust it from a best ball standpoint, and let alone DFS.
Well, I think that for DFS, you kind of treat it similar to Baltimore, where you just take a very hands-off type approach and try to avoid it until you are forced to reckon with it, and just try to stay away from things and let it play out. For best ball, it's tougher because we have to make these decisions now, and I don't really want to. So that'd be my concern there. So I guess for DFS, I feel more comfortable with it because I can make a week by week type change there.
Yeah, absolutely. And if there were to be an injury to happen to this backfield, we know that they have options. So we're looking at that next man up in DFS always of who's going to be that cheap back to get equity. So now we could be looking at Trey Sermon, possibly falling into that if something were to happen to the guys in front of him.
So we'll see how that plays out. JJ, have you had time to cook up your projection for the 49ers backfield yet?
I have not. I'm trying to figure it out a little bit right now.
It takes some time, for sure, to try to decipher all that. All right, so the Texans' second pick is now in. We'll see what they decide to do here. At pick number 89, again, the first one was Davis Mills, sounding like potentially their quarterback of the future. I guess we'll see. They go Nico Collins, the wide receiver out of Michigan. Nico Collins, another one of those guys who seemed like he always had potential at Michigan, but they never really had the infrastructure, specifically a quarterback, to let that be fully realized. JJ, what were your pre-draft thoughts on Nico Collins?
Yeah. So with Nico, sorry, I'm just trying to do the
sorry, I'll go to Brandon. I know that he has some comp stuff as well. Yeah. Brandon, do you want to take this one instead? Talk about a little bit about Nico Collins based on your top comps.
I can't. I need a second. I was on the Trey Sermon comps.
Sorry.
I'm ready. I can talk about Nico.
Okay, cool.
So Nico Collins is someone that I liked a lot in the pre-draft process because he was someone that has size that this class is lacking. I don't know his complete dimensions, but I love that I just referred to the guy's height and weight as dimensions.
Good.
Yeah. So he is an early declare, which is great. You love to see that. He had a breakout age, 20% dominator that he hit under 20 years old, which is really good. He's 6'4", 214 pounds. So he's like a true alpha build. And so that's really why he was actually in my top 30 rookie picks entering the draft, just because, he has that kind of upside, just given his build and given, the fact that we lack that, in this class.
Okay, so Brandon, what are your thoughts here with I guess you can go Trey Sermon first if you want to go Nico Collins, whichever one you prefer there.
All right, so Sermon I have, and this is actually player profile. There's top comp as well, but Damian Harris, for what that's worth. Your boy Matt Jones and Wayne Gallman.
Whoa. Okay, I'll take Wayne Gallman. I don't really want Matt Jones anymore.
He's got some Eddie Lacy in there on the lower end, but Carlos Hyde as well, Devontae Freeman. So, that's kind of who he comes to. Not a whole lot of receiving relative to some other running back prospects. Not the best breakout age because of his college situation, but good prospect overall. So, and again, what matters more for these, and this is what I talked about, feels like 17 hours ago, but where these running backs go on day 2 is going to matter a lot. And so, depending on how things break, it's going to be interesting there. And then,
Pitt. I got Trey Sermon's projection whenever you're ready, by the way. Go ahead.
All right, let's do it.
Okay. So Trey Sermon projection, 902 rushing yards, 7.5 rushing touchdowns, 27 receptions, 225 yards through the air, 1 receiving touchdown. Positional rank RB 27.
Okay. That's actually a lot higher than I would have expected.
Yeah, so right now I have the backfield actually fairly split. I don't think anything was funky with it. But I had it fairly split with Raheem Mostert and then Jeff Wilson seeing some, but not, he was sort of like playing third fiddle. I gave Trey Sermon the edge over Raheem Mostert, though, just because I think, Mostert's not bad. He's just an aged running back at this point, and it's hard to really back that. So I'm going to shoot for Sermon being, the guy that I would prefer, leading that backfield.
Okay, so the Vikings went with a defensive player at pick 90. My dreams of Spencer Brown being the pick there are dead, unfortunately. Oh, Myles Garrett is going to announce the Cleveland Browns pick at 91 overall in Cleveland. That's definitely fun. As my cable froze momentarily, we are back. Okay, Myles Garrett here announcing pick 91 for the Cleveland Browns. We'll see what they decide to do there. He'll probably have a couple minutes to pump up the crowd here and get them all excited. He is a large dude. His arms are just shredded. Man,
these are the takes that we give you guys at 11
the
p.m.
professional football player on the defensive line is a human.
Please don't be an offensive player. I can't do any projections right now.
Brain just fried at this point.
Yes.
We have Tennessee and Buffalo coming up, so you're probably going to get cooking on those.
Oh my gosh, it's a wide receiver. This is a great pick by them, though, for what they need.
Speed, right?
Yeah, speed guy. That he fits in what they have what they don't have. You know, you had Jarvis Landry, who can play the slot and be that type of player that he's been throughout his NFL career. You have the true X and Odell Beckham, and then you have the speedster and Anthony Schwartz. He started to get a lot of love in the draft community towards as we inch closer to the draft. You know, production profile isn't phenomenal, but you can see he's like he's so fast. So you're getting a lot of speed, a lot of athleticism with Schwartz. I think it's a good pick for real football from fantasy perspective. Probably not going to be that relevant, especially in this offense where they use a lot of 12 personnel. And
is he one of those guys who's kind of out there to be a field stretcher and not necessarily to get targets? Is that kind of what he profiles to be for you?
Probably, yeah. I mean, at least in the way that they have things set up right now. Maybe he develops into something more. But yeah, I mean, it's not the best landing spot again from a production standpoint. So. Yeah, not a bad pick from a real football standpoint, but I question it a little bit for fantasy.
PFF has his biggest strength as speed and his biggest weakness as receiver feel.
Oh, no, good.
Which is what you want in a third rounder, probably.
Yeah. Wide receivers knowing how to play wide receiver is generally a good thing. Okay, so we lose Schwartz and we go to Tennessee. And we've been talking a lot about their potential to address the pass catchers. They have not thus far.
Amon-Ra St. Brown, maybe?
Potentially.
That'd be good. That'd be a good pick here.
So we'll see what Tennessee does here. And then Buffalo's up at 93. Trey Sermon being gone, I feel like might lower the odds they decide to go with a running back there.
What on earth are they doing with their wideouts there? Are they just waiting for Julio?
So is Josh Reynolds going to get like 600 targets?
Yeah, I mean, like,
because obviously AJ Brown gets 700. Does
right.
Josh Reynolds get 600 then?
Right. It's wild.
I mean, just
unbelievable.
Like it's interesting. That is for sure. Okay, so
I got a Nico Collins projection.
Let's do it.
He's wide receiver 75, 48 receptions, 553 yards, and 3.4 touchdowns.
Okay.
I mean, there's not much going. It's very, very difficult for Nico to project the Houston wide receiving group right now because it's just a bunch of Jags. I mean, they're just not great.
And we also don't really know if it'll be Tyrod Taylor playing quarterback there as well.
That's a good point. That's a good point because my projections right now have that split a little bit where I don't have it's like partially Deshaun Watson, partially not. How do you really? So the projection for Nico Collins is pretty ambiguous.
So we'll see how things play out there. Buffalo up at pick 93. Obviously no Trey Sermon. So JJ, I want to get a feel of the board right now. Who are the fantasy relevant players still lingering out there you're keeping an eye on as we get closer to the end of the third round now?
Yeah, I mean, Amon-Ra St. Brown is probably the top wide receiver. Tylan Wallace is the top receiver, actually. So Tylan Wallace is still on the board. Amon-Ra St. Brown is still on the board, which I'm kind of surprised at. And then at running back, I think we've seen what I expected to go so far. I think that we might see Michael Carter or Kenneth Gainwell in this round, but I could see them being more day 3 picks in round 4 or 5, probably round 4. So those would be the dudes. It would be mostly Michael Carter, Kenneth Gainwell, running back, and then wide receiver Amon-Ra St. Brown, Tylan Wallace. I don't think that there's anyone else that's like very, very obvious. There were some. I saw some talk about Cornell Powell out of Clemson.
He was like the one guy who could kind of sometimes occasionally accidentally get downfield for Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, I mean we're in the part of the draft right now where maybe Tamorian Terry out of Florida State. We're in the part of the draft now though where this wide receiving group outside of those two that I mentioned in Tylan Wallace and Amon-Ra St. Brown, I don't feel very good about any of them outside of those two. That's
I think too
where we're at.
The other thing too is we're in the late third round now, so how much we're going to get out of there. We can get good players from here for sure for Dynasty, but it is definitely later on. Brandon, I believe when you did your study about the impact of players drafted what the positions do from an impact perspective in year one, you looked beyond the first round. Is that correct?
Yeah, I looked at first round initially, and then I expanded it to rounds 1 through 3.
So when we're looking at like these non-first round picks, are there still positions that can actually move the needle here if we're trying to, like, if someone's at home trying to build out a win total projection for themselves for the first time, which positions should they be most keyed in on for this Friday night?
So I kind of found things to be like consistent from round 1 to then rounds 1 through 3, where realistically, if you're looking to build projections, you should put more emphasis on offense, which is more predictive year over year. Defense fluctuates a lot. There's a lot of natural regression built in. Teams that overachieve based on interceptions and just scoring luck are going to look really good depending on what stats you're using. But what you want to do is look mostly at offense. And so for these these early round picks, primarily teams that invest in offensive line are the teams that see the highest.
Heck yeah, man.
Let's go. A high rate. It pains me to say, but my study found that teams that invested in running backs actually improved at the highest rate. But I think there's a lot more to that. The teams that are taking running backs generally are either getting early running backs, the guys who can actually make somewhat of a difference and do everything, or they're teams that are good and need a running back. And so, but as far as receivers and tight ends go, which is kind of one of the bigger things I was expecting to find, because I assumed based on your study from years ago that offensive line would help, that quarterbacks probably a coin flip depending on whether they pan out.
Spencer Brown, he's a Buffalo Bill. I was 3 picks off. I was the wrong team and 3 picks off.
Very, very close.
There we go.
But okay, so for those of you who do not look at offensive line workout metrics, A, you should. B, the top comp for Spencer Brown is LeBron James because he's 6'8" and his 3-cone was 6.96. If he had run that at the combine, it would have been the best mark for a tackle at the combine since 2010. He had tremendous marks elsewhere too. I was reading Brandon Thorne of Trench Warfare, and he's the person I turn to try to get like a tape perspective on offensive linemen. He said that it was a very frustrating evaluation because you would see the highs, but you would also see the lows. And that makes a lot of sense. Like, there's a reason that he was at Northern Iowa and not at a Division I school. That definitely happens for sure. So I'm excited about Spencer Brown. And I think that the Buffalo Bills, given the way that front office has done things, given how intelligent they have been with the way they've played things, I feel like if he were going to go somewhere and not go to a place with like a surefire offensive line coach who's just an absolute stud, I think that's a good organization to go to. So I know no one else cares, but I care that Spencer Brown is a Buffalo Bill. My Buffalo Bills, we're calling it right now, officially member of Bills Mafia. They're like 2 hours down the road from me. Let's go Bills. We got a question or a comment here from Bethany Peters. She has a summary of the stream. So Ryan and Brandon turned their hats from backwards to forward. I'm assuming this is from last night. So you guys both had backwards hats, right?
Yeah, I noticed that too.
Okay, so you went backwards hats. JJ added a hat, which is backwards. I remained unchanged like the constant host that he is, a.k.a. I'm boring. Bethany didn't say this. I'm saying this. I'm boring. I have some hats in my room over here in my office, but like, it's weird, again, as the bald person to be like, I don't think I look good in a hat, but like, I don't think I look good in a hat, so I just avoid hats. I could, again, wear my TVG hat to pump up the Kentucky Derby for tomorrow, but I didn't go there. So, the hat game remaining strong for the other 3/4 of this broadcast for sure. Okay, so the Ravens up next. Bills didn't go running back. Ryan, so Brandon was talking about how we had our recap podcast. The Bills running back situation was always a catch-up spot. By that we mean we didn't talk about them because they weren't relevant for DFS. Do you see that dynamic changing for this year? Could you see either Zach Moss or Devin Singletary gaining enough of that backfield to be pieces we use in DFS, or will it continue to be just a total nightmare?
I'm interested in Zach Moss if nothing happens there. I mean, Devin Singletary, I think he was given chances when Moss was, getting his feet acclimated into the NFL, and then I believe went down with injury, and he just couldn't get anything going. I think they brought in Matt Breida to kind of help out the situation for whatever that's worth, help, quote unquote. But it's kind of an avoid unless you can trust, one of these guys. If other people are just not buying in. I think there's some interest when it gets to a certain point, and you're like, sure, what the heck, take a chance on a Zach Moss in best ball. But from a DFS standpoint, I just avoid the situation altogether because Josh Allen is the king.
He's
he'll
their
just
goal
run
line
him in.
back. Yeah,
he's their goal line back, exactly.
JJ, what are your projections saying for Devin Singletary and Zach Moss now that we've added another pick where the Buffalo Bills did not go running back?
Let's see here. So if I pull them up really quick, I have Devin Singletary at RB 37 and Zach Moss at RB 31. So, they're fine. I think that they don't really have the upside that I look for in middle round running backs, because Josh Allen, we know, is going to steal some goal line looks and some touchdowns there. So it's hard to really buy into the upside. Even when Devin Singletary was the sole back there last season.
It was so empty.
Yeah, it was not really that. And the other thing too is they targeted their wide receivers at the highest rate, the second highest rate that we've seen since 2011, the highest rate in the league last year. And so looks are going the wide receivers way, not really going the running backs way. So the target share numbers aren't even that strong. Just kind of hard to buy into that backfield and seeing upside in that backfield.
Like Devin Singletary was grocery store diet pop. Because, you're getting the 12 ounces still, but it's not doing anything. It's there, but it doesn't matter. There was no path to a ceiling. Okay, so the Buccaneers pick is in. They did go with Kyle Trask at the end of the second round, so they got their heir apparent. I don't know. We'll call it that for Tom Brady there. Pick number 95, and then the comp picks begin after that, which means New England has 16 more picks before the other nights. Another offensive lineman, Robert Hainsey, out of Notre Dame. Notre Dame's entire offensive line, I'm pretty sure, has been drafted, along with their tight end. They go offensive line here to add to the depth on the interior. So, Brandon, we were talking about Tampa Bay before. Have you simmed out playoff stuff yet, or are we just talking win totals right now?
Just win totals for me at this point.
Yeah, I think that I haven't gone that far yet either. Looking at the NFC odds, I was more inclined to be into Green Bay. Then all of this Aaron Rodgers wonkiness happened, and now I kind of feel like I might just, even once I get to running stuff for the playoffs, I might just be avoiding it because I don't want to deal with that, right? Are you on board with that?
With not betting NFC conference?
NFC outrights. I just want to.
Yeah, that in itself involves a lot of not even if it's not tiebreakers, it's a lot of who won one extra game or who won a head to head, that kind of thing. I'm most likely going to look into the division odds, win totals, things like that. As far as playoffs go, just the general playoff odds I'm interested in, but who wins a conference, that's a bit too volatile for me. But I think you said before that you weren't, or that you had the Chiefs as the only 12-win team.
12.0, exactly.
So where are you with Tampa Bay?
11.4. Let me see here.
Okay.
I have them at 11.5. Oh, a whole 0.1 wins better.
Yeah, so I have they came out at 12.6 for me. They have a lot of games that they should kind of dominate. They have a dozen games where my data has them as at least a touchdown favorite. Only 4 coin flip games between 3 points either way. That's despite an overall tough schedule. I think what's really going to help is that New Orleans should take a big step back. So I'm pretty high on Tampa, but.
So where are you on Carolina? Because I know that I'm higher than you on Atlanta by a bit, or I believe I was higher than you on Atlanta. Where do you have Carolina?
So they came out with 6.5 wins.
Okay, I have 7.6.
Okay. I have them as a heavy underdog in 7 games, though, which makes it really hard to overcome that.
Right.
6 3-point games either way. So, that's definitely not bad. That's a kind of a league average number. So like, again, losing the strength of New Orleans is something that's just kind of hard to wrap my head around because they've been so dominant for so long. But Carolina,
been forever, yeah.
Yeah, I think every single year Drew Brees has been a quarterback of a team. They've had a top 10 adjusted passing offense based on numberFire's metrics. It's like, it's nuts. Yeah, but FoxBet has Carolina at 7.5 wins. That's around where you have them. Is one of those spots where I'm more optimistic personally than where my data has them.
Sure.
But it might be a spot too where I keep like adding some efficiency to their offense as we get closer to the season.
That part I'm not going to do. I think that I have them duplicating last year because I don't want to say that Sam Darnold is a downgrade.
I have them
I don't want
below
to say he's
that.
an upgrade. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. I think that if I were to go one way, I would go down. Well, I actually do them down because of Curtis Samuel being gone. So I actually do them down a tiny bit, but it's not because of Darnold. So I think that's the part of the disconnect there. But overall, I think that Tampa Bay, I'm not betting the under, even though I think that like my numbers would say under.
Just historically, I started looking into this, but where you see the most overs to hit is that like 7 to 9 win range. Those teams that probably underperformed a little bit last year, but are good teams. And then the teams that, did hit that. The
like,
teams
I think
that are
Andy Reid has hit the over on his win total. I mean, this is not a thing you should bet on. Do not bet based on this. It's a very stupid process for betting. Do not bet on this. However, it's like a fact that he's gone over for like 97 straight years.
I can't speak to that, but I'm sure there's something to that. But again, like just in general, what I've seen is the teams that hit the over, and it's just more fun and also easier to talk about overs. That generally comes from like the 8.5 to like 9.5 win projection teams, which again are like the teams that are probably just as good as the teams that actually were better record wise the year before, but got the wrong end of variance, had a few.
I mean, kind of like Atlanta. They were more extreme because the win total was so low, but they were on the wrong end of variance a lot.
Yeah, things like that. Like you probably could just look at which teams like had that expected wins, Pythagorean wins, things like that.
Right.
It tells us a lot.
It does. So the Patriots up now at pick 96. We'll see what they decide to do here. Again, they got Mac Jones back in the first round.
So the other thing, too, to keep in mind is that towards the end of this round, we still have Tennessee and Detroit to pick. So we probably will get at least one wide receiver.
I really hope we get a wide – like, poor Jared Goff. Get this poor man a wide receiver.
It's not looking good right now.
I know it's not looking good.
Rashad Perriman, baby.
Going from Cooper Kupp and Robert Woods to Rashad Perriman and
it's a big upgrade. Cooper Kupp to Tyrell Williams. Ronnie Perkins, the pick out of Oklahoma.
Tyrell Williams hasn't been relevant since the Obama administration.
Don't tell that Al Zeidenfeld earmuffs because he's won Al Zeidenfeld a lot of money, and we respect Tyrell Williams because he's helped someone in our industry so much. However, you're right. It's been like I don't think people realize it's been like a really long. I think it honestly. He broke his foot, and then did he opt out last year, or what was it?
I can't remember, but I don't keep tabs on Tyrell Williams anymore.
You should. It's a trip.
His last season, he's had one season of 1,000 yards, and that happened in 2016.
I'm shocked he had 1,000-yard season, honestly, because he was always so inconsistent.
The only time he had a 1,000-yard season was when the Chargers were still in San Diego. He was on the San Diego Chargers then.
Hey, that was before Patrick Mahomes was in the league.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got a couple questions here about some dynasty stuff from a pair of Davids on YouTube. I'm going to go with David Wisniewski first. He's asking, how do you compare Javonte Williams versus Trey Sermon in Dynasty? So we heard their projections for redraft. Javonte Williams goes towards the top end of the second round. Trey Sermon goes in the third round, but like we talked about landing spot for Trey Lance being the best you could imagine, kind of the same thing for Trey Sermon. So how do you compare those two now, knowing both their landing spots in Dynasty?
Yeah, so I looked at my projection more with Trey Sermon, and I think I probably was a little bit aggressive with it. But even still, I think that Javonte and Trey Sermon probably have comparable projections this season. And Javonte is just the better player. The situation in Denver can flip very, very easily to be just
Aaron Rodgers.
To be just as good as what Trey Sermon's working with. So I'm still putting Javonte Williams in a tier ahead of Trey Sermon.
Okay, so the Chargers pick is in here at pick 97.
Let's go with like Brevin Jordan.
Okay. It's a tight end. It's
I was
Trey
close.
McKitty.
I was close.
Well,
Good name. That's a solid name. Trey McKitty going to the Los Angeles Chargers. Ryan, I actually want to spin that question to you too. Get your thoughts here on Dynasty. Javonte Williams versus Trey Sermon. I think that for me, because draft capital matters so much, I would have a really hard time not going Javonte Williams. But again, it's San Francisco. It's Trey Lance there with Trey Sermon now too. Is that enough to bridge the gap between Javonte and Trey Sermon for you?
not for me.
Yeah.
I know there's a lot of fodder coming on Twitter as well.
Oh, is there? Okay.
As JJ is talking about it as well too, with Trey Sermon. I mean, the landing spot is great, but I think that, when it's all said and done in Denver, when Melvin Gordon's not there anymore, I think that Javonte is just going to be in a prime spot to really take a hold of that offense and do what the offense wants them to do, which is kind of, they don't want Drew Lock throwing the ball, however many times. They want to establish the run, and that's how they're going to beat you. So you got to take the draft capital on Javonte Williams being a better prospect as well too, and take that to the bank for what it's worth.
I mean, if you don't want Drew Lock to throw picks, don't let Drew Lock throw a football. Like that's a very easy equation. Like very easy.
And honestly, the other thing too, Jim, is that when you're talking about Javonte landing in Denver, Trey Sermon landing in San Fran, that's going to boost Trey Sermon up a little bit and might even drop Javonte from where he was going to go.
True. No, you're right.
If he ended up in Atlanta or some other favorable position. So you're going to actually get a discount, I feel like, on Javonte than where he was going before.
And the talent's good. The draft capital's good. We can't overemphasize. Landing spot matters a lot. It matters a lot. But we can't overemphasize it and ignore everything else. We should account for it, because Trey Lance going to San Fran matters a lot. Trey Sermon going there matters a lot too. We just don't want to ignore the other factors in the process of evaluation. Now, the other David Ross, you're not the other David. You're primary David to me in my heart. Is it reasonable to take Trey Sermon over Rashad Bateman in rookie drafts? I think that's an interesting question, because Bateman went to a rough spot, but was a first-round pick, whereas Javonte falls to the third round. Trey Sermon falls to the third round. So JJ, Trey Sermon versus Rashad Bateman in Dynasty.
Rashad Bateman.
By a wide margin?
Yeah.
Okay.
I can let landing spot dictate something. What are you excited about, Jim?
Quinn Miners. He's going to the Denver Broncos.
Nice.
Show us that crowd out, baby.
So I can't let look, Rashad Bateman is like a 96th percentile wide receiver in my model, 97th almost, and he was a late first round pick, so that tells you that he was even better. I mean, he's that good from a production profile standpoint and profile in general. Trey Sermon was not that unbelievable of a prospect. He just went to the perfect spot. But we've seen that happen before. Remember Joe Williams?
No, do you remember last year with the Buccaneers? Oh my!
Yeah, Keyshawn Vaughn. I'm not letting that happen again. And here's the difference, though, Jim, is that you and Brandon, who were on here with me last year, and maybe Ryan knows that this, but like I liked Keyshawn Vaughn as a prospect. Like I still stand by the fact that I liked Vaughn as a prospect.
Yeah,
and I don't like Trey Sermon the same way that I liked Keyshawn Vaughn as a prospect, because Sermon is sort of the de facto RB4 in this class. He would not be the RB4. He would not be a day 2 pick more than likely in last year's class, in last year's draft. And so I can't like the difference between the Vaughn situation, and I mean, everything also went against Keyshawn Vaughn from the time he got drafted until the start of the season. Right. And with Trey Sermon, though, it's hard for me to just buy into landing spot only. I don't mind him as a player. He's fine, but there's not enough juice for him as a talent and as a player for me to catapult him that far up the rankings. I still think that Bateman, both Moores, the Alabama wide receivers, and Terrace Marshall are all ahead of Trey Sermon still. I think.
What about Kadarius Toney, because he's a first round pick?
No, Kadarius Toney. I will take Trey Sermon over Kadarius Toney. So if you want my dynasty rankings right now, it's going to be Jamar. This is off the top of my dome. Jamar Chase, Najee Harris, probably Devontae Smith, and then Javonte Williams, and then Jalen Waddle, and then probably Elijah Moore, Terrace Marshall, Rondale Moore, Rashad Bateman, and Trey Sermon, Kadarius Toney. Did I get everyone there?
Well, I mean, there are a lot of weird random.
Yeah, I don't care about like Anthony Schwartz and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So there you go, David. You got your full rookie rankings.
Those are subject to change. I did that at 11:25 p.m. East Coast.
No, those
time.
are locked in. You're not allowed to change. You must draft these
I'm a dad that needs sleep.
This is recorded information. Like,
yeah, that's true.
There's
it's
receipts
recorded
here.
until like I've got the power. I can delete this.
But I would also say the guys that like the Marshall Moore, that tier is a tier. Like that's a locked in tier. The Bama wide receivers I think are in a tier.
Yes.
And I would probably put Bateman still at the end of that Marshall tier. He's just at the end of it because of that landing spot.
Oh, apparently we glossed over ETN.
Oh yeah, duh. I thought I said Javonte instead of ETN. Yeah. So I would put ETN above Devontae. So it's Najee, ETN, Devontae, and then Javonte.
Yes. This is a lot of honestly the fact we missed only Travis Etienne, like I feel like that's like bonus points, but it's just one. Like
look,
that's
guys,
not too bad.
Can we please, for the love of Ryan Tannehill, get a freaking wide receiver at this pick? Can we please? Here's what I really want.
It's relative because not all of us have Love because he may or may not have replaced the best quarterback in the planet.
Here's what I really want here. I want them to pick Jalen Darden here because they need a slot. They can he's perfect with AJ Brown and Josh Reynolds there. Jalen Darden is a great slot receiver, and that's what he does, and that's what he'll do at the NFL, and that's what Tennessee needs. It's the third round now. You don't need Amon-Ra St. Brown, although Amon-Ra St. Brown was much better playing the slot in college, so I'll just talk about Amon-Ra St. Brown since it's 11:30. And
we also might not get to all these guys, so
yeah,
it's
sure.
good to have the baseline knowledge of them in case they go in like the fourth round.
Yeah, so with Amon-Ra St. Brown, he played at USC, and he played with Michael Pittman his first 2 seasons. He broke out his freshman year, so he has a great breakout age. He's an early declare, so he's got those, in his favor. Pretty good production. The problem was Michael Pittman. So he didn't outproduce Michael Pittman, which is expected because Pittman was a year older. Didn't outproduce him. He got close though, his first 2 years. And then last season they move him over to the outside more. He played like 80 some snaps from the slot his first 2 seasons. And then last year he only played like 28% of his snaps from the slot, and his production got worse. And so that's a little bit of a red flag that he might just be a slot dude. He might just be more of a complimentary piece. But at this point in the draft, if that's the case, then maybe he does make a lot of sense to Tennessee here because they could put him in the slot and he would be a complimentary piece for AJ Brown. So realistically,
a Juju turn is what happened because he
from the same
averaged
school,
11.7 yards per catch last year. Drake London was at 15.2. Keaton Slovis played pretty well. So I think that, it's concerning when that happens because obviously the NFL, when they were evaluating Juju Smith-Schuster this year, said, we don't know if he can come out of that. And it seems like the NFL potentially could be saying that same thing with Amon-Ra St. Brown. Yeah.
And so I think that the comp there is interesting because not that they're the same kind of player at all, but like the fact that they're both from the same school, they both had these like elite breakout ages, these really good breakout ages. And then they had this like Juju had that crazy sophomore year and then he just dropped, right? And it's a similar situation that we're seeing with St. Brown. He's not built the same way as Juju, but he still is over 195 pounds, and I think he's like 6'6".
So he's the heaviest receiver in this class.
Yeah,
30 pounds.
He weighs 30 pounds more than any other wide receiver in this class. So I could see St. Brown being the pick here for Tennessee. I just have a soft spot for Jalen Darden because I think he's like if you were to just look at like a Cole Beasley type, like just a slot guy. Jalen Darden's that. He's very twitchy and is quick, can get up the field fast. But St. Brown would be a really, really solid pick here for Tennessee.
I do want to get to Ryan here quickly because I asked you about if you worry about Derrick Henry due to the potential for them to not be in positive script, but I think I should ask you about Ryan Tannehill because he's lost Corey Davis, he's lost Jonnu Smith, they did address the offensive line. Let's see what their pick is here first. Then I'll ask you about Tannehill from a DFS perspective. We know where to stack him, but do we want to use him himself? Okay, so the pick is in here for Tennessee. And they go Elijah Molden. So they went Elijah. I mean, obviously Moore's gone, but what
are they doing?
Is it possible that they hate Ryan Tannehill? That's maybe. I don't know. Okay,
it's just bizarre.
Ryan, no support for Ryan Tannehill to replace the guys they lost. Early season DFS. Are you going to be wary of Ryan Tannehill as a result?
Yeah, I am. For sure. I'm going to be looking at Derrick Henry. I'm going to be looking at AJ Brown, and then I'll log off when I'm thinking about taking anybody else from Tennessee. I mean, the thing that you like about Ryan Tannehill is that he is efficient, and I think not in the sense of his talent level doesn't mirror Aaron Rodgers, but I think that he'll be able to just move the ball down the field, and he does have a dynamic weapon, and AJ Brown does have a running back that he can rely on. So, hopefully you can fall into that, but I don't think we'll be able to trust him enough at the beginning of the season to do anything that we would want him to do, or anything that mirrored his close to 4,000 yards passing and I think 38 or 39 touchdowns in 2020.
Well, I agree because the reason that Tannehill was solid for daily fantasy and for a season long as well was because he had such good circumstances around him. He had a smart play caller in Arthur Smith. He had AJ Brown. He had Corey Davis. He had Jonnu Smith, and he had a really good offensive line. And now they've lost. I mean, since he started, Jack Conklin, Taylor Lewan went down last year. Not sure what his health will be this year. Lions are picking now. Probably not going to be a pass catcher because they also hate Jared Goff.
What are they doing?
It's a cornerback.
What what on planet Earth?
Who actually is their number 3 wide receiver right now?
Quintez Cephas.
Is he a receiver or is he a wide end?
It's Perriman, Tyrell Williams, and Quintez. I mean, Cephas might be their wide receiver 1. We have no idea.
He's a wide end.
Right.
It's absolutely nuts.
I don't get it. I really don't understand what's going on here. Because we have 2 offenses now that we just can't. I mean, there is regression coming from Tennessee.
Yeah,
I think that needs to be said. We were having fun about it on day one, and talking about. I think Jim, you had made mention of you just had them slotted in to win the division because it's Tennessee.
Yeah,
but now we have to really take that into question. If they start to get into games where they're going to rely on Tannehill and the offense to bring them back into it, that's going to be troublesome. And then with Detroit, you're looking at a situation. I mean, let's see what happens with Green Bay, but I mean, Minnesota is still going to be there. Bears are getting better.
Yeah.
I have no idea what their offensive identity is at this point in time.
I think it's ground and pound. I feel like that's gotta be it at this point, but this
ground
is
and pound, go after kneecaps. That's their identity.
I think their offensive identity is 3 and out.
Come on, man. How dare you?
Very nice.
I might have to abandon. I know Dan Campbell's not making the picks, and I like Brad Holmes, their GM. He came over from Los Angeles. I might have to abandon my pro Dan Campbell take, which has lasted about 3 hours. It was a good run while it lasted, though.
I mean, there's a chance he's new Adam Gase.
No, because Adam Gase is a retread. So, he ruined two franchises, not one.
I got to dig deeper for a better comp.
Yeah. Okay, so the 49ers went Ambry Thomas out of Michigan. Okay, so we have 3 more picks left to go here in this third round. So I do want to get into overall sentiments, takeaways from night number 2, because we did see landing spots for Elijah Moore. We got landing spots for Javonte Williams, Trey Sermon, Rondale Moore. I think that there were some fun ones. JJ, what is your top line takeaway here from night number 2 of the NFL draft?
I think it would probably be that this rookie class, based on where they've been drafted and the guys still left on the board and what the consensus thought, I didn't like the wide receiver classes as much as some entering this draft, but when you factor in the draft capital for all players, the landing spot for all players, I would say that rookie drafts took a hit throughout this draft. And as a result of that, we have risers that were on teams existing that, are now not competing for touches, like Myles Gaskin, like Mike Davis, like LaMichael P. Ryan, and because there are not Tevin Coleman, maybe. They're just it's surprising that some of those teams didn't take a running back throughout the first, with a day 2 pick. But it's also not at the same time because this class is not very good. So, it's one of those things where we could have seen it coming. It ended up being this way. And then we're also seeing, like, for instance, the best wide receiver that's left is Tylan Wallace, in my opinion. And he has a lot of medical issues. He tore his ACL a couple years ago, didn't test as explosive with his pro day. That's really what his game is predicated on. And so, because of the situation we're in and the pandemic and coming off this really wacky and weird college football season, I think that's playing into it as well a little bit. So rookie drafts are a little bit worse though, overall.
I would also say you're mentioning veterans who are noteworthy now. I would say, based on the way things have gone thus far, so Ty Johnson doesn't currently have an ADP in Best Ball 10s from April 15th to April 30th. They seemed to like him a little bit down the stretch last year. Part of that was LaMichael P. Ryan not being available. And they did add Tevin Coleman. Mm-hmm. I wouldn't be shocked if Ty Johnson winds up having some sort of role with the Jets. And given that I think they have a decent offensive line now with Mekhi Becton being there and Elijah Vera Tucker, we know that LaFleur should have a pretty good run game, I would assume, coached up as well. I would say Ty Johnson should be on your radar as being another, he's not really a veteran. He's a 2-year guy, but older guy who does better.
He's probably the best running back on that roster. You just have to hope that he wins over the new coaching staff.
And I wouldn't be shocked if he does, because if you think about the Shanahan type schemes, what do they value? Speed above everything else. What does he have? Basically just speed. So I would say Ty Johnson should be on your radar. Ryan, I want to go to you. What is your top line takeaway from night 2 of the NFL draft?
Yeah, JJ kind of alluded to it towards the end, but I'm just looking here at the running back situation and running back 2s. The running backs don't matter crew is going to have a field day with the current situation here, but really running back 2s are going to be super important. And when I'm looking at running back 2s, let's talk about Myles Gaskin. Let's talk about Mike Davis. Let's talk about a guy like Chase Edmonds that we really haven't talked
You're
about
right. We totally glossed over
these past 2 days.
Yeah.
And James Conner being there does nothing for me. With how I look at Chase Edmonds. He's been there for the past couple of years. He's got a little bit of a rapport with Kyler Murray. I think they will try and utilize him out of the backfield there. And now that they don't have Kenyon Drake to worry about feeding him, I think Chase Edmonds is definitely a guy that we could look at maybe even as an RB3, depending on where he goes and how things shape out. So I do think that once we get that run of the first running backs going off the board, I think that we're going to see so much clamoring to get a solid second running back that people just feel confident in. But I think that it's going to take a lot more research and a lot more digging into the numbers and who you feel comfortable with, because you might see teams going after the same type of guys. So you want to look at other guys who might not be on that high of the radar for other people.
The other thing I want to point out about the running back position is that when you're doing your rookie drafts, because tomorrow we have more rounds, right? And we're going to see running backs fall to these teams that need depth, that need players. Don't overstate situation too much in your rookie drafts. Don't let's say a running back that goes in the 5th round ends up on a team, ends up on the Jets or ends up on the Falcons or something like that. Understandably, you're going to bump them up in your rankings, but don't bump them up above, players in bad situations, wide receivers in bad situations that are objectively better that went day 1, day 2. I might not like Kadarius Toney. Even if a running back in the 5th round falls to Atlanta, I'm still drafting Kadarius Toney over that player because the hit rate in those late round running backs is very, very slim. So make sure that you're not overstating that landing spot because that's been one of the biggest traps historically. If you look at rookie ADP, 1 year, Samaje Perine, guys, was a late first round pick in rookie drafts because he landed in Washington. He was a 4th round pick. He landed in Washington. He rose up draft boards. ADP wise, he was a late first round pick. Don't make that mistake.
That's brutal to hear in retrospect.
Yeah.
And there are a lot of picks that look very bad in retrospect. So try to avoid those. Brandon, what are your big takeaways from tonight with the draft? What's standing out most to you?
A few teams that try to address some issues or not address issues, primarily from a betting standpoint, because JJ and Ryan just talked a lot about the fantasy implications. But Dallas and Las Vegas went heavy defense. It's clearly an area where they need some help. Good offenses there, and so if they can shore up the defense, I'm going to rate out their offenses pretty well. So that's going to affect some win projections, I think, because while I found that defensive picks don't really lead to increases or improvements in defense, just the more investments you have, you have to know it's an issue. Yeah, you have more chances to hit on those guys. But a few teams also that didn't address some issues or just still, or we learned some information that makes them really bleak, like Houston and Detroit. Obviously expectations are super low, but they're going to be just after what they did in the
draft. They're low, but keep them low.
So projecting teams that play against them, it's almost like an easy win. So that's easy wins aren't a given to have on your schedule. So whenever you do have those, that's super relevant. But a team that we're just talking about a few minutes ago, but Tennessee, at a certain point, I got to think okay, I had them as a solid offense, really, really good last year, but how is that going to be there again? And so I'm starting to look at these teams that might take that step back in that more predictive offensive sense. So I think, again, teams that are either addressing big needs and made some standout decisions, or didn't address needs and make me kind of question or solidify, their situations.
So you're the efficiency guy here. So I'm going to ask you a question. So I have, we do our win projections different. I actually have projected offensive efficiency in different metrics. I have so last year their passing efficiency was 0.267 net expected points per dropback. I have them down to 0.205 this year. Do you think that is down far enough to account for the losses they have had with Jonnu and Davis being gone and no replacements effectively outside of Josh Reynolds?
So Ryan Tannehill's improvement, I did an article on this for numberFire, has basically been abnormal, and you would think he's going to regress, and he didn't last year, and that was one of my biggest misses. But at a certain point, I think that you kind of have to assume he's going to regress because a lot of what he does, and he's very, very, very good quarterback, but he does get a lot of that yards after the catch, a lot of downfield work. I don't know where that's going to come from, if not from AJ Brown, outside of that. So I think it might be a little bit too high. I look at just their overall offense. It's a little simpler, and I don't really care about rushing efficiency because
I care a lot.
So, but yeah, I mean, I'm
establish it, baby.
Right. I'm having that same debate as it's one of the few teams I think that you could see as a big loser from at least a betting standpoint, because they should have that soft schedule, so they might still win a lot of games, but they're going to make it a lot harder on themselves by not getting that an early receiver who can really make a difference. Yeah.
Maybe I need to lower Tennessee even more. I think that is a concern for sure. So that's all that we have for today. That was the final pick. Just came in. I'm going to give you just a one sentence final thought for the final 2 nights of the draft. Brandon, your final thoughts as we close up shop for today. 1 sentence or less.
I'm a Bears fan, I guess.
Apparently, Ryan, I guess you have a new member on board here. Your final thoughts from you.
Yeah, I was just going to say bear down, but running backs do matter. So have fun sifting through that information as we go into our rookie drafts here starting next week.
Myles Gaskin matters. I know that. JJ, what about you? Any final thoughts before we close up shop?
Terrace Marshall lives.
Terrace Marshall lives. You love to see it. Make sure you follow JJ on Twitter at LateRoundQB. Follow Ryan at RyanAlexander_W. Brandon is at Gdula13, GDULA13. I am at Jim Sonis. We want to thank all of you for tuning in, not just last night, but also today, hanging out with us for 9-ish hours of total draft coverage. It was a blast in our end. We hope you had a fun time as well. Congratulations to Jake, our jersey winner for today. They will reach out to you and get you set with the NFL jersey of your choice. You go Mahomes, love it. I think that is a tremendous choice. Thank you all for tuning in. We're going to have a lot more content coming up as we get set for NFL season. Of course, JJ has his late round podcast. Ryan will be on the FanDuel Hurry Up a couple of times for the next couple of weeks, giving his takeaways, I'd assume, from the draft and stuff like that. So make sure you tune into that, but also the numberFire Daily Fantasy Podcast feed for all of your DFS needs. Big thank you to Calvin Theobald, our video producer, for running the video side of things here today. Thank you, Cal, as always. And thank you to everyone for tuning in. We hope you all have a fantastic night. Enjoy the rest of the draft. We'll talk to you once again soon. This has been the FanDuel NFL Draft live stream.